a pair there being together. And they're in a rear-wheel drive as well, 260Z, so two rear-wheel drives up the front, and then in come the four-wheel drive turbo and non-turbo cars, with Craig Aggio coming out in car number 3, Craig Aggio, Megan Byrne in the Yaris, Toyota GR Yaris, Jeff and Donna Kilbride in the Subaru. You don't very often see them in a four-wheel drive, but here they are this weekend, and that might be a little bit of a dark horse there as well for tomorrow afternoon. Who's going to come out on top? Adam O'Brien, Eli O'Brien, Bear Motorsport Car 6, Simon Jensen, Alyssa Jensen, Andrew Maurer, Brett Kerr, James Taylor, Stephen Jordan. Sorry, I don't commentate too often these days, so a little bit of a tongue twister. Some people I know, some people I don't, so just reading straight off. Christian Sprenger, Nicole Hoey in the Subaru WRX, another Subaru, Matt Davidson, along with Amy on the side. I'm going to say the silly side, I shouldn't say that. On the brave side, Andrew Mill, Jesse Mill and the Evo, Mitsubishi Evo, Toyota Celica, getting back into another two-wheel drive, James Wilson, Angus Fraser, Richie Clooney, Blair Reid, in an Evo, Escort, Keith Fackrell, Claire Pacini, been a while since they've been in a car together, getting ready for the Alpine Rally later in the year. Peter Lecht, Ashley Hughes, as we hear a Zero car on stage, I would imagine, so which means we're not too far away from the way. Just I'll read the rest of the entry just while here now that I've started. I'll get down to Bernie Keys from Rihanna Beg, Michael Tucker, Russell Hewitt, Michael Belvin, Drew Formley, David McJan, Kevin Grant Eckhorn and Neil Eckhorn, Holden Gemini, Wayne Meyer, Stephen Mitchell and Stanza, and the last car to hit the stage will be Gary Reid and John, let me read this, Stenberski, so I apologise if I pronounce your name incorrectly, but I'll give it a red hot go. John Semensky, and that's a 180B, so pretty interesting field there, four-wheel drives, two-wheel drives, turbo, non-turbo, but definitely very colourful and going to be giving us some interesting things. So if you're tuning in and watching, welcome, and ready for a good weekend. Together we'll just share a good weekend. It's a new concept, or the technology's new. The Rally Sprint's not new, but the technology certainly is. And yeah, we'll get going over the weekend. We might set something up where you can maybe send us a message, a bit of a call out, say good day, let us know that you are watching in, where you're watching in from, and that'll be a bit of fun. So obviously if you're watching, I don't need to tell you where the link is because you found it, but be sure to share it with your friends and get it out there around the world. That's how the social media internet works. So make sure that if you found the link and you know somebody who might be interested, please forward it on and share it with them so they can find it as well. There's different links for Saturday, there's different links for Sunday, there's YouTube links, there's Facebook links. It's there everywhere, so make sure you share that link around. Make sure you hook up your friends, your families, your mums, your dads, your aunties, your uncles, and everybody else that you might think interested. And let's grow a pretty strong online audience, because this event certainly has the makings to be a rising star here in Australia. We'll talk more about the event over the course of the weekend, how it came to be, and certainly it has the roots and the making to be one of a major motorsport and specifically rallying event here in Australia. So I'll give it a spell for a little while. I'll wait for the rally cars to start. Like I said, it's Saturday morning. We'll start off slow and we'll ease into the weekend. Try not to bore you too much or sound like a broken record, and we'll make it a bit of fun, make it interesting. We'll try to bring the information to you as much as we can. Obviously you can see the vision live. We'll try to bring a little bit of voice and audio to that to make it a little bit more interesting and make you feel all part of the atmosphere and part of the action. So wherever you may be watching from, welcome. Thank you for tuning into the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint 2025 here at Benalbo, New South Wales. We'll be back soon. Thank you. Righto, here we go for a little bit of practice. Let's see how this goes. The very first car out on this very first stage of the 2025 Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally here at Benalbo. So we are wired for sound here. I've been to a lot of events and done a bit of commentary around the place, but I don't think I've ever seen so many cables and wires and drones and you know what. So be interesting. Up here on the hill, we've got a glorious what do you call it, atmosphere and amphitheatre here. The on this particular stage, the cars will be coming from the, what do you call it, the west to the east, the right to the left. And we could hear Clay Badenoch now on that screaming Celica rear-wheel drive. The first two cars are rear-wheel drive, so pretty exciting. And they'll come into your vision right now. So if you're tuning in from around Australia, around the world, who knows where you are, hello and welcome. And there you go, the very first car out on stage. It's a 4-kilometre stage, and as you'd expect, pretty ginger. Saturday's going to start out pretty slow and steady, and people just finding their way, finding their feet. Interesting bit of road. We've had a really good look at it. I first seen it yesterday afternoon, went for a bit of a look, and I thought, wow, what have we got here? And then I thought about it some more, and it's actually quite an exciting, exhilarating, very rewarding, but also extremely unforgiving bit of road. So I'm sure this weekend what we're going to see is talent prevail. Put one foot wrong and things are probably going to go pretty wrong badly. But you will be rewarded if you're concentrated and dialed in and really using them pace notes. And it's an interesting bit of road. It's got some pretty wide verges on it. However, some of them are quite muddy, so you can't, whilst they look inviting, just to trim a bit of a corner up and use a bit of grass, some of them are quite wet. We had a big storm through here last night, so that could change your colour of your day pretty quick. Some nice sweeping corners. However, there's some pretty nasty little sort of culverts and drains and dips and all sorts of things. So it's a very, whilst it looks like a pretty sweet bit of road, it's very technical. And that's where we're going to see these wily old foxes like Wayne Hoy, I'm sure, come to the fore. Clay Badenoch, he's got years of experience under his belt, and he's got a great navigator, probably one of the best pace noters in the country, Larissa Bigger. So certainly the first stage this morning. Second is going to look pretty slow, or maybe not slow, but sort of steady, understandably. But a great quality field of 29 cars, and we're going to get to know them intimately over the course of the day, and we're going to be looking for just tiny little bits of improvements. And this stage, 4 kilometres long, don't know what they're going to be doing them in. By tomorrow afternoon, they're going to be pulling down to about 2 minutes 30. I'm going to guess this morning, 3 minutes or something like that maybe. We'll watch the see. Wayne Hoy, Alan Steen, he's pulled himself out of retirement, and already just straight to the naked eye, you can see the speed difference in these two cars. Wayne Hoy, his experience is going to be undeniable throughout the course of this weekend. And even though it's rear-wheel drive, a smart operator, four-wheel drive turbocharged will always have the jump on these rear-wheel drive cars. However, with a good operator, someone like Wayne, I'm going to put him up there on the podium as a bit of a... If I was going to box a trifecta this weekend, Wayne would certainly be in it in my bet. We might have a bit of a look. Craig Aggio will be next, the first of the four-wheel drives. He's a pretty shrewd operator as well, and always nice and tidy, and always there at the finish line. So even though it's a rally sprint, and it'll be sort of fast and furious, it's still a rally, and 10 stages all up. So what a magnificent shot there coming off the drone there. This stage, 4 kilometres long, and we've got it wide from start to finish. All new to us. First time I've ever sort of done this in terms of done plenty of commentating. I've been to plenty of rallies around the world, and well, not around the world, around Australia. But how about that? Look at that. Well, it's amazing as he goes up there past Dave Ferrin's little camp there doing a road closure. Plenty of volunteers. Like all events, you can't do it without volunteers and labour of love. And look at that as he heads that. That's probably a bit over halfway through the stage. You'll go down over a tight grid there. Gets very technical in that bit of a complex where he is there now as we flip back towards the start of the stage. And so very interesting. So if you just tuned in, welcome. I was talking there before the live link. Obviously, if you can hear me and see me, you've already found the link. But certainly share it out there. Social media is all about sharing and connecting and telling people where we are, who we are, and get it out there. Oh, g'day world. Hello, my name's Jamie Lawson, coming to you live from the northern New South Wales town of Benalbo. And here we go. This will be, we're talking Craig Aggio before, the first of the four-wheel drives in the Toyota Yaris. This is the first production rally car Toyota Yaris in Australia, as he uses pretty much most of the road. I was talking before how he's normally pretty clean and tidy and always there in the end, but he come out of there. So this will be a car to watch for sure. He'll have a commendable result without question, as he finds his way through the course of the weekend. This is stage 1 of 10, first run up. So west to east they're running at the moment on a little narrow piece of road just outside of town. The town is literally just the other side out of camera shot. If the drone went up in the air, you'll see Benalbo. That's where the service park is. So they roar up this 4 kilometre stretch of road, which is almost billiard table smooth, but going to be interesting to see how the conditions change on the surface over the course of the weekend. Had huge storm last night, and that's worked in the road's favour, but it probably won't be too long but to drag that moisture out. A lot of rocks and sort of things down in the heavy road-based surface. So yeah, going to be interesting to see who's using what tyres and why and what's going to work. I'd imagine like a nice soft tyre, and because these guys are going to be on the edge. 4 kilometres, it's hard to get hundredths of seconds, which is what's going to win this event, especially when you've got such a pool of talent at the front. And this weekend, certainly not just about the driver. You're going to want a very good team combination of a driver and a good pace-noting navigator and plenty of trust, because these corners are very, very technical. And whilst the corner itself might not be that hard, you cannot get it wrong because there is no room at all for error. There's just something there to trip you up badly on over every cresta and every corner. There's culverts, there's grids, there's gutters, there's little boggy holes in the table drain, and where you think you might be able to trim up the corner and use a bit of grass, there's something there, and that could just catch you out. So plenty of interesting things to talk about, look at this weekend. So if you just tuned in, hello, welcome. I'm going to say that 1,000 times, I think, over the course of the weekend as we see husband and wife team Jeff and Donna Kilbride. Probably a while since they've been in a car together. This will be another one to, I think, keep an eye on over the course of the weekend. To tell you the truth, I don't think I've ever seen Jeff in a four-wheel drive, so I'll have to ask somebody who knows. I don't live over this side of the country anymore, so I sort of a little bit out of touch in who's in what car and who's driving what. But Jeff and Donna and the whole Kilbride family are normally hanging out in rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive cars, two-wheel drive cars, but somewhere or another along this four-wheel drive turbo car has snuck in, so we'll find out a little bit more about how that come about. But Jeff and Donna, years and years and years of experience there, and so we'll see some good things out of that car, I'm sure. Run number one's not going to give us any indication as to what's going to be going down tomorrow afternoon, but certainly to get to the finish line, you've got to get to the start line first. So we'll get stage 1 underway, 2 they'll come back, and then as the course of the day starts to unfold, that's when we'll start to see some pretty cool action. So might just leave you with it there at the moment. I've got to start nice and slow and preserve my voice because I've got about many hours of talking to do over the course of the weekend, which I'm looking forward to bringing all this interesting stuff to you. So I'll just have a bit of a spell for a minute and just start and stop through the course of the morning. And if you're tuning in, make sure you just keep coming back and checking in on us throughout the course of the day. out there. G'day there again, local spectators and punters, and welcome here on the hill. I've just been doing a bit of commentating through the live stream with some headsets, so it's a bit just jumping between microphone and headsets. But as you can see, probably don't need me to tell you what's going on. You can see and hear the cars coming through. If you want to tune into a live stream, just Google Working Dog Rally, Facebook as well as YouTube. Pick up the live stream. Where to stand and where not to stand, that sort of stuff. But certainly don't be shy to cheer on and give those drivers a wave. They're going to be fully committed, particularly going into this afternoon, as they're really sort of trying for to pick every little bit out of it. So welcome, and we'll enjoy the day. Right, up and away as we just see car number 8 out on stage there now. They call themselves the Maurer Mafia, and that's Andrew Maurer. And as you see in Subaru WRX, car number 8. 29 cars all up on this in our field this weekend. We've had a few withdrawals, but certainly a quality field. Mixture between 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive. And brought to us by Kick-Ass, as you see there in the corner of your screen if you're watching in. Mixing between, if I turn this microphone off, it's probably just because I'm just giving my voice a bit of a spell, or I'm switching over. We have a local crowd here that I'm talking to as well on a microphone, and we'll just get a bit of a feel for it. I'll juggle between the two and get that microphone going as well later on, where I can talk between our local on-site crowd. We've got a good crowd here on the hill, and then as well as our around the nation and around the world online audience. So if you're beaming in and tuning in online on the live stream, welcome. And to the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint, downtown Benalbo, northern New South Wales, just over the border from Queensland. And a spectacular day. Had a big storm blew through here last night as forecasted, and there are storms forecast today. But the good part about this road, weather and water really doesn't affect it, so probably works in its favour if anything. So going to be a great day. This stage is quite incredible and quite unique. And what we're going to see is just times getting faster and faster and faster over the course of the weekend. Here comes a VR4 now, James Taylor. Really nice as he already puts the tail out wide. And stage 1, we said we probably wouldn't expect to see much, but that's the sort of thing we're going to see all weekend. This is a really narrow piece of road, and it's very fast and it's very sweet, but there's just nothing in it. You know, just put one little foot wrong, or even put a wheel where you may intend for it to go, and there could be just something there a bit sneaky in the grass or a little bit wetter than you realise. So certainly going to be some interesting things. There's going to be some very frightened guideposts, that's for sure and certain, over the course of the weekend. There's grids, there's gullies, there's jumps, there's crests, there's corners, very, very fast corners, tight and tricky technical corners. It's just got the lot. So it's interesting. It's only a 3 kilometre piece of road, 4 kilometre piece of road, I do apologise. So, yeah, it's amazing. We like everybody else, first time that we've actually seen it yesterday afternoon when people were doing their pace noting, a little bit again this morning, and a little bit hard to wrap your head around it. They're going to do it 10 times over the course of the weekend, and it's probably going to take about 9 to get it right. So going to have to be very careful, but obviously if you're in it to win it, which a lot of these guys are, you're going to be chasing your seconds and half a seconds and hundredths of a second, which is all that's going to be in it by tomorrow afternoon. And plenty to win, plenty to lose, and certainly going to be spectacular. As you can see, you see the drone footage. We've got cameras at the start control, finish control along the stage, shooting in from the spectator area, as well as the drones following cars around. And that's me there where I'm talking from the Kick-Ass Unimog up on the hill. I'm about 300 metres into the start of the stage, so they're only in about sort of third, heading for fourth gear by the time they get to me. I can hear them from the start stage. And this will be Sprenger Motorsport, car number 10 if you're following on at home, Christian Sprenger, with a Navigator Nicola Hoey. And he's just bought this car from Maximum Motorsport after stepping up from a little XL. So here we go. This is going to be interesting. First time in a four-wheel drive car, so we're going to see some great things from then. Coming out of an XL, which is a great stepping stone and a grounding learning pad. To come in out of an XL, where a lot of people over the years, they learned in Geminis and little XLs, and that is a smart step to now step into a very high quality Subaru WRX. So that'll be we'll expect some really interesting things out of them. Looking forward to watching the times come down by everybody. There's a lot of it's an interesting field. We've got a in-depth pool of talent right up the front with Wayne Hoy and Clay Badenoch and Craig Aggio and a few others, as well as navigators, co-drivers, and then right down through the field to some young, don't want to call them inexperienced, but they're just finding their feet and heading into the world of motorsport, and certainly going to be very interesting to watch their times come down over the course of the weekend. So it's only early on a Saturday morning, so I'm going to start and stop a little bit with the live stream talking, because I've got to save my voice so I can make it last until Sunday afternoon. As well as not bore everybody to death. So I'll stop and start a little bit. If you tune in and you can't hear me talking, don't worry. Just enjoy the bellbirds and the sound of rally cars out in the forest, as we all do. And also I'm talking to a live spectators here as well. So yeah, we'll mix and match it a little bit. I'll do some talking. I'll do some shutting up. We'll find some people in the crowd later on that we'll bring to you as well. I'm sure there's going to be people, plenty of well-known faces and voices that we know, pop in to say good day and come and have a look at this event. And if we see them in the crowd, we'll certainly be grabbing them to come and have a yarn with them as well. I might get on the move later on, go down to the start control and talk to some people, the service park. So we'll mix it up through the whole course of the weekend. As I mentioned before, if you've got this link, please share it with your friends and family around the country. Make sure everybody knows that it's available where it is. And this will be Matt Davidson, I would imagine. Davidson Motorsport with Amy co-driving. They share driving this car a little bit. Amy, I think, won. I could be correct, but if she didn't win, she done very well in the Yay the Girls Carnacross earlier in the year at the Gold Coast and Tweed. Yay the Girls, which is an all-women in motorsport, all-girl, fully inclusive Carnacross event, which was absolutely amazing, where drivers come from around the country and all compete together. Not too far from here, just up near the Gold Coast, and Amy took outright honours in this car this year at the 2025 Yay the Girls Carnacross. So Amy and Jay Davidson out there as we see that beautiful drone shot sweeping across the countryside here in northern New South Wales. And yeah, so the cars will go the 4 kilometres up. They'll be gathering up there now at the other end. And once we get up to 29 cars, they turn their heads for home and they rally all the way back under competition conditions. So that'll be their first competition pass of the stage. Stage 1 up, stage 2 back, west to east, then east to west, and then back for a service. Then they'll start to get their head around this piece of road, and then the third time, fourth time by this afternoon, I expect we're going to see some really sharp action, and that's when we can really start to tune in and watch these cars and just see who's out in front, who's got the jump, where they're getting their seconds from, because it's a highly technical piece of road when you're sitting there at eye level. There's some nice little blind crests, some really sort of not off camber corners, but very hard to read and judge. But more importantly, whilst that looks like a nice wide verge to the naked eye on the camera, there's no room to move. That table drain is full of moisture, full of rocks. There's grids, there's gullies, there's a lot there that can trick and trip you up very. So you don't want to be leaving this road. Whatever you do, you need to be staying on the road. If you think you're going to have a bit of a spin, you still need to keep that car on the road, because there's plenty there that's going to trip you up and over. And car number 12 we'll expect now. And it's another four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo of Andrew Mill. And he's 41. He's got a circuit racing background. And Jessie Mill as well in the Navigator seat. And she's just a young driver. This is only her second rally. So talking about Navigators and experienced drivers, experienced Navigators, this is an interesting pair. So Andrew Mill and Jessie Mill, I'm going to assume that they're related. I'll have a bit more of a read into their form a bit later on. So I'm going to assume also that it's probably father and daughter. So this is Jessie's second rally, and pace notes, and a very important event to pace notes. Only 4 kilometres long, but essential that you get them right and even keep tuning them over the course of the weekend, because the road and the surface will change a little bit, and you need to be looking for where you can just find that bit of time. There is time in this road, but it's only 4 kilometres long, so to be looking for the jump, it's going to it's going to reward the committed and people who have a lot of trust and faith in their pace notes. So I'm just going to have a spell for a minute, so the audio will go quiet. You'll still hear rally cars and different things, but I'll just turn my voice off for a little bit, have a little bit of a spell, and come back to you shortly. G'day, back again. We're waiting on car number 16 now. Like I said, we're just sort of starting and stopping the commentary and the audio, not being lazy. So if we go quiet for a little bit, I do apologise. Bit of a one-man band here this weekend, but that's okay. We'll have a bit of fun with you as the course of the weekend goes on. So if you just tuned in, we're up to car number 16. You can find all these entry lists and things if you just if you're Googling around and doing some research, go Facebooking for a couple of places you can look for: Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, Working Dog Rally Sprint, and you'll find entry lists and event schedules and all that sort of stuff there. If not, just tune in, listen, and we'll try to tell you as much as we possibly can, as in what's going on, who's who, and who's to expect. The KCF Rally Sport Escort, one of the finest looking and sounding escorts you'll see anywhere in Australia, if not the world, Keith Fackrell, hasn't done a lot of driving and competing of late that I'm aware of, Keith, and this is a bit of a pairing, Keith and Claire Bacchini. They have done a lot of rallying together, but haven't been in the car together for quite some time, but they're gearing up for the big Alpine Rally in a month's time down in East Gippsland, down in Victoria. So if you can hear that sweet, sweet sound, there's beautiful sounds out in the forest here. You hear some bellbirds and some birds, and then you hear a sweet sound of an Escort. The BDA coming our way, and here he is, Keith Escort, in the beautifully prepared Escort. Always prepares and presents beautiful cars. And as you can see, there's very tricky road to read this one. So Keith mixes it up between pace-noted events and blind rallies, and obviously a very expensive motor car that you don't want to be flying off into the scrub. So bit ginger. That crest that he just come over there into that corner, it comes up pretty quick, and it does look very tight. But what we're going to see, particularly in these rear-wheel drive cars later on, as they work out just where their car fits, where they can sort of just let it float wide in and out of the corners, and that's what we're going to look forward to this afternoon. You know, everyone's pretty ginger this morning, as you'd expect. It's the first time any of these people have ever seen this road, apart from when they pace-noted it last night or yesterday afternoon. And yeah, just later in the day, they'll just start sort of scratching seconds out of their time. So we'll pick up some times later on. We're going to be interesting. At a bit of a rough guess, it's a bit over 4 kilometres long. We thought we might just sneak in under the 3 minutes, probably going up this morning, and then by this afternoon and going into tomorrow, we're really going to see the sharp end of the stick, and that's probably going to be, in the 230s, somewhere there. Going to be interesting. Two-wheel drives out in front with Clay Badenoch and Wayne Hoy. Very experienced and drivers and competitors and well-sorted cars. And then you got the entourage of four-wheel drive turbos right behind them. In general, when you get into rallying, a four-wheel drive turbo car will have a pretty big advantage. But maybe not so here. It is open and flowing, and it will reward the experienced and the committed. And it is a free-flowing road, but it's highly technical. So 1 foot wrong, and you could be sort of taking a ball home rather than a rally car. But hopefully we don't see too much of that this weekend. That's not what we're here for. We just want to see some red-hot action out on the stage, and just see some really close competition. But it certainly is a technical road, though, as we see the first little Hyundai come through now. And car number 18, I think it is by the look of it, car 18. And that'll be pedalled by Peter Leake and Ashley Hughes. We'll get to know these guys throughout the course of the weekend, and we'll sort of see who's pushing really hard and who's improving. They're certainly all going to be improving, that's for sure and certain. So young Ashley Hughes is in the passenger seat there, and she's I think this is her first time navigating by the look of it, if we read that correctly. There's nicely done there as we get that shot from the drone. That's a nice corner, that one. They're all nice corners. They're nice straights, they're nice corners, they're nice crests, they're nice gullies, everything's nice. And link them all together, you got one of the sweetest rally stages you'd find anywhere in Australia, if not the world. Only very short, but there's plenty going on from start to finish. We're running nice and steady here this morning, as you'd expect. Very long day ahead, and we're going to tomorrow as well. So if you're just tuning in, make sure you just keep one eye on keep it on your phone. If you found this link, please share it with others all around the place. So this is a wonderful event. A rally sprint is not a new concept by any means. It's been around for years. But what we're doing here on the technological front is just nothing short of amazing, and certainly has the potential to be a national, internationally renowned event for sure and certain. So if you're tuning in and watching us, wherever you may be from, hello and welcome to the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally, Northern New South Wales, Bonalbo. Let's have a little bit of a spell here, and we'll come back to you shortly.
I've got another one coming off the start line.
Back on sound now. We're just, like I said, just a bit of a quiet Saturday morning, so just coming, starting and stopping a little bit, making sure we don't run out of puff. We've got a long weekend ahead, a very long day today and a very long day tomorrow. So keep it interesting. We'll start and stop a little. As we just seen, that was just come through there pretty quick indeed. Was who was that? I'm going to Ian Griffin. I think we're about to see next, or the white WRX that we've seen. Just trying to pick up a name for it. David McJan, and pretty quick. So going to be interesting. It's a seeded field of 29 cars, and theoretically they should be in seeded order, fastest to slowest. But you always end up with a few funny little dark horses in amongst them, and that'll be pretty exciting for us as, of course, the weekend goes over, and we get to know who's really quick, who's pushing hard, and who's just going to ease on into it. And we're getting down to the tail end of this field now. 29 cars all up, heading up. This is their first run through. If you've just tuned into us, stage number 1, as we see a nice Celica rear-wheel drive just sort of come into view. And first look around, and as we expect, car number 24, which will be Ian Griffin and Emmett McNulty. Nice, quiet, tidy car. Certainly a very clean run indeed. And we'll end up with that beautiful shot out of the drone as they make their way up through the valley. Along this 4-kilometre stage at the Working Dogs Hammett. Tyres and More, sorry, you've got that mixed up between the sponsor and the name of the rally. So Tyres and More Hammett, Working Dog Rally Sprint. So the Rally Sprint is no new concept, but certainly what we're doing with drones, phones and cameras and gimbals, certainly is. So pretty exciting time. We got this whole stage covered from start to finish across the sky as well. And obviously we're beaming this audio in as well, so you can hear us all around the place. We got a bit of a crowd starting to gather here up on the hill. And beautiful, spectacular view up in the valley just on the outskirts of Benalbo. So it's literally just on the edge of Benalbo. Everything's based around the bowling club there, but as these rallies do, they utilise the entire community. You can see Benalbo there in the view in the foreground there of the shot from the drone, and that's where the stage starts, literally at the bowling club, right there on the edge of town, 200 metres from the edge, and the stage runs up this valley a bit over 4 kilometres, and they'll all gather up there, the 29 cars, and once the sweep car arrives, they turn their heads for home, and they'll compete back down this very same stretch of road, and as we're going to see 10 times, they're going to do it all up over the course of the weekend. And these guys will get faster and faster and faster and start getting more on the edge and then they'll probably find the ragged edge. And that's when the real heart and mouth stuff's going to come from. And it's also where the rewards are going to come from, and maybe a little bit of pain as well. But anyway, these guys know what they're in for. They know what's at stake. And the rewards are huge. And the trials and tribulations can be big as well. This will be car number 5, Ella Vera, I believe, in the little red. She's been coming on form, and she's been competing at a lot of Kana crosses with the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, but also been doing quite a few rallies this weekend. Got her dad, Paul Vera, in the passenger seat. Paul is a very experienced rally driver, been around for a long time, and now he's been turning his attention and focus to young Ella and her rallying career, and certainly going very well. So it's quite exciting to see her out on a rally stage and been performing very well at all the different events she's been doing throughout the year. So that's Ella Vera. That'll bring us down to car number 25 with 4 to go. And that'll put stage number 1 under our belt on the at the Benalbo Working Dog Rally. If you're watching there on that live stream, that video shot there, that drone shot now, that's the start control, literally right on the very edge of Benalbo. As we see, this will be Kieran and Debbie Greenlash in the Toyota Corolla, just entered stage. And there's a husband and wife team, and they're working very hard to spend all the money, or spending their kids' inheritance, as they call it. And pretty neat little run down there, like not too bad. It's been sort of certainly a bit of a mixture of the speed that we're seeing out of the cars, just literally straight into the first stage of a very long weekend. Only a short stage, but it is a long weekend, so reliability and endurance still comes to play, although the stage itself is only 4 kilometres long, so you pretty much got to give it everything you get, as we start to see like a little bit of a tidy line, a little bit of swept gravel starting to emerge already, and then these guys turn around and compete backwards, so that's going to change the colour and the braking and the sort of traction areas of this road as they come back. So the transformation of this road is going to be really interesting over the course of the weekend. Even to the most experienced rally drivers, there's going to be a bit of uncertainty and unknown things going to sort of transpire. So yeah, there's a lot of curiosity and a lot of inquisitive people, from experienced to inexperienced drivers, co-drivers and teams, really having a go. So this weekend is going to be interesting. We've got 29 cars. This is the first time we've run this rally sprint. But it certainly has the potential to grow into something enormous, and be a nationally and internationally renowned event, and something to sort of really watch and look forward to and keep an eye out for in years to come. So here at Benalbo, New South Wales, here in Australia, if you might be some sort of global audience, that'd be pretty exciting. And looking back right up the valley there, as you can see, what a spectacular shot. walking back into town there, little town of Benalbo. As we see and hear a car take off the start line. Entered the stage, and this will be Grant and Neil Ecorn in a Holden Gemini. And this is a father and son pairing, and they certainly just enjoy their rallying, have a bit of fun. And you can see they're certainly giving it all a little bit. This is a pretty neat little machine, this one, the Gemini Coupe. It's got a little bit of grunt, and certainly nice and wild and woolly, and certainly got a handful of steering wheel trying to keep that on the road. Plenty of grip right in the two wheel tracks, and very little elsewhere. But high powered rear wheel drive there, just trying to keep those rear wheels on the road, but having plenty of fun. Father and son pair there of Grant and Neil Ecorn. You see a lot of our sponsors there will just pop up in the corner of the screen if you're watching in and tuning into us. Kick-Ass, Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club is the organising club. Dog and Bull Benalbo, that's the pub in town. Got a big street party downtown tonight. This rally, the guys who organise this rally, the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, put in a massive effort to make sure the entire town and community are fully immersed and involved in this entire event, and every single business and people benefit, the whole region, the whole Shire. Benefit and enjoy. So there's certainly a financial footprint that the rally brings to town, but it's not all about money. It's about sort of friendship, mateship, connections, and just doing something very exciting. So yeah, great little community spirit, this little town. It's a wonderful place to visit, and you certainly come out here anytime. You don't have to come when there's a car rally on. As you can see, virtual security guard, that's part of our online where we're sort of pulling some vision from, which we've got cameras at the start and the finish and all the way around the stage as well. So accent on stone bench tops, and we'll see car number 28, 2 to go in this stage, and it's a little Datsun Stanza, Wayne Meyer with the co-driver Stephen Mitchell, and they've been involved in rallying for over 40 years and built a few cars as well. This car's got a little bit of a history, used to punt around Queensland everywhere, so drivers with a bit of experience, a car with a bit of experience, a neat little Datsun Stanza there, rear-wheel drive. Datsun Stanzas are no strangers to rally stages since the 1970s, and even Datsuns go way back longer than that again. So a few old drivers, a few old punters, a few old cars. We've got it all here. We've got modern cars, four-wheel drive, turbocharged, rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, you name it. No V8s, unfortunately, so that's always a bit of a spectacular sight and sound, but all little four-cylinders. But pretty quick little cars nonetheless. So this is stage number 1. We've got one car to go to make it 29 going up. And hopefully we'll have 29 coming back like old Mother Duck. 29 rally cars went out one day. There we go. This will be our last car for stage number 1. So first stage, last car number 29, and that's Gary Reid and John. I'm going to get my tongue around his surname in a little while. Let me just have a couple of cracks at it. It's Sandersky, I reckon it'll be. Let's have a crack at that. Let's call it Sandersky. I hope I'm sort of doing it right. It's a 1976 Datsun 180B and a pretty neat and tidy car. And got a fair bit of rally history there in the co-driver's seat. Gary Reid's done a fair bit as well. And been rallying down to Victoria, and here he is in northern New South Wales, and here comes our sweep car, closely followed behind the last rally car, which means they'll go through, tidy up, make sure all the signs are up. No damage on the road, no broken cars. And once we get the green light and the thumbs up, we'll spin them around and back they'll come again. And then they'll be a little bit faster this time through. And then that'll be stage number 3, and they'll be a little bit quicker again. And then they'll be a little bit quicker again. And by this afternoon, she'll be on. It'll be very, very exciting, heart and mouth sort of stuff. Going to be great. Where we are at a spectator point, coming from this way now, from the left to right or east to west, we get to see them a little bit longer and get a little bit more feel, I think, for the actual ground speeds that they have. Coming into our spectator area, probably one of the longest straights, so it's going to be very, very exciting. Just looking at it, probably a bit of a wild guess. They'd be just sort of picking up 4th gear maybe, but then they're sort of probably a little bit of hard braking until they get used to it. It's a very narrow culvert. It's a relatively straight and pretty easy bit of road, but there's a tricky little culvert there which can be a bit daunting. So that's where sort of rally driving experience will come into it, and it'll be interesting to watch these wily old foxes up the front of the field, and then through sort of a lot of inexperience, but over the course of the weekend it's going to be wonderful to watch them and just develop that confidence and experience. And you see them corners there now where the where that Datsun just went through. They're very tricky and intimidating. It looks like nothing on the from the drone, from the camera, you think, oh, that's a sweet bit of road, that's quite easy. But where he is there now on the right-hand side, there's about a 200-foot drop down to that river. So it's quite narrow, and you just have to get it right. There's no room for error, but there's also room to pick up time. So if you're here to win it and you're looking for seconds or half a seconds, through that little complex where they are there now is one of the places where you'll make some time. Have to be extremely careful because there's a massive drop on the right-hand side there down to the river, and then he's coming up to a really tight grid there now, on a blind crest down into a sharp right-hander, and then the massive drop is on your left-hand side. So it's pretty exciting stuff, and he's heading towards the end of the stage there now. So there's a lot going on. It doesn't look too much on camera, but there's a fair bit going on there, and it's going to be a very exciting competition to watch over the course of the weekend as we see the fire truck head up, sweep car's gone up. Now we'll just wait for them to gather up, turn around, and as you see a bit of a water splash there right as they cross the flying finish. Through a bit of a water splash, and there they are there, all gathered up there now as we pick up that live vision from the camera. That's the finish control, so that's the end of stage 1. That's now going to become the start control, the start of stage 2. So very interesting event here, very exciting. So I hope you're watching in. Please share the link around with all your friends and family all around the country, all around the world. Plenty to watch. It's very exciting. There's catering up there at the finish control, the start control, the regroup point, and all the way through. And so we're just going to reset the stage, and then we're going to come on back, and we'll get going again, and we'll get into stage 2. So we'll just give the voice a spell because it's a very, very long weekend. 2 days of rallying here at Benalbo, and I want to keep talking and bringing this event to you all weekend. So sit back, relax, enjoy, and we'll just keep bringing you the action here live from Benalbo, northern New South Wales. Yeah, you'll notice there, folks, if you can, if you're sort of live or watching, you'll see as the sweep car goes through, we get our last rally car go through, then the sweep car will go through, and then we sweep through with the fire brigade and the ambulance because they need to be swap ends. So they sit at the start control in case they're needed in stage. So when we do the big reset, we're not just sort of going, right, start, let's race back again. We actually have to move our event resources from one end of the stage to the other, which now becomes a start. So as you can see, we'll always... Very, very impressive. So it's a very safe event. We see the fire brigade there. We've got ambulance, so we've got a live full medical intervention. Hopefully we won't be needing it, but it's right there when and if we do. And so we just got to transport them up to what now becomes the start of the stage and keep doing that switcheroo all over the course of the weekend. So there's a fair bit going on.
fill you in with what's going on. That was stage number 1, so all 29 competitors have now rallied up the stage and they're all gathered up at the other end, and we just need to reset everything. So take the ambulance, the fire brigade, all our event resources and infrastructure all need to go now up to what becomes the start of the stage, and then once that's all reset and organised, do a bit of a shuttle bus, rally a few people in and out of town. If you want to utilise the shuttle bus, you're most welcome to do so, and it'll only happen between stages. So once the 29 cars have gone up, we'll do a reshuffle with the shuttle bus, most welcome to utilise it. Otherwise, you go on a bit of a mountain hike through the scrub there and around. So just a bit of a break here now while we're sort of just resetting the stage, and then they'll all rally back into town and keep repeating that throughout the course of the afternoon.
G'day again and welcome back. Just a bit of a break in the traffic there while we reset all our, we've done one stage up if you're just tuning in to us. Welcome here to the Working Dog Rally Benalbo. We've just done stage number 1, so that's pretty exciting, and all went up without a hitch, which is very exciting. 29 cars up. We're going to get 29 cars coming back. You'll just see a bit of activity there with fire trucks and ambulances, things, zero cars, sweep cars moving around. All that is we're moving it from the start of the section up to the finish, which now turns around and becomes a start. So they'll head on back. So pretty exciting times as we see this event and concept unfold. And we'll just have a bit of a look at some times here now. Just stage number 1, a little bit indicative of what's going on, but maybe not so. Long weekend to go, and but really interesting. Craig Aggio, as expected. We certainly expected to see him there tomorrow afternoon. Maybe I didn't expect to see him straight out. So he's done it. Oh, they're already done 2:25. So I guess that they'd do a 2:30. Someone asked me yesterday, how long will it take? And I said, probably 2 minutes 30. I probably didn't expect that straight up this morning, but it's a tad over 4 kilometres, and they're already doing a 2:25. So by this afternoon, I don't know whether they're going to pull 10 seconds out of this road. Maybe they can. So that's a 2:15. Yeah, going to be interesting to watch this over the course of the afternoon. Next, pretty exciting, Mara. That's the a little way down the field. I'll just pick up a number here. Just getting to know who's who here. Car number 8, Andrew Mauer and Brett Kerr have done a second fastest time, only a second behind, a 2:26. Jeff and Donna Kilbride, we mentioned them, at 2:29. We're going to see a lot out of them over the course of the weekend. All the four-wheel drives are up there. I really thought the quicker two-wheel drives would be up there, but I'm sure they're going to be over a little bit later on. Springer, that's in their Subaru. The car 9 Springer's a 2:29, and then we did the 2:30s there. Taylor's, and the first of the rear-wheel drives is Clay Badenoch back in at a 2:34. So then Jansen, O'Brien, Davidson, Jan, Mill, Hoy does a 2:42. Yeah, interesting. Keith Fackrell's in for a 2:45. And spread across the field, we'll just go C right down to the bottom. Done a 3:05. So the whole field is covered within 30 seconds. So not bad for a stretch of road from the level of experience from the front to the back. So the front cars are a 2:25. I thought they'd be doing a 2:30 later today, but they're already done a... no, I apologise, not a 2... Let me go back up. Yeah, so Craig Aggio at the moment, which sort of, it's indicative, but it probably means nothing at this stage of the game. It's only stage 1 into a very long weekend. It does a 2:25, a second behind. Andrew Maurer at a 2:26, and then Jeff and Donna Kilbride at 2:29, and then Springer Taylor gets into the 2:30s. So anyway, that gives us something to think about and start with, and it won't be long before we see the 0 car back out on stage, and then that means car 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way through to 29, and away they'll go again, and the action will still get faster and faster. We're going to have plenty of people here over the course of the weekend. My name's Jamie Lawson. Hello, welcome to our live stream. Hope you're listening in from somewhere. and I'll be chatting away throughout the course of the afternoon. We'll have a few guests come in and share the microphone with us. Another friend, John McCready, is going to come and do a little bit of talking as well, a voice that's quite well known. Here we go. If you're on screen now, great time to have a look at it, and you can see the stage. And this is going to be really interesting over the course of the weekend. This is interesting enough to start with. As mentioned, Craig Aggio out in front there in the 2:25. Very impressive. I knew he'd be there tomorrow afternoon. I didn't think he'd be so far up. He'll be pretty excited about that, but he's a real level-headed player, so and he's a good stayer. So if he's up there already, he's not going to relinquish that, but he's only got to buy a second over Andrew Maurer, and then a couple of seconds back to Jeff and Donna Kilbride. I've got to ask him a little bit more about that car, or somebody who might know. I've been a bit out of touch with rallying over this side of the world for a while, so it's always interesting to when someone pops up in a new car and where it come from, why they're in it. And it's the first time I personally have seen Jeff in a four-wheel drive car anyway, so must be a bit of a story behind that. He's normally in a rear-wheel drive. Maybe the kids stole all the other rally cars. He can't get near him. He had to go and buy one, something for him to drive. So anyway, I certainly hope you're enjoying our live stream. It's interesting, and like I said, something new here. The rally sprints aren't new. Rallying isn't new, been around forever. But certainly the technology here is quite exciting for us rallying in Australia. And you also see it's brought to us by Tyres and More Hammett, Working Dog Rally Sprint, which is the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club. And the other very significant thing there you might watch, which is very exciting, is the insurance provider, the governing body of this is the AASA and AMSAG. So if you're into motorsport and understand how all the dynamics work, basically you need a governing body, someone that can share that responsibility, and for all intents and purposes, an insurance company who can help you run this event and bring the infrastructure together, all the technicals, the sporting regulations, that sort of stuff. And this event is run under AMSAG and the Australian Autosport Alliance Group, which is very exciting. First time it's been done up in this neck of the woods. And I've been to a lot of events all around Australia, and you wouldn't find anything more world-class than this. This is equal to or better than any, certainly, rally I've ever sort of witnessed or been a part of. So full credit to all the people behind this amazing event. And it's certainly a great credit to all involved. And it's going to set a precedence. It's going to set a benchmark. That's for sure and certain. It's only a very short rally. It's a rally sprint. It's not a full-bore rally. Rallies traditionally sort of go all day and into the night and all over multiple stages. This is one stretch of road, 4 kilometres long. They rally up, they rally back. And you certainly, it's a great format and just a glorious stretch of road. And certainly we're going to see, I'm not sure what the plan is with this rally, whether it's to do it every single year, every second year, I'm not sure. But certainly this is the first year that they've run it. And without question, we're going to see this grow into something absolutely massive, either on site, the quality of cars, the quality of the people, the volumes of people. But online audience is going to be huge around the world. So wherever you're tuning in from, hello and welcome to downtown Benalbo. Stage 1's done and moving on again now.
Your headset working? Yeah. Did you put some ND into it? Do you want to power it so you're not on the battery?
Oh, it's good. Just took it off for a bit to the boiler, right?
The adapter. Fuck, everything's real hot, eh? Put your hat over it. Or do you want here, put my hat over it?
I'll plug it back in when I go. I just thought I'd...
No. There. Oh, you've not... Oh, stop recording. To get that drone going.
What do you reckon? It's a cable going into the...
How's your zoomy going?
Yeah, right. Is it focused?
Yeah, looks good.
On that shit.
You'll have to... You can move this so you're not like... We need to put a monitor on there for you so you can stand here and just do that. No, it looks good because it's only just been you and me. So once they drop into it, you can leave you here. Anyway, looking good.
Back again, folks, and g'day, wherever you might be tuning in from. You'll see, if you're watching the live stream, you would have seen a little Gemini just take off the start control. That's our Zero car. So, and right on the start line there now is Clay Badnock and Larissa Bigger. Well, it's got car number 1, first car on road it is. They're running car number 1 this weekend. Not running first at the moment, though. As you can see our leaderboard on the right there. There are a few down. They're currently in 6th, which is a bit of a surprise for Clay. But, hey, it's a long weekend with 10 stages to go all up. And so they're 2:25. What they do? 2:25 as well, 2:34. 2:34. So they're about 10 seconds off the pace running up, which is probably a fair chunk, really, when you think a little rally sprint. Well, let's see what happens in this. 10 seconds, a pretty big jump. And Craig Adjio's got them at the moment, as has Andrew Maurer. So they've come out of the block pretty quick. It's not much of a lead, but hey, a lead's a lead, and 4 seconds in a 4-kilometre stage is a pretty handy. So let's see. This is going to be interesting competition. Jeff and Donna Kilbride right in amongst them, and the vision is just fantastic. This wait till you see what we've got installed. You haven't seen the best yet. So hopefully you can hear us okay. Hello, welcome if you just tuned in. We're coming to you live from a little township called Benalbo in northern New South Wales, and a rally sprint called Working Dog Rally Sprint here in Benalbo, and great little concept and pretty exciting. So we've got 0 car on stage now, just waiting for that to be cleared, and then we'll go rallying. Clay Badnock, Larissa Bigger, car number 1 or first car on road, and then now we've got some times to have a look at. The competition begins, and the competition will start to unfold. And these corners are just so exciting. To the naked eye on camera, they might not look a lot, but it's just so technical. If you have a look through there, just a little bit of a weave. There's a culvert and a sharp gully left and right, and particularly back up near the start where they're starting from this go around, which we'll see. There's a lot of really sharp drop-offs. There's so much going on the side of the road. So the road itself is really fast, plenty of grip. Very difficult to read. You're coming into some really blind corners. It's a pace-noted event, which is great. It needs to be, and that's where, you know, people like here, Clay and Larissa, have so much experience on pace notes. They've got to believe in them and have faith in them, have trust in them. But hopefully nobody gets it wrong. But yeah, interesting, great piece of road, absolutely gorgeous, and it's certainly their smiles on these people's faces are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger all weekend. First go run up is probably a bit daunting. I first drove the stage yesterday afternoon, and I thought, geez, what have we got here? This will be pretty difficult. But then we sort of drove it a couple of times when the guys were out pace noting. So just to sort of get my headed around a little bit, and just so I could memorise it, so I can just tell you a little bit more about the stage and just what's actually going on. And it is a sweet bit of road, and it's going to reward those that really love to go on full commitment. Some people love pace noting, some people don't. Not really my cup of tea, but this is an environment where they're really they're great because everyone can just work in harmony. A sweet car, sweet driver, sweet navigator, and when the whole package comes together, you're going to put in pretty big time. I guess yesterday I thought they'd sort of get down to the 230s on this stretch of road, but they've already knocked that out of the park. So my guess was wrong. Front cars have done a 225. What's left in this bit of road, I've got no idea. It's going to be interesting. I'll have to talk to a few people who have a bit of experience. And just see what their guesstimates and estimates are. Obviously, like any competition, whether it's a race on a circuit or a blind stage or a rally sprint, you know, people just keep getting quicker and quicker. They get more confident. They get to know the road. The road changes and works in their favour. You know, the gravel gets swept off, and you just work out little places where you can sort of trim up. And, you know, yeah, there's probably 10 seconds in it. Whether there's any more than that, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. But, by golly, it's pretty impressive. So as we see Clay Badnock, rear-wheel drive Celica on the start line. A little bit going to warm up here today. Storms are forecast, even if they come. Won't really bother us too much apart from probably having to put a few cameras away and drones away. And massive storm blew through here last night with lightning and thunder and rain, and won't bother the road at all. It'll actually probably work in its favour. So wet weather won't bother this event, other than we might just have to put a little bit of cameras and technology away and out of the weather while it blows through. So let's have a look at some times here. So if we have a look, so Clay's done a 2:34, so he's about 10 seconds off the pace in terms of overall. Only one stage. I think this one will give us a really good telltale, you know, just who's going to probably sort of dial in a little bit more. Obviously people just made different decisions going up. They sort of thought, right, we're going to have a crack right from the get-go. And which is smart, because a rally sprint, it's hard to pull time out of people on such a short piece of road. So it could be a good decision to go full commitment right from the first stage. Like Craig's already got the jump. Out he goes. And we're away as we see that nice little water splash there right off stage 1. And it won't be very long at all before we actually come into our view where we're standing. We're about 3.5 kilometres into the stage, and have a look at this. This drone, that's actually a drone shot. It's not actually sitting on top of the car, but he'll tuck in behind the car in a minute and just have a look at this. This is world class, coming to you live from Benalbo here at the Working Dog Rally Sprint, and this car is actually right above the rally car. So you'll see Clay slipping underneath here in a minute, and around he'll come. And as we see Wayne Hoy on start line there now too. So two super quick cars, some of the most experienced drivers in Australia. Wayne Hoy, a true champion, and a pleasure to drive. Alan Steen, he won the rally here last year with Wayne's son Clayton. So a lot of history, a lot of interest in there. Actually, Alan was supposed to retire then, but you can't keep an old dog down. And why not? You wouldn't miss an opportunity to jump in the car with his old mate Wayne. And I even thought they could even be a potential to take the event outright. So a bit off the pace on the first go up, but let's see what gets turned around as we see Clay and Larissa come into view now off the drone. And like I said, it's a sweet bit of road, and we'll start to come into earshot soon. That's Saliga. Baden Civil, bought just by Baden Civil, and that is actually Clay, so it's quite ironic as we see that drone now slipping behind Clay, and we can just go take one earmuff off one ear, and we'll get to see him sort of come into our view as he jumps across the grid and down. And this is a really tight corner, this one. Very, very tricky. So lovely corner, but just on the right side there's nothing there at all. So you got to get that one right, and then come up into a really nice, fast section of road, which comes into our view. Probably one of the fastest parts of the whole stage will be here now. Certainly fourth gear, might even be touching fifth gear by this afternoon. Across this little technical culvert, and look at that, he's gotten it all right. That's the way to rally drive, Clay. How exciting. Just uses the inside left, those poor little... I don't think there's going to be too many guideposts left on this stretch of road by this afternoon, and looking straight down now, he's about 200 metres off the finish control, and as he heads back into Benalbo, and that's what we sort of come to see, is this really exciting rally cars, rally driving on the ragged edge, using every bit. And obviously Clay and probably Wayne in a minute, which we're going to see, they've probably gone up and realised they've been towed up by 10 seconds, and that's not going to happen. So all these guys are capable of an outright win. And see Craig Adgie on the start line, which means Wayne is out on stage in the green 240Z. So this is all happening, and it's going to get faster and faster as the weekend goes on. So it's going to be pretty tricky for us to keep up to you. We've got everything going. We've got times, and we've got vision, and we've got notes, and people coming from everywhere. But anyway, we'll just do our best and blunder through it. If you just tuned in, welcome. Hello to the Walking Dog Rally Sprint here at Benalbo. And it's a very long weekend ahead, and have a look at that sweet shot. A green Datsun 240Z. If you like your old school classics, this is the one for you. Old school classic driver, old school classic navigator, and old school classic car. But still an outright contender, as we've seen. Not sure if Wayne's off to the Alpine in a couple of weeks or not. He certainly did. I just can't remember the entry list, heading down there. But this is Wayne Hoy. His son Clayton's doing a lot of rallying and big name up in lights. Lately, he won this event last year here. It was around the New South Wales and Queensland Rally Championship. And with Alan Steen in the passenger side. So Alan taking a few awards away from this neck of the woods. And here he is again. He was supposed to retire, but he's out with his mate Wayne, navigating again. One of the most experienced navigators you'd find anywhere in the country, Alan Steen. And here he comes now into our view, so we can start to see him and hear him live. And very exciting coming down into a fast part of the course, and still a bit of loose gravel around, so ginger, but that bit there by this afternoon is almost go, don't lift. The Brave is going to come into there, a little bit of a dip through the culvert, but not really enough to upset or unsettle the car. So by the time they come back in the third and fourth round, they're going to be going so fast down this straight, almost into a don't even lift through that little bit of a culvert. And Clay's already trimmed up a little bit there and taken out 2 guideposts, so that'll open it up for others. And then we'll see some grass flattened and back into the trees and back into Benalbo, as you can see if you're watching the live stream shot there now. That's the service park at the bowling club. So they finished the stage, and they're literally only 200 metres back to their service park, where they will gather up again and come back and do it again 10 times over the course of this whole weekend. So she's on. It's a busy weekend, by golly. And we'll bring some interesting times to you over the course of the weekend. We know Craig Aggio's up front there now at a 2:25. So going to be interesting to see coming back. It's probably a better road coming back, I think. It's probably a little bit easier to read coming back as from a rally driver's point of view. So we might see just by nature a faster trip back. But then it's just going to change as people get more and more confident with the road in general. Going up, it's a funny little, there's some funny little crests and corners there to actually read, and therefore, you know, you're washing off speed, maybe unnecessarily, but obviously with good pace notes and a few runs over, you'll get faster and faster. That corner that Craig's coming into now is quite tricky. You'll see that big drop on the right-hand side there. It just cannot get it wrong. That's a good appreciation there for the road. As you'll see, that's coming into our view now. Really long, fast, straight here, just gun barrel. Everything you got. First gear, fourth gear, fifth gear. Don't know how many gears Craig's got, but he's got plenty. And he comes in nice and tidy through that culvert. And still a little bit of loose gravel there. That car's currently leading, only by about a second. Oh, it is only by 1 second. So very impressive. So Craig Adja has got the jump on Andrew Maurer. So Toyota GR Yaris out in front, and the Mitsubishi Evo 6 currently sitting second. And as we see, so Jeff and Donna Kilbride will be out on stage now. They'll start to come into view somewhere on one of our cameras or under our view. They're currently sitting third. So I knew they'd be a bit of a dark horse over the weekend. I didn't think they'd poke their nose in there quite so early. So that's pretty exciting stuff. And yeah, pretty eager to see some times out of this second stage, because I think some people have had a little bit of a wake-up call and thought, gee, we better not go to sleep at the wheel here. We better get cracking, otherwise these people are going to sneak away on us. And here comes Jeff and Donna Kilbride in the grey Subaru WRX, currently sitting third at a 2:29, so about 4 seconds off the faster car. Let's see, very, very experienced, this pair. Donna's she's not the oldest, but she's been navigating in Queensland. Queensland Rally Champion. I think she told me there once she was one of the very first females to use pace notes here in Queensland, so no stranger to the passenger side of the car, no stranger to rallying, and also no stranger to pace notes. So as we get this beautiful shot tucked up in underneath the car, obviously pushing pretty hard as the car gets a little bit wonky coming into the grid and coming into quite a technical little culvert there. And then and they are one big motorsport family, absolutely fanatical. You'll hear the name Kilbride all around rallying all over Australia, from Ethan Kilbride, he's rallying here this weekend. Holly Kilbride's been in the passenger seat with Toby Price at a bunch of events this year, and was actually here last year and leading the event until they didn't fly off the road, but sort of went for a bit of an excursion off the road. As we see Jeff and Donna Kilbride, and Mia Kilbride, Holly Kilbride, Donna Kilbride, Jeff Kilbride. So there's Kilbrides everywhere, and motorsport mad family, and all very, very good at it. Very good competitors. Adam O'Brien in the Bear Motorsport will be next in line, and on the start line there, I reckon, will be Simon Jansen in the Evo 6. So pretty interesting mixture of cars. If you everybody likes different things: front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, turbos, and Evos, WRXs. We've got the lot here. No real sort of wild and woolly sort of ring-in ones. Sometimes here, you'll see some Audi Quattros and some V8 Commodores and different things. So nothing sort of too left field, sadly, this weekend, but still a very high-quality field of cars, all going super reliably, which is what we want to see. 29 cars start. We want to see 29 cars finish, all nice and straight, and some really tight competition throughout the course of the weekend is what we love to see, and it'll come down to hundredths of seconds. Going to be great to sort of watch. There's a 2:35, which is Adam O'Brien in car number 6. Adam O'Brien and Eli O'Brien went up at a 2:35, so about 10 seconds off the pace going up, but maybe not necessarily indicative of what's going to happen over the course of the weekend, because it's a long way to go. And we'll hope you're enjoying the commentary from home or wherever you might be. We'll just stop and start over the course of the weekend. I've got a few other people going to come in and give me a bit of a hand and give me a bit of a spell. It's a long weekend talking on a microphone, that's for sure. But when there's plenty of action going on, it gives you plenty of content. And really nice there, carrying some committed speed down into that little gully. And really looking forward to some runs this afternoon when there's going to be who's brave enough to come through there and not back off. There'll be it can be done. How soon, we're just not real sure. There's a little bit of a bump there that upsets the car a little, but if somebody's got the confidence in the car and knows how it works, once that gravel's swept away, got a bit more confidence in the grip line, going to be pretty cool coming out of that little gully, and that's where they're going to get the time from. Yeah, not too many dips in this whole stretch. They come off that start line there through a bit of a creek, which is nice and smooth. They hit that full, and then not too many potholes in the whole thing. This is one of them just in front of us here. So going to be interesting to watch. So we might find out where, if you're sitting at home, you might be able to send us a message or something and say good day. Let us know who you are, where you're watching from, And we'd love to know what you're up to and what you think of the live stream and who you think might win. That's what I'm interested in. Who's here? Who's I only know what I know. We might get a number or a messenger page or something. We'll find out. We'll talk to the big boss and the techno gurus. Find out where you can send us a message and let me know who you think is in it to win it this weekend. And because I've got so many, I know the sort of people who will be out there watching this. And a lot of you guys know these drivers a lot better than I do. You know the cars, you know the drivers, you know the history, you know what they've been doing this year, you know, when they're hungry. And so, yeah, I love to watch the competition. And here we go. So not too much time taken out of the run back. It's been very interesting. Craig Aggio went up in a 2:25 and he's come back at a 2:24. So that's pretty interesting. So and then Clay Badenoch back in a 2:29, so a bit closer, but still a bit off the pace. Wayne Hoy comes back in a 2:30, so and then Jeff Gilbride at 2:32. So wow, what a mix-up! That's going to be fascinating. Looks like Craig Aggio is still out in front, as we see here. This will be the Jensen WRX. Comes in there with a little bit of a commitment, and yep, that's Simon Jensen. And he's been rallying for over 35 years, so he's no stranger to the bush. And certainly he sort of had some title wins down in Tasmania, little front-wheel drives. And here he is in a all-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo, so pretty tidy competitor. And a bit of an older Mitsubishi there now. The Evo 6 just went through. This is where it all began in the VR4. So this is where the evolution came from when they sort of come out of the Lancers and the rear-wheel drives. So they sort of went from the Lancers and then they evolved into the Starions. They hit the top of the charts there through the, what would it be, early 80s, I guess, when the Starions come on, and that was all the be-all and end-all. They all sort of come out of the Glance and the Lancers, and then the Starions come on, and thought, these things look pretty cool, and varying degrees of success, but there was a very, very fast transition until the four-wheel drive turbocharged things started hitting, and then away it went from there, and there's no looking back. The VR4s, the Subaru Leones, come on board and took the world by storm, and all of a sudden it just changed the colour of rallying everywhere. You know, all of a sudden it went from this incredible flamboyant rooster tailing Group G rally cars sliding around the roads to these railway track ultra fast, and about a similar time when pace noting started sort of being introduced to championship rallying, and all of a sudden rallying it was always fast, but blind rallies, you know, day and night, that sort of stuff, and started getting faster and faster, down to something like this, where it's just an ultra-fast sprint race. It's a 4-kilometre beautiful stage, and there's a place for everything. There's still some long-distance endurance events out there, which is what I personally enjoy down south. Heartland Rally, Alpine Rally's coming up. Next year there's a Flinders to Fleurieu Rally, the Sunraysia Safari Rally, which is a cross-country style event. So still lots of old school, what you'd call old style, long distance endurance blind rallies. And then here we are, you know, we've got the Australian Rally Championship. And then, of course, here is an incredible concept where we can just bring the entire stage to you from beginning to end. And as we just see, that was the Mauras. They're currently sitting in second, Andrew Maura. So he learned down in Nabiac, so he's been driving since the age of 12. And that's one to keep an eye on. So currently sitting in 12. We'll look forward to his time coming out second. He was only 1 second behind Aggio on the run up and the run back to town. So there's a couple of sleepers further down. They'll just remind me who they are. You'll have to excuse me. I've got a bit of a dusty, croaky voice. And so if I switch the microphone off very fast, it just means I've gone and dived for a drink of water. And rather than cough into the microphone, or if I do that, I do apologise. It had a bit of a, excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to clock off for 2 seconds. See the black VR4 coming in now, which is car number 9. which, no, it's not. Oh, sorry. It's yes, it is car number 9, James Taylor. So James Taylor and Stephen Jordan, the Mitsubishi VR4, the nice black, real tidy car, this one, and having a bit of a crack as well. And went on the run up. You could tell on the way up he was sort of quite committed. Others were going up gingerly, just taking it easy. He was sort of having a bit of a crack, which is exciting. He went up in fifth, so done a 2:33 on the way up, so not too far off the mark. And obviously letting his intentions known that he's here for a good time, not a long time, and wants to try and put it in a pretty tidy event result. This will be Matt Davidson and Matt and Amy Davidson in the WRX on the start line. About to enter stage, which means we've probably also got the Springer and Hoey WRX mid-stage as well. So when we're all going here at the moment, we've nearly got 3 cars on stage. We've sort of got one near the end of the stage, one in the middle, and one sitting on the start line. So it's punching them through pretty quick and pretty intense to keep up with between cameras and drones and everything else in between. And so certainly if you're back home and enjoying this this live feed, I hope you are anyway. It's certainly enjoyable to watch. It's as most people who have followed rallying around, it can be some pretty lonely, boring times out in the forest when you trudge up into the scrub and you're waiting for the cars and they're 2 minutes apart and can be a long time in between. But here we go. We've got the advancement of technology. We've got mobile service here, so you can pull out your phone and get into the live stream, and you can watch the rally cars live here in front of you, and also keep an eye on your phone. And or you could be sitting in a lounge chair in Sydney or Dubai or somewhere else around the world, or, excuse me, or just had a phone call from a friend. He was driving on his way here, and he was listening to us. Couldn't watch, of course, because he's driving. But this one had an interesting story as well. I'll just pick up the car number. This is car number 10, and this is his second rally in this car, and he stepped up from a two-wheel drive and into the Maximus Motorsport WRX, and we're going to see some really interesting things. He went up in a 2:32, which is a pretty tidy time, so pretty relatively new outing in this car, and so that'll be one we're going to watch over the course of the weekend without doubt, and is going to improve, and that's Christian Springer and Nicola Hoey. So that'll be one we'll... car number 10, the Springer Motorsport, Christian Springer, done a 2:32 on the way up. We'll just come back to our times here, heading back down. So heading up was 2:25, 2:26s, heading back. Some done exactly the same time, some went slower. So all around the same. So Agio went up, come back in at 2:24. Kilbride's come back in at 2:32. Wayne Hoy, oh yeah, something's going on the way up, I reckon. He should have been quicker, done a 2:42 on the way up. You wouldn't expect much to go wrong in a 4-kilometre stage, but it was a bit of an odd time. I wasn't real sure. Could even be something in timing there, but he's come back into 2:30, which is certainly the quickest two-wheel drive. We'll just find out where Badenoch was in amongst there. 2:29. So no, Badenoch's got Hoy. So that's an interesting battle with the two-wheel drive cars there. So she's all happening here at the Working Dog Rally Sprint Benalbo. We're about halfway through our 29 cars, and on the second stage, heading back to town, they'll go into service, and then it won't be very long. They spin them around, and back they come again, and up and down like a yo-yo all weekend till tomorrow afternoon. So going to be some interesting results. So just going to flick the microphone off for a couple of seconds and just have a little bit of a spell and a cold drink of water, and we'll come back to you very shortly. Enjoy the vision. Well, here we go. We're wide for sound here this weekend. I'm not sort of used to, done a bit of commentary in my time, but not used to this sort of dialed in. Everyone just looking at someone's phone. So all the comments, we got John McCready, I was just talking to you before, and Clint Clooney, g'day there, let's go. Richo Clooney, got some fan clubs all around the place. Good luck and have fun, everyone. Don't forget to visit the Working Dog statue in the village. We'll do that. He's waiting for a pat. Go down. That's what the Working Dog Rally's all about. If you wonder why it's called the Working Dog Rally, but Benalbo is the home of the working dog, like the farm working dog, literally. So we always celebrate that when we come here. So the Working Dog Rally. G'day to Taylor back in Alice Springs. Join the commentary. And so good. So thanks, everybody. G'day there, Greg Vol. Keep the comments coming. We'll it's pretty we're sitting out here in the bush enjoying this rally, and it's interesting to know that we've got a wide audience all across Australia and everybody watching in and beaming in, and certainly hope you're enjoying it. It's very exciting action. It's only 4 kilometres from the start to the end of the stage, but there's plenty going on, that's for sure, from water splashes to jumps to crests to curves. And I do apologise, I've got a bit of a cough, so got a bit of a tickly throat this weekend. And I've got a long weekend of talking to go, so I've got a bottle of water and plenty of fishermen's friends, and anyway, together we'll blunder our way through it, and we'll have a good weekend. As we see Kyogle Council there, logo in the corner, and these events just can't happen without a massive, everybody cooperating and working together, from sponsors, supporters to volunteers. Just incredible. We got here yesterday afternoon, and obviously the rally didn't start for another 14 hours away, but just people out mowing the verge of the grass, and this stuff just doesn't happen by accident. You know, hire toilets and bunting all around, and live streams and drones and cables and digging trenches by hand, and just the blood, sweat and tears to go into one little 4 kilometre stretch of road. The passion is absolutely incredible, and it's driven by On the Brink Motorsport and the Gold Coast Tweed Motorsport Club and everybody who rallies in behind them. So and then you guys can enjoy it from back home, from wherever you might be. Obviously it's a long way to travel to Benalbo. Not everybody can make it here. So with the advent of modern technology, here we are. You're watching us coming from the sky. Look at that. Beam me up, Scotty, as we tuck in behind that neat little Toyota Celica. And rear-wheel drive car. What a magnificent view. And this will be James Wilson and Angus Fraser in the RA23 Celica, car number 14. And that's coming into our view now, so we get to see it live. And it's really cool, because when they're coming back at us in this direction, it's probably the fastest part of the entire 4 kilometre road. Does a little bit of old school rally in there, just a bit of Ove Anderson, and hard on the brakes, let the tail just flick and fish tail a little, and does a really neat job. And that's going to become a pretty exciting part of the road as the course of the weekend goes. Then when they spin around and head back the other way, now they've got the confidence. They'll sort of hit that culvert faster, but they'll have to start to use the outside edge, but they can't use too much because there's an embankment there. So as we see Keith Fackrell and Claire Bacchini lining up next in the BDA Escort. So if you love your rallying, there's a car here for everybody, for little front-wheel drive Hyundais, rear-wheel drive Escorts, Datsun Stanzas, Mitsubishi Evos, VR4s, WRXs. Everything's here. Geminis. Just don't have any V8s or Commodore Utes, unfortunately. So a little bit biased. That's what I rally when I go rallying. I've got a Commodore Ute, and but not here this weekend. I'm here, come on over from Alice Springs to do some commentating, and we're talking about volunteers before. Everybody's got to do something, whether you're mowing lawns or talking on microphones or flying drones. Everybody here's up to something, and lots of sponsors and supporters. And people everywhere. People here selling water, cups of tea, ice creams. Car 15. Richard Clooney. We've seen his fan club on the Facebook site there before. Sending a shout out to Richard Clooney and Blair Reid in the Evo 3. So we've seen the VR4 come through before. And I've just got a gentleman here. We're talking about VR4s earlier. A beautiful shot there, and yeah, so I was just talking to Chappie Lofty Drews, for the old school rally fellas who know all the significant names that created trials and rallying, and through those what they call the golden era of rallying. And Lofty Drews is sitting up here with us in the commentary area, and telling us some wonderful old tales of when he arrived in Australia and started navigating around the Queensland Rally Championship and all around the place, and hopping in there with the Faster Pasta that we all know, who was rallied around in a Black Duckham's VR4. So there's going to be plenty of people travel around over the course of the weekend. And what a wonderful weekend it is. Keith Fackrell and Claire Bacchini will be the next to come into view. We'll probably hear them before we see them, and it'll be a spectacular sight as well. Everybody has their soft spot for different cars, and certainly for me, a nice sounding rear-wheel drive car you cannot beat. Datsun. Oh, we've got Huddy here. He's putting the number up from the Datsun. I'm a Commodore Utes, mine, of course. But yeah, everybody's a little bit. He's laughing there now, but it's always a bit of fun. They all laugh at me until I flog them. No, it's very exciting. It's great to be bring you a significant motorsport event here in Australia, and be part of it. So this is the first one, and over the grid they come, and this will be Keith Fackrell coming down to this technical little gully. So you've got to be extra careful there, because can't really sort of gain up too much, but you can certainly a lot to lose. And now he'll come straight on the noisy pedal and start punching gears right up until he comes into our view here now. 4th gear, 5th gear, full noise, wringing the neck out of that BDA, and just brings in plenty of braking, plenty early enough while he still finds his way through there. And been quite a while since he's been in a competitive event, Keith, so been a while since I've seen him anyway. He's been trudging all around the world on big hiking walks in Ireland and all sorts of other places. And great to see him back in the rally car and have the escort out and about. And they're gearing up for the Alpine Rally. So if you follow your motorsport and follow rallying, the next big one on the calendar is the Alpine. I don't know if it's next or not. There might be something in between. I've also got to go digging as well. It reminded me when I was coming over here the other day. On the World Rally stage, the Central Euro Rally is on this weekend. And our own Tyler Gill, who's currently leading the Junior World Rally Championship, is competing. So we might even get somebody that's a bit more technologically advanced, or probably more patient than me, to see if they can go and find some results for us, and we might even tell you what's going on there, or you might even put it in the message bank and we'll pick it up, how Taylor's going over there in the Central Europe WRC Rally on currently as we speak. So here we are up in Albo having our own fun here in Australia. Meanwhile, we can also keep an eye on as high as you can go in the sport, the World Rally Championship on the other side of the world, up there in the Northern Hemisphere in the Central Europe. So we've got a lot going on here, there and everywhere. So thanks for your messages. We'll keep them going. We'll stop and start over the course of the weekend. We'll see if my voice will hold up for the whole duration. I'm sure it will, because I've got a few friends going to come in and give me a bit of a hand as well, so we'll be able to share the load a little. And it's going to be a very, very long weekend, but a very exciting weekend with action coming thick and fast, non-stop. There's Get Your Ice Creams. We've got cold drinks and ice cream sitting up here on the hill. What a beautiful afternoon it is. Not quite downtown Benalbo, but not too far away. As we fly into the back of the vision, this little Hyundai. And that'll be Ellen Key Motorsport, Peter Licht. Hope I pronounced that. And there's a really well presented little... And we've got Ashley Hughes in the co-driver's seat, so really well presented Hyundai XL there. And these cars have been around for quite a long time. We had XL series, competition series over the years, but like many cars, they become a little bit extinct and hard to get. There used to be Geminis under every tree, everywhere you looked, and they become valuable and extinct, and these little Hyundais aren't too far behind either. They're starting to, I'm not sure if they're becoming valuable, but they're becoming a little bit rare and hard to find parts for, so people migrate and move into different things. And a lot of these cars are getting rare. Even the WRXs, they're sort of a little bit like the new Datsun 1600 of the rally world. They sort of come booming onto the scene there in these the mid to late 80s, when the Subaru Leonis and the VR4s started coming on scene. And next thing, there's WRXs everywhere, and they are now too. So if you want to put in a pretty good result, the knowledge and the development and the research that's out there on these cars, you can sort of get a car and be very competitive at a pretty moderate budget. You do have to hang on to them, because they get going pretty quick down any stretch of road, but they also leave the road pretty quick. So and when they leave the road, they make a bit of a mess. So you've got to be pretty careful. So, but they are a good fun car to drive. They're a good economical way to go fast. But for me, it's a rear-wheel drive. It's my cup of tea, but everybody loves different things. Front-wheel drives, rear-wheel drives, it's great, and that's what creates variety. And that's certainly what we've got here this weekend as we see him come down through the water splash off the kick-ass quick pass start, through the water splash, and 4 kilometres later they'll be at the finish line as we dig our way down into stage number 2, about halfway through. This will be on car number 19, Ellen Key Motorsport coming into sight, another Hyundai. They've got benched up Bernie Keast and also Rihanna Begg calling the notes. You can see on the front left there we've got a blinker hanging out. I don't think it's from an off-road excursion. I think it's just from popping out through a bump. Great to see at this stage anyway. All the cars are nice and clean and straight. No damage. We don't want to see any of that. What we want to see is some red-hot action and just split by hundredths of seconds, and there's no doubt that's what we're going to see over the course of this weekend as it all just comes tighter and tighter, and we really see who wants to try and sneak up in there. And it's not just outright wins up for grabs. It's you've got class honours, you've got your own personal best, of course, and that's something that would be a wonderful achievement here. You know, up and down one stretch of road, you can really start to compare yourself, particularly if you're, well, not necessarily young, but if you're starting to got a bit of inexperience and you want to develop some experience. This is a great environment to do it because you can really sort of watch your confidence grow, and you can try things, and you can see what is going to work for you and not work for you, and where you can lose seconds and where you can pick up seconds. So certainly rally driving is a fine art, and to get it right is simply exhilarating. If you get it wrong, it can hurt real bad and be very expensive. But we don't want to see any of that this weekend. But those of you who appreciate rallying would appreciate this stretch of road. It's I'm sure there's plenty of people around the country licking their lips and just going, geez, I wish I was there, and you should be. So a lot of people missed out. If you're sitting on your hands here and thinking, oh no, I won't go this year, you should be kicking yourself, because this is an amazing event, and it's always good to be part of the very first one, because everyone can have amazing stories to tell. But anyway, even if you're watching in on the live stream, you're part of it. Welcome, and together we're all part of almost like history making. The Working Dog Rally Sprint here at Benalbo. It's been a dream of, oh, we've got a car sideways there. And like I said, if you're going to get it wrong, make sure you stay on the road, because there's, oh my God, there's plenty there that can bite you and cause a lot of damage. So we didn't get to quite see what went wrong there, but thankfully they drove away to tell it a story another day, because that's one big gully down in there. So good on them for having a crack, and they're still not slowing down, that's for sure. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Might have been just missed the gear and had to pull up, but either that or got a pretty big fright. Michael Tuppen, that's car number 21. Only been driving a couple of years, 6 events in, and done a Ford Fiesta. And Russell Hewitt, who's quite an experienced navigator. So bit of excitement there mid-stage, and done a 2:42 heading on up. So we'll see. So he's about midfield. 220s is the number at the moment. 224, about mid-220s is the fast cars. And then it comes back into the 30s and 40s and that sort of stuff. So the whole field, 30 cars only covered by 30 seconds, which is pretty impressive on a rally stage. And particularly when you see the variety of cars, from very, very high horsepower, highly strung turbocharged four-wheel drive cars, through to some good torque, high horsepower rear-wheel drive, some experienced drivers, people who know how to pedal them, right through to some inexperienced ones. I don't want to use the word inexperienced because it sounds a bit disrespectful. It's not. It's people who are gaining experience and doing an incredible job, as anybody watching Bathurst last weekend thoroughly enjoyed. All the old dogs and all the top dogs and heroes were all in the fence or in the pits, and time penalties, and all them young fellas just shone through in the most arduous conditions anybody's ever seen in years and years and years. So it was wonderful to see all them young, level-headed fellas sort of hold the fort and shine through. So it didn't matter who you're barracking for up the front of the V8 supercar field last weekend. That was one heck of a race, and fully commendable to, we were talking about Kilbrides before. This is another part of the family. This will be, no, it's not, sorry, I apologise. We're coming into Mark Levy, which is a really neat Toyota Sprinter. And he's done a 2:53 when he headed up in stage one. That's Mike Levy, and Drew Fernley calling the notes for him as well. So pretty cool. No, so I got it before. When one of the early entry lists, I seen Ethan Kilbride was driving, but I don't think he ended up on the. Oh, there he is. Yeah, no, it did not start list. So I knew I seen his name somewhere. Ethan was in a Toyota 11, but along with sister Mika. I knew I'd see the name somewhere, but unfortunately I didn't get to start. So hopefully I'll get downtown a bit later, or maybe later this afternoon. I'll talk to some of these drivers that I know and just get a bit more background and backstory as to why they are or are not here, what they're driving and why they're driving it, and what they think of the stage. So we'll move around later on. At the moment, I'm just talking from the spectator point, watching the live stream, which is pretty cool. This is a car to watch. David McJan, I apologise how we pronounce this name. If someone wants to correct me, David McJan and Kevin O'Connor done a 2:38 on the run up. And look pretty fast. Looks can always be deceiving in rallying. You know, some think, holy smokes, he's smashing and going fast, but you can actually be quite slow when you look like that. But done a 2:38 heading up, and quite impressive. This is actually Dave's first rally car, so if this is his first rally car, he's going okay. So he's been driving it for 3 years. He looked pretty impressive on the run up. Dave and Kevin O'Connor in the WRX. Let's see him as the drone tucks in behind there. Loses a bit of time, just probably didn't quite get the gear right coming up out of that gully. Down along the straight there now, full noise. And yeah, it takes that quite nicely. Didn't sort of wash too much speed off, which is what you don't want to do. You just got to try not to wash off too much speed through there. You want to maintain it, but there is a little kicker down in the gully, so you just got to be a little bit careful. But if you can work out where that is and hit the sweet spot of that road, you can probably, I don't know whether you go as far as saying holding it flat, but certainly try not to brake too hard, try not to wash too much speed off, and therefore try not to lose too much time. Just keep it all trucking along. As we're making our way down into the last third of the field, Ian Griffin and Emmett McNulty should be next in the Toyota Celica. All sorts of shots here. We've got eyes in the sky. We've got spectators from everywhere. What a nice afternoon just to be lounging in the pool, keeping an eye on the rally cars. Where else would you want to be? Sitting up there in the cow paddock and coming across. So we've got some the best in the business here, bringing these live shots and live drone shots to us. Ian Griffin, Emmett McNulty out on stage. And got a little bit of info there. It's a 62 Celica RA60 built by the driver. And just reading off his notes, and built from Road Car GP4, looked running. And yeah, done a 2:52 on the run up on first go. So and it's a really neat car, this one. Takes it nice and gingerly through the pretty tricky part of the course, and you'd want to do that. If you don't have the confidence through there, you want to certainly watch what you're doing. There's plenty can go wrong down in that little gully. It's a really nice sounding car. This is just nice and smooth, consistent, which is what you want. If you want a good result from rallying, certainly first you must finish, and you've got to be nice and smooth and consistent. You've got to be mechanically sympathetic and get your car to the finish line all the way. You can be the fastest car, but if you can't get to the finish line, well, you're wasting your time. As Ian Griffin next to come into view, or should be on the start line, will be Ella and Paul Pivera and the Daihatsu Charade. And then right behind there will be the Corolla of the Greenlash Corolla, the Karen and Debbie Greenlash Toyota Corolla. Now we're getting some spectacular views looking down onto the river there. And the road is as sweet as it looks if you get down there and driving it, apart from just the odd bumps here on the grids and things like that. Narrow little culverts as we see there. It's a technical road. The road itself is a beautiful surface and quite predictable. There's nothing scary about the road surface. It's pretty easy to read. But there's just these slight little crests onto these corners like this that just, you know, they've sort of got their pace notes and they'll eventually get some confidence what's there. But there's just very little room to move, or there's not a real lot of margin for error. You know, sometimes, particularly in a big flamboyant rear-wheel drive, you can sort of use a lot of the road and put your rear tyres here, there and everywhere, but doesn't really allow for it on this particular stretch of road, not yet. There's a lot of wet boggy patches in the table drain, a lot of narrow little culverts, some basalt granite rocks hidden in the grass, so you've got to be sort of very careful. But and coming down there, comes over a little bit of a rise down into a dip through, as you see the tail get out and give them a bit of a heart-stopping moment there. That's something you don't want to do in that particular spot. So great shot there to capture it though, so we can actually feel part of it. Young Ella, new to rally driving, been doing lots of Kana crosses. Her dad's a very, very experienced rally driver, driven all over the Asia Pacific and Australia at the national level and international level. So she certainly has, under very, very experienced instruction, and every time we see her get behind the wheel, getting quicker and quicker everywhere she goes. So and also we might even later on get her on the commentary team. So when she's at her local club events, she does a bit of social media talking, commentating, that sort of stuff. So we might even see if we can pluck Ella out somewhere a little bit later, because she doesn't mind talking and she can talk to a younger audience and give us a bit of insight as to how it feels to be actually out there behind the wheel competing this weekend. This is one we've been looking for, the Green Ash Corolla. It was pretty exciting going up. If you love your rear-wheel drives and cars that sound like they've got a little bit of grunt and carburetted, carburetors, this is a good one to have a bit of a look and a listen to. So you see that beautiful drone shot. We've got cameras everywhere. We've got cameras at the start control, finish control. We've got them in the sky, got them at the spectator area. And plenty of live times as well. So we're certainly wired for sound. And we're not sure what time it is, but we're about stage 2, 10 stages all up this weekend. So obviously doing about 5 or 6 today. On Saturday, street party uptown Benalbo tonight, where all the locals will come and get involved, and there's music and there's bands and there's dancing girls and trumpets and all sorts of things and flags flying. So big street party tonight uptown Benalbo, where people can come from everywhere. If you're wondering what the name, it's a very strange name for an event, Working Dog Rally. Why would you call it a Working Dog Rally? Because Benalbo as a town is known as the working dog capital of Australia, if not the world. So working dog as in farm working dog. This is where they have working dog trials here. So this is a pretty quick car. We told you we're looking forward to this. Is the Green Ash Corolla, and coming in full commitment along that straight. And went up in a 253, which is pretty quick for a little car. And going in as full commitment, which is very exciting indeed, with only a couple of cars to go now. We've got the Ekorn Gemini and the Myra Mitchell Stanza. So the Ekorn Gemini will be out on stage now. It was pretty exciting on the way up, tail going everywhere and really sort of hanging it out.
I'm going to do the whole lap. I'm going to do the whole stage with him, right?
Wow. Here we go. We've got some interesting footage coming through with you shortly. We've got a drone heading down to the start control and going to endeavour to follow a rally car through the entire stage. So if you're sitting on your phone or near your computer and one eye on it, come and have a look. We're going to try and follow a car from on stage from start to finish. It'll give you an appreciation just for what it is, and we'll talk you through it. We'll have the one we're waiting for now is the Ekorn Holden Gemini. It's a pretty cool looking and sounding car. Near the tail hanging out in every bit of the road. The only time he's on the road and he's crossing it when he come past us earlier. Not sure what his time was like. 2:48, not bad for a two-wheel drive. He sometimes when you're sort of on and off the road, you can be burning up some valuable time, but they were still pretty quick. So when they know to find where to find that bit of gravel, have a look at that for a shot. So that's looking down at the start control. Excuse me, just having a bit of a drink there to lubricate my throat, see if I can keep talking all day and make it through to the afternoon as we see the Stanza of, who is that? Myra Mitchell Stanza taking off through the water splash. Not one of the fastest cars, but certainly just enjoying the event for what it is. Nice and smooth and consistent. And excuse me, just turning the microphone on and off as I sort of get a bit of a tickle in my throat and have a drink of water and try to keep talking to you all weekend as we just see the Gemini, the Ekorn Gemini come safely past the spectator area. And what you're watching here now is the Datsun Stanza of Wayne Meyer and Stephen Mitchell travelling the entire length of the stage. So nice steady car just to keep an appreciation for. That's a pretty steep hill that they've just come up there and jumped across the grid. It doesn't look like much, but it's uphill. Now it's on a slight decline. That corner there is probably one of the trickiest corners in the whole rally. It's downhill, not really off camber, but on the outside there's not really much. You can't run off. You have to stay tight. And then just trying to remember this course a little bit. Opens up a little bit as they come down through there, and that'll make him come down to quite a sort of bit of a technical area, which is where, not far off where we will pick him up, where we can see him by eyesight, not on drone. And a relatively fast part of the course. A pretty cool drone shot there all the way. I'm just sort of looking up the valley where they'll sort of come into view in a minute. Up along a long straight. You can see lots of cooperation by local landholders. A couple of different farms up along this little valley road, just giving us the okay to shut it down for the whole weekend and go and run a major sporting event on it. So thank you very much to the Benalbo community and the Kyogle Shire Council for full cooperation and allowing us to bring a sporting event. And sort of coming into our view now across the valley and coming into a very, very fast, nice straight part of the road, relatively flat. Across a little grid there, which isn't too technical, but that corner just ahead of them now is very, very tricky. So some pretty hard braking coming off a long stretch. You can see where they're already chewing a bit of grass on the inside there. Can't go wide. There's nothing out there because it's going to hurt you real bad. A little bit narrow, but then flat, absolutely flat. Once you come up out of that gully, just hold it flat and go, because that just brings you onto that nice long straight where they are there now coming into our view. And a little bit of a rise, so they can't really see down into that that gully, so a little bit of hard braking. Some of it's unnecessary, but you do have to be careful. A little bit of a kicker in the bottom of it, but if you can just pinpoint it and get it right, it'll keep your car stable and wash off as least speed as you can. You've got to wash something off. Try not to be hard braking because then you're just wasting too much time. Over a little bit of a brow, back into the trees, and that'll take them to the finish control across the flying finish. And there's actually quite a tight corner where he's coming down to there now to go into the finish line. So get that wrong and you'll take out the kick-ass arch, which they don't want to do. I'm just not sure where the timing marker is. It'll be well back from there. Obviously creeping up pretty slowly. That's quite a tight corner. So the timing marker will be well before that arch, because they don't want cars coming around that corner and taking out the kick-ass arch. Well, that'll be good for publicity, I'm sure. And that's one stage on the way back. That's the east to west stage, heading back to town on the Working Dog Rally Sprint. And that will be... No, we've still got one more car to go on stage, and that'll be our second stage run and done. Everybody's back in town servicing. And then we'll do the big switcheroo you've seen before. All the ambulances, all the fire trucks, all the infrastructure goes from one end, that comes back to the other end, so we can reset the whole stage. Only takes about 10 or 15 minutes. And then we'll be back rallying again. It's a good opportunity for us to have a bit of a spell and give our voices a bit of a spell. But if you're watching in, hello, welcome to Benalbo. We've got one car to go on stage 2, which means 2 stages down, 8 to go for the whole weekend. Big street party tonight, and you can see the courtesy bus there. What'll happen once the last car comes through and we've cleared the stage, we'll actually shuttle people out to the spectator area. You can walk out here to where we are, just a bit of a stroll through the bush, or you can jump on the courtesy bus and go in and go out. As you can see, the cars there already serviced. They're ready to come back and start stage number 3, Eager Beavers. So this is a bit of a wham bam thank you bam event. There's no hurry up and wait here. It's just get cracking, get going. She's on. And here we go. Here's our new overall. So 2 stages down, and not a real lot of change other than the times accumulating, of course. And it's a very tight event, that's for sure. First, Craig Aggio still at a combined 4:49. A combined 4:49 there, Craig Aggio. Mara is a 4:52, so 3 seconds. What's going to happen now is everybody's going to get a taste for it. They're going to go, right, where's that 3 seconds? They're so close yet so far. Craig is obviously going extremely well, and he's a very experienced and a very clean driver. He doesn't throw anything away. So to catch him is not going to be easy, but he's catchable, that's for sure. How much he's got left, I'll have to go talk to them later on. I don't know. I can only see from what I'm doing. They've all got plenty left in the tank. They're not running any risks yet, and why would you? There's too much at stake. and too much at risk. So everybody's just being sensible at the moment on the run up, on the way back. But however, if you want to maintain your lead or if you want to rein them in, well, you got to start chewing now. And where your seconds are, I think different people will find it at different parts of this road. You won't find it in any one spot. And it'll be for me anyway, this is only me talking, everybody's driving. There's certainly drivers around a lot more experienced and far better than I. But for me, you'd be finding it in trying to find where not to slow down unnecessarily. So you probably may not get it from finding more speed. There's only so much speed. There's only so much grip you can find on a road. And once that runs out, well, you run out of grip and then ugly things start to happen. So you've got to find where you can maybe brake a little bit later or just not wash that speed off. So when you come, there's a particular spot further up the road heading up, as in the way they're going to be going shortly. It's a really tricky corner to read, almost on the verge of being sort of flat out or trying to wash because it goes uphill. It's a tight corner, or it tightens, and it goes uphill to a grid. Your immediate reaction is to probably wash off a lot of speed because there's a big drop off down to a river on the right-hand side. But if you're confident in your car and your ability and your pace notes and your navigator and you got it all together, there's time to be made there. So it's going to be it's a really technical bit of road. So it's going to be a great competition for us to watch, and we'll sort of see. It'll reward the. I don't know what use the word brave, but certainly the committed and people who are wise and know what to do. And there's no good taking risks here, but you need to be looking for that half a second, hundredths of a second, just wherever you can find it. And you only got 4 kilometres to do it in. So the Kilbrides are a 5:01. They're 11 seconds off the front. Bit of work there to do, but right behind the Sprenger Subaru at a 5:02, then a 5:03 to Badenoch, the first of the two-wheel drives. Jensen's a 5. Look at the battle there. There's nothing. So Agio out in front, got 3 seconds on Mara. Then there's a little bit of a jump, but then there's just 5 minutes and nothing amongst everybody. Back to Wayne Hoy. Davidson's at a 5:14. So pretty interesting competition there all the way through that field. And, a bit of a standout leader at the moment in the Agio GR, Yaris. Mara, I've probably got a gut feeling he's going to have a crack at him. And why wouldn't you? Kilbrides, well, they got the talent, the ability, and they can do anything. And then there's just a whole array of cars: Sprenger, Badenoch, Jensen, Taylor, O'Brien, McJan, Hoy, Davidson, and they're all there. Yeah, cool. Let's keep an eye on this. Might just have a little bit of a spell while we're in between resetting the paddock. All the cars are in town. We'll just move ambulances and fire trucks, all that sort of stuff. I'll use the opportunity to have a little bit of a spell. Go make yourself a cup of tea. Make sure you flick this link around to all your friends and encourage people to watch on. We'll be going all day today and all day tomorrow, so if you miss it now, don't panic. There's a long way to go, and going to be interesting in competition, but make sure you're back with us tomorrow afternoon, so we'll tell you who's winning and who's going to win the inaugural Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint 2025 here at Benalbo, Northern New South Wales. We're going to turn the audio off for a couple of minutes and we'll talk soon.
going down that route. Alright. Yo. Check.
See if we can get audio in and out of it. Was that this morning in the fog?
Yeah, beautiful.
Fuck,
That's
that's
the
cool.
shots, man, from this morning when we were standing there. That's what I was saying. That's why I went for so long.
Young bloke fogged on bike out here in the paddock.
Or he just,
He's come to a stop.
yeah, the fog was real nice, hey? Because it was all up here. This is where it sat. Yeah. Check. Yo. I got sound going in. Yeah, look at that shot. Yo. Hey. So I'm muted there, I'm unmute. Yo.
Wayne, come over here. We're live on the live stream, and we've witnessed your lovely car going through the stage. You've been all the way up and then all the way back.
Yep.
What are your thoughts so far?
Pretty good. The road, I think, will clean. It'll be a lot faster. It'll be a lot more quicker times, and I think people will build confidence with a clean road. Then, yes, but nice road, nice bit of road.
Now, on the way up, you're a little bit slower than on the way back. Was there an issue, or are you just getting used to the car?
Yeah, a bit out of practice, I think. Yeah, we went backwards down the road on one tightening right through a grid and down. So, it was good. Bit of a heart starter. So it's worked well.
So on the way back, a little bit more confident.
Oh yeah, pull my head in a bit, have a bit of a look before we, commit too much. Yeah.
Now, when was the last time you were in a rally car? Because it's been a while.
Yeah, it'll be 5 years since I've done a rally. So, not quite, but 5 years since I used the Z. So, yeah.
Do you remember how to drive it?
Not really. I really should have put Clayton in it.
Yeah, he would have loved that. Except that it's great to see you out here. Great to see the car. And will we? Do you think see a lot faster times as the day goes on? What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, a lot quicker. Yeah, a lot quicker once it cleans up. These guys in the four-wheel drive, they have a bit of a go. They're pushing around at the moment, I think. So, the time they sort of get their act together, I think they'll be hard to catch.
Very good. Well, good to see you here. Keep it going. Keep it on the road. Keep it straight. And we'll have a look around here. I think you've got the oldest co-driver in Australia in the car with you, haven't you?
Well, I reckon between Al and I, there's 145 years. And then by the time we had the car, that's 190 years. Yeah, so, but if Dunko was here with Al, that'd be 210 years in the Z. So. Yeah.
All right, let's. Where is Alan? There he is over there. He's just walking over. Alan, let's have a quick chat. How are you, Alan? Now you were supposed to retire last year after this event, but you're still here.
My technical words were, if I had to retire after this event, that would be fine. And then Wayne said, come and do this. I went, okay. So, yeah, I've been with Zeds for a long time. So, yeah, it was, last time Wayne and I did one was like 29 years ago. So staying in the family.
So who's the better driver, the father or the son?
Well, I'm going to have to say the son, aren't I?
Just to put you on the spot.
How can you not? Yeah, how could you criticise Clayton like this? But it was odd because we started with Clayton like 5-6 years ago, whatever it was, and on a little rally sprint like this, and they put us like 26 car, and we got to the end and went, wow. I mean, we're catching the dust in 2 minutes, so they put us up to about 3 or 4, and on that event we missed out on winning the rally by about 2-3 seconds to the New South Wales State champions. So how good was that? But Clayton's very good on the sim, so I think that's how he learnt to straight line drive and not be ambitious. So
it is funny, isn't it, that some people can drive a sim and then also drive a proper car fast.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, I see you guys are all cooling off here with some Super Dupers. Let's have a little bit of a look around. I know Craig's about to head out into the stage again, so maybe we have a quick chat to him.
Sorry, Craig's there.
Craig, how you going? We're live on the live stream here. Say hello to everybody at home who's been watching. We've really enjoyed watching you this morning. Quickest time so far. How has it been out there?
Second time through was actually slipperier, I thought, than the first time through. I'm surprised we're actually putting times in that we are. It doesn't feel like it. We've been told by the service crew that it looks like we're out for a Sunday drive, but it doesn't feel like that in the car. But we're pretty happy. If it's going quick, we're happy.
Now, this road was very hard packed before you even started, so maybe now that everybody's been over it, it's loosened it up a little bit, do you think?
It's definitely looser. We were thinking it was going to get swept by now, and it probably will later on today. But at the moment, it's actually slipperier than it was when we first started out this morning.
And a big bit of rain overnight, which has probably helped keep the dust down and also pack it down a little bit. really fascinating seeing all the times come in. We might go over it. Let's go over and have a chat to an escort driver. Let's see what Keith's got to say about it in his escort. Let's go over here. Keith, come and have a chat to us. How you going? Look, this car is a beautiful looking car, and you've had a bit of a run this morning. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, excellent. First time back in the car after 3 years, and it should have been sooner, hey? No, look, it's excellent. The course is fine. It's loose, which we expected, looking at recce. It's certainly not rough. Even that creek crossing at the end is just going to get worse during the day, probably, but at the moment it's quite okay. The car's done pretty well 117 kilometres before it got here, with an engine rebuild and front suspension, rear suspension, probably quicker to say the whole car. But we're shakedown for Alpine, so we're heading down to the Alpine in Victoria at the end of the year. But look, the engine, we had to get a new head for it this time, which we don't always have to, obviously, but we rebuild it every 1,500 kilometres, and it feels pretty strong at the moment, so that's a good sign.
Now that creek crossing that you talk about at the end, that's actually outside the stage. It's up past the fly and finish when you go on the forward direction, but on the reverse direction, it's actually part of the stage.
It is part of it, yeah. It's 70 odd metres to the wet grid and then so it's a bit of a handful coming over the wet grid if you get a bit untidy. But it also tends to put you to the left-hand side of the road as you climb the hill, because there's people dragging water, all the cars are dragging the water up the hill. And that's just a little bit of a bear to the right before a left four. So it just, puts you in the wrong place on the road a little bit. So just got to be aware of that as you come out of the creek crossing. Yeah.
Very good. Now you've got Claire Bacchini in with you this weekend.
Yeah.
She was out rallying last weekend at the Coffs Harbour Rally,
Coffs,
and back again this weekend. So she's well versed in calling the notes.
Yeah, definitely. And ran New Zealand with Richard Galley over there. So yeah, she's well and truly kept a hand in my 3 years off, so to speak. She definitely hasn't had time away. So it's good. So she's on the pace straight away, whereas I'm not.
Yeah, now she was over in New Zealand. I think she actually won a series over in New Zealand.
I think they did. I haven't caught up with Richard on all of that, but yes, they did do well.
I'm sure she's around here somewhere. We should see if we can find her. She's got to get in the car with you, so she must be here somewhere.
I do need that on the left-hand side. Yeah.
I'm looking around and I don't see her anywhere. Maybe she got frightened, mate, and she's run away.
Me too. She can't be far. She went to the toilet, so...
It's a great group of cars too when you look around here, and our cameraman's running around with the camera and showing us some of the cars. Some great looking cars here, some that we haven't seen in a while, some ones that have been out competing even a week ago, so it's good to see.
Yeah, look, that is, I was a bit concerned. The more feedback we got from Coffs was that it wasn't real flash in places, and it's when you start having high maintenance issues with the cars, it's pretty hard to go back to back, weekend to weekend, with your maintenance schedule, but look, there's a number here. Do we have 29 or 30 odd start today?
I think 29. Yeah.
Did we have more? I thought there was more.
Yeah, there's a couple of withdrawals, and I think a rally last weekend and a few cars still being prepared. There's been a couple of withdrawals, but still a good show up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and the effort that's gone into it is superb, like typical of Glenn and his organisation and all you guys with him. No, it's tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. I did reckon who I talked to, Richo, at the other end, and I said, matey, you need to put a handbrake turn here, I think, and then we just go straight back. You turn into an 8K stage.
Yes, that's right. Now, that is a good point. I'm going to leave you, Keith, because you need to get ready for in your car. That is a good point, though. This event has taken a lot of organisation. For those who know Glenn Brinkman, Glenn loves his rallying. He loves these events, and he really puts a lot of effort into organising them. One of the things we know with Glenn is he doesn't do anything by halves, and this is another event that we can say that he's got a huge group of people working behind him, and that group of people really are here to make this event the most successful event in Australia, and so far I think that it is. And I talked about Claire before. Claire's walking over here. Let's go and have a quick chat to her. Claire, you've just got back from New Zealand after winning a series over there, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, ran the Mainland Championship this year with Richard Galley, and beat those Kiwis in our class. So that's not too shabby because they're pretty good pedallers over there, and we'll get to see some of them at the Alpine. Actually, Derek Asen's running this weekend at Academus, so having a bit of a test of the car. And Dean Bustel will also be over, and he's our main competitor in our class in New Zealand. So as a driver, he beat my driver, but co-driver standings, I was most consistent for the series. So yeah, pretty happy with that.
Now, Keith said that you were over doing something, and I don't know what it was, but I think you're at the bathroom. The one thing with this event is, you were at Coffs Harbour last week. What a big difference in the type of surface this event is.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have liked to have seen the beautifully rebuilt Escort on those roads last weekend. But look, this stage has got a bit for everything for everyone. There's definitely some stuff in there that can catch you out if you're not on it. So just a really nice piece of road. Obviously, it'll hold up pretty well with all these cars going over it. The guys have done a fantastic job. Well done to Brinkman and his army of people to get this event up and running. And this is what it's also about, the socialising. You get to the other end, you can watch the live stream, you can see the results, and they've got food and drink down there, so it's pretty comfortable. And it's very, very social, because obviously that's something that you miss quite a lot in stage rallies. You'll get like 2 or 3 cars around you, but you don't really get the chance to, how did that corner go? Back in the service part, but everyone's busy, right? So down there's no excuses. You just have to sit there and watch and hang out. So it's cool.
This is so typical of a Glenn Brinkman event. He really does put it on. He loves these events, and he is very much about the social side of things, and it's great to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, this event's drawn people from New South Wales, and there are quite a few crews here that have doubled up from last weekend. So it's good to see. Obviously, some people, unfortunately, not being able to repair cars in that time or whatever. But, well done to those people for getting out and supporting Glenn. And I think we're all looking forward to Eat Street tonight, and just waiting to see whether we're going to have one of those storms. But I think everyone might wind their windows up and close their roof vents this year.
All right, we'll keep watching on the live stream, everybody. It's going to get better as the days goes on, and certainly there's going to be a lot more speed on this stage as things develop. This is the second time through in the forward direction, and I'm sure we're going to see some times drop, and it'll be interesting to see how the two-wheel drives go against the four-wheel drive this time. The first time through, Craig Aggio sitting at the top of the leaderboard. We'll see how those results change as they get used to these conditions, as we see all of these things. But we'll cross back across to you guys over at the spectator point.
Yeah, thanks, John. How exciting is this happening? So we've got car 3 coming now, which is the current event leader, Craig Aggio. We've seen Badenoch go through, and Wayne Hoy, and as expected, the speed's just so much faster, and the commitment level is so much higher, and that's what we knew we were going to see, and we couldn't wait to see it. And the good news is it's only still just the beginning. We're only early on the Saturday morning, 3rd run through, 7 to go, and just little commitments like there's a bit of a crest in front of us here. It looks like nothing on the camera, it looks nothing to the naked eye, but sitting at ground level, at driver's level, it's obviously a bit intimidating, but there's so much time and speed to be had through there. We've seen Wayne Hoy come through. We know a bit of a wily old fox, and just the speed in that car is so impressive and wonderful to watch. And once they sort of pull the thing together, the wind's probably starting to sneak away on them a little bit, but I think we'll probably even perhaps see a stage win out of them sometime before the weekend in a rear-wheel drive old Datsun. So lots of action, sort of from the front to the back to the middle, and all the way through at varying levels of experience. We know who's out in front at the moment, which is still remains Craig Aggio, very consistent, done a 2:25, done a 2:24. It'll be interesting to see now going back on their 3rd run up, just to see what they start to trim out of this. Certainly to the naked eye, they're carrying a lot more speed straight up just here, and as you would expect, that sort of comes naturally. So Aggio's got a 3-second lead over Maurer, and then Kilbride, who we're probably expecting next to come into view. The Kilbride family, Donna and Jeff Kilbride, haven't been out in a 4-wheel drive since the mid-90s, so as expected, I spotted the car there before. I wasn't real sure of the background, but young Ethan, who's watching from afar, put me on the right track, and they bought this car off recently, and got a bit of history, this car, and Mel Bergman was recently peddling it, and they've bought it, and this is the first outing in it, and already sitting in 3rd, I think they are, so pretty impressive, haven't driven four-wheel drive for a long time. The pair haven't been together in a car for a long time, I'm going to assume. But straight away on a podium position at the moment, and nice and tidy there. Pretty hard braking over that little bit of a crest, but brand new car, haven't been driving for a while. You're not going to put anything at risk, especially when you're in a nice sort of a spot. Currently sitting in third in front of about a 10-car pack. So Craig's out in front, 3 seconds back, and then you got the Kilbrides here in this Subaru, which we're looking at now on the live stream, which Warren and Brad Luff built a run and campaign not all that long ago. Then it went to Mel Bergman, and now the Kilbrides have got it, and which makes probably about the rally car number 10 in their garage. But normally rear-wheel drive, or front-wheel drive, or rear-wheel drive, two-wheel drives in the Kilbride stable. So pretty cool cars out and about. And so if you've just tuned in and just started watching us, hello. I'll probably do this a number of times and sound a little bit like a broken record, but you just never know when people are watching you on the live stream, when they're tuning in and sort of coming in and coming out. So hello and welcome to the 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint here in Benalbo. And we're currently on stage number 3, heading back from west to east, which we go up. It's a 4-kilometre stage. Starts just on the very edge of the little township called Benalbo, and up they go about 4.1 kilometres to stage end, and a little bit Pike Peak style. They all gather up and wait there in a cool shade, and then once all 29 cars have gone through and completed the stage and we reset everything, they rally back. So it's a competition stage on the way back as well, which will make stage number 4. Going up at the moment in about 2.5 minutes. The quick cars are, and then the whole field, the whole 30 cars are actually only spread by 30 seconds. So car number 6, which is Adam O'Brien, coming now, went up at a 2:33, pretty quick, getting quicker and quicker, and pretty tidy peddler, doesn't take too many risks, but certainly carries a nice bit of speed into there, and probably you can just sort of see that's a really, really daunting. I don't know if you've seen that on the live stream. I was actually watching the car, I wasn't watching the TV, but it's the slightest crest into a bit of a narrow culvert, and it's just so intimidating. Obviously, even with pace notes, they just can't commit to it. And obviously, you come in there carrying beautiful speed, and I thought, he's going to be brave. But obviously done the big bail out and heavy on the brakes, and then an Evo 6 sideways won't quite fit across that culvert. So done everything right, and makes for exciting watching. But obviously, still early in the day, and that's a really good sign of what's going on here. They know they want to commit. They know the seconds are there, but just were you brave enough to take it on just yet? It makes for good entertainment for us watching. That's for sure, but that's a good sign there. You know, plenty of speed off the start, come down this beautiful, come out of the trees into the open country, plenty of speed, like he was honking, and then just the slightest little crest onto a culvert, but just didn't want to commit to it, so bailed out. Right decision, but really he could have held it flat. But maybe this afternoon, let's see when they're coming back. So full credit to everybody so far. It looks like they're all obviously within only 30 seconds covering 30 cars. I think that's a bit of a sign of the quality and the calibre of the field we have here today. And obviously they're all straight. There's no lantana hanging off them. There's no bumper bars in the scrub. All the tyres are around and still got air in them. And they go in, get serviced, and they turn around chomping at the bit, ready to go again. So it'd be great to listen to some of the drivers later on. We heard John McCready in there talking to a few of our well-known drivers and our leaders, and everybody giving it the thumbs up. And there's a rally last weekend, which is a pretty high attrition rate, and a lot of people sat this one out too, just not really knowing exactly what it was. But no doubt next year they're going to be bashing down the door, and if entries open next week, I reckon there'll be 100 people signing up, and why wouldn't you? This is these fellas have got a bit of an online presence and people cheering them on. We've seen all the comments there before. Another one sort of hard on the brakes. There's a bit of a roller coaster down through there. I think the sort of belly goes away and up into you. And so this one is Simon Jensen. No, the Mafia's before. Simon Jensen, their car 54. So was that car 54? No, sorry. Car 7. I don't know where I'll go. That's how old he is. He's 54. Look at him. I've got my secretary flicking the paperwork around. I'm not a real good reader. Only looking over his shoulder, and I thought, car 54. It's not. He's 54 years old. So that's pretty close. Doesn't matter. Sounds good anyway, and what a good shot. And people sort of getting around. That's our looking back into our spectator area. We're just up onto the right-hand side of that. So that's coming down from the start line as the cars first come into view from where we are. And then we can watch them for literally kilometres travel up the valley, and we can hear them.
and just a wonderful sight. We've got some local property owners down here just enjoying a bit of a horse ride and riding around the paddock and looking at rally cars and enjoying riding around the farm, kids on motorbikes. And Andrew Maurer will be next out. That's the Mafia car we're talking about. Got a bit of an online fan club. So they've got plenty to be excited about because I think they're currently in second at the moment. So they're sitting second. Holy smokes, he has chewed some out of it. So looking at the live timing, Craig Aggio, current event leader, has gone up in a 2:19. So he's taken 6 seconds off his first run. And then Clay's gone up in a 2:29. So he's starting to chew a bit out. And Hoy's a 2:28. So there's going to be an interesting battle. Clay Badenoch in the two-wheel drive, 2:29, and Wayne Hoy, which we know what he's capable of. Here's a quick car, only 3 seconds off the leader and could very well take it back in one stage. 3 seconds is an eternity on a small stage like this, but go in fully committed and you can potentially pull it back. Still just can't quite through that bit of a roller coaster there as they come out of the trees and over the crest past us. They're still very hard on the brakes through that bit of a culvert. Just can't see or commit to it. So this car here you're watching on vision now is currently sitting second, 3 seconds behind the leader. And Craig Aggio went up in a 2:19. So trimmed up 6 seconds out of his best time going up. So still plenty of time left in this. These guys are near enough to have a crack at the leader, and then and we've seen the Kilbrides go up earlier, and a big long list of cars. All you could throw a blanket over them. On the Brink Motorsport there, we see all those logos popping up in the bottom right hand corner of our shot, and many hands make light work, and together, AMSAG there. Wonderful rally series, been going for many, many years, and actually something my father, Alan Lawson, who's probably watching on back home in Toowoomba. G'day, Alan, Dad. He was instrumental in starting AMSAG. We were talking about it yesterday when it actually started. It was back in the early 90s, and long story how it came to be, but what we're seeing here is part of that vision. In other words, rallying in Australia was heading dramatically down an extremely competitive and extremely expensive path that wasn't everybody's cup of tea. So just wanted to keep that grassroots camaraderie, mateship, just the spirit of adventure, keep that back in rallying and keep it in motorsport. And AMSAG did that, and that's exactly what they do. And this is what we see here today. This is one of the highest level professional events that you would see anywhere in the world, I'm going to call it, not just Australia, and run by AMSAG and under the AASA banner, and this is second to none, world class, and it's fun, it's friendly, it's laid back, there's no big head egos getting around. Some of the fiercest competition you'd see anywhere in the world, and all run under the AMSAG and AASA banner, and everybody's just cruising and having a good time, as safe as you get, and full credit to everybody involved with it, and obviously it's safe to say it's only the beginning. I mean, have a look at this, and a lot of people weren't really sure how it was going to play out. Anybody who knows Glenn knows very well how it was going to play out, and 2 secs, I just got to answer a phone.
Yeah, because I go about 4 and then I change. It's not on purpose, it's just the car has so much torque in it. I don't need to rev it out. And I had a fuel issue, so I was too afraid to get close to the rev limit, which I don't really have on it, it turns out. I forgot about that. But anyway, it goes up to 8. Yeah, so the tune is being tuned so that it goes up and then at 9 and 8. So see me. Sounds really good when you rev it to 8. Yeah, so we're going to try it at Noosa. But yeah, he's kind of made it, because before it used to drop off at 6 and it would go like this. So it was to save the engine.
Sorry about that, just had to take a phone call. So all hands on deck. There's when you're running an event, there's all sorts of volunteers and everywhere. So and communication is key. So volunteers scattered from the back in Benalbo at rally headquarters to in the service park to the start control, all the way through. So here we go. We've got a race on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. So the Maoras have gone up in a 2:18. So they've taken the stage, or fastest stage at this time anyway. So they've pinched a second out of Agio, and which means that first and second come back to a 2-second deficit. So that's pretty cool. We're watching this car all weekend. We like to look at this one. This is Christian Sprenger, and it's only new in this car. I think this is his second rally in this car, and obviously a very capable, tidy machine, and with some nice clean commitment, we're going to see some good times come out of him. So he's been getting around the 2:30s, and time's coming down each time he goes out, as you'd expect. Beautiful drone shot there, just tucked up the exhaust pipe and just follows it up along the straight there, gets a bit of an idea what's going on. Full noise up through there, full tilt, before it eventually comes back into a really technical area, back down along the creek and the river, big drop off on the right, and absolutely magnificent vision.
That's actually a very smart way to get a cattle truck and turn that into a paper. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, but like you could have Barry, Mesh,
218, Craig 219, and Kilbride's at 224.
So first, second and third have gone up as expected and staying in the status, or not in the status quo at all. There's actually like a little bit of a reshuffle, which we kind of thought might be the case. So Craig's gone up in a 2:19, which has peeled a fair bit out of his best time, but a 2:18 there for the Maoras, which means they're sort of current stage leaders at the moment, and the Kilbrides have gone up in a 2:24, so 6 seconds behind. So yeah, times are tumbling down as we'd expect, and still a little bit more in the tank with all of them for sure, and a very close competition, which is going to be exciting. That's going to go on all weekend. That's not going to change. Hopefully we don't see too many mechanical breakdowns. We want to see all these cars keep going, and that's what sort of gives us a great competition, great race all weekend. If you're tuning in to us from watching the live stream, g'day. Be sure to share the link around. As we see the Davidsons, I reckon it is, coming into view now. Hard up on that crest, they hit their brakes pretty hard. That's nice and neat. That's probably about the neatest we've seen so far out of the cars. Craig maybe a little bit quicker, but had some confidence there right on the hill. Sort of come up to that crest nice and straight, kept some speed, didn't wash too much off, and just maintained it. So that'll they do that through the whole stage. That'll give them a pretty impressive stage time. They went up earlier. 11, so they've done a 2:35 and a 2:39, so they're mid-30s.
Matt was driving. Amy driving? That might be why. Oh no, he is Matt driving. Yeah, they are understanding. They didn't leave the track.
Yeah, so I've got plenty of technology getting around this little rally sprint. As you see, I had John McCready earlier just beaming back in out of town, talking to some of the drivers at the regroup in there before they started stage number 3. Talking to Craig Agio, the current event leader. Keith Fackrell, who hasn't been out in the rally for quite a while, but gearing up for a challenge down at the Alpine in a couple of weeks. Claire Baccini, who's been navigating over in New Zealand, and Wayne Hoy, who's a very experienced rally driver, doesn't get out about too often these days, but certainly his son Clayton does, who won the event here last year. So certainly an interesting array of drivers, and we'll keep that up over the whole weekend. We'll be talking to people throughout the entire field, because we've got guys at the front who are highly experienced and know their way around, all the way through the pack right down to the back, where there's guys, guys and girls participating in their first event, and we love them just as much because it's very exciting, and what we love is to watch them grow and develop over the course of the weekend, and just watch their commitment as they learn and pay off, and they're not just learning how to drive, they're learning the car, they're learning pace notes, they're learning reading the road, and it's just wonderful to watch. And you can really see it from here, because you can see where they're trying new things and they sort of succeed and they fail and they wash a bit of time off, or they get a bit more back, and it's really good to watch when you sort of watch the real sort of the finesse and the fine parts of what these guys are doing. It's not just jumping in the car and holding it flat and hanging on for dear life. If you want to perform well and do a good time, and good time doesn't necessarily mean to be the fastest. A good time is better than your last, without risking your car and crashing. So that's always the objective, or should be, when someone hops into a car, is to do your best, perform your best, and not put all your gear at risk or anyone. And so far we've seen a lovely display of good driving, because there's not a scratch on one car there, which is impressive. Sometimes you'll go to an event and within 7 kilometres there's 13 cars off into the Lantana and upside down and down in the gully. But this morning, 29 cars gone up, 29 cars have come back, and it looks like 29 are going to go back up again. So and the level of competition is high end. So good morning, John McCready.
Hey, Jamie, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. And thanks for the call earlier. I was very pleased to hear that you were coming along. And yeah, I don't have to say welcome to Benalbo. You're no stranger to here, almost a local.
I don't know about a local, but I certainly enjoy coming to this part of the world, and I've got to say that this circuit, this 4K course, is one of the best bits of road that I've seen anywhere. We've just come off a rally down in Coffs Harbour, which was pretty rough and lots of humps, and coming here is like witnessing a bit of a superhighway. It's certainly a smooth bit of road, and it's got some really fast sections in it. I know you've been talking about it this morning as we've got a car coming along. Who's this coming, Jamie?
I'd have to grab my list. I sort of, not too, but that's a next little, that'll be the Wilson Fraser Celica, RA23 Celica. It's been looking nice all weekend. It's incredible. As you're talking about Glenn there before, and we all sort of rally behind, because if Glenn says I'm doing something, you just know it's going to work.
Yes,
so hence I didn't mind jumping on a plane and flying over here from Alice Springs to help out, and you just know it's going to work. But on saying that, I didn't really know what I was coming into. I thought, he told me all about it, and you think, you don't really listen. But and even when I come yesterday, I drove up the road, and I thought, I'm not a real big rally sprint sort of person. I like endurance stuff, and the sort of really short, sharp speed stuff's not really my cup of tea. So I went up and I thought, that's sort of interesting. I wonder what this is going to be. And I drove back, and it sort of wouldn't leave my mind alone. You start thinking about it, you think, hang on a minute, there's something in this.
Oh, yeah.
The bit of road, it would be the simplest looking bit of road you've ever seen, but it's so technical.
Yes.
There's so much there that's just either fun, exhilarating, frightening, dangerous, rewarding. It's just all here in this tiny little bit of road. It's just all there.
Now, I think if you were doing this event on the road book first up, you'd be very slow on the first stage, because it could catch you out very easily. This bit here at the spectator point where we are, where you're looking at the start, where they've come about 250 metres from the start down to where you can see on screen now, it then opens up, and it opens up into some very fast flowing open sort of country roads, but then towards the end it tightens up. In fact, there's a couple of places, there's a bit right near the end where you go over a grid, and if you get it wrong, there's a massive drop off on the other side. In fact, in the road book there's a little parachute on it, because it's that type of corner. And luckily these guys all get the opportunity to write their pace notes. I don't know how many people are running pace notes and how many are running on the road book, but I would imagine most people are running on pace notes, and that's why we're seeing the kind of times. Now, I heard you earlier saying where you expected the times to be, and you were quite surprised to see how quick they were. I got to say, I was surprised too. I didn't expect to see them that quick so quickly. It was quite amazing.
Yeah, it's a daunting bit of road. It's just and there's a lot, if you get it wrong, you're probably taking a ball of metal home.
Yes, indeedy.
And so, it's pretty cool. And the closeness of the competition from the start, like we just seen first and second sort of swap on this stage, and then you get the Kilbrides, and then I didn't count them, but I reckon there's 10 cars there all just vying for that same second. So the level of competition in amongst them 30 cars is really impressive, and that's good news for the over the weekend, because it means we can watch it, and we've got a race on our hands, and it'll keep changing, and remain unpredictable all the way through to tomorrow afternoon. And it's wonderful.
Yes, it is, and it's a beautiful day today. I know that you've been talking about the fact that there's some storms predicted later in the day, but looking out over this vista here from the spectator point, you wouldn't think that we're going to get any rain today. It looks incredible. And a couple of the guys are saying that they don't think they're going to get any dust, but I think dust may become a little bit of a drama as the day goes on, especially here.
Yeah, it'll start to waft up a bit. Like I had that deluge last night, which put a bit of moisture in the road, and we can start to see it lift there. We were poking around late yesterday afternoon, and just with the activity on the road with officials and different things, there was a lot of dust just blowing around or lingering around. Don't think it'll become a problem with drivers, with the distance between the cars and only a short little stage. So I don't think it'll become a problem from a driving point of view, but spectators might chew on a bit of dust, but wouldn't be a rally if you weren't out here in the dust.
That's right. Dust and rally goes together, so it's very much the case. Now Andrew has, as you say, he's taken the win in this stage. He's got a second lead in this stage over the Yaris, so it's really all on.
Yeah, it is. No, it's exciting, and here comes Keith. He, as you know, probably hasn't driven for quite a while. He's been doing other things. As we see, it's really interesting to watch that little crest as they come up onto it.
It's a bit wild there.
They come up with all the hopes and aspirations and confidence in the world until they get to the top of the crest and they realise it's about 2 foot wide and sort of on the brakes and sort of. But it's pretty cool and entertaining.
How good is this shot here? Look at that, Jamie. That's just incredibly good. That close drone shot like that. What a fantastic bit of footage that we're getting here. It's a credit to these guys putting on this live stream. I love it. Can't get enough of it.
Isn't it? I wasn't really sure how I'd go. I, just sort of come over for a bit of fun to do a bit of commentating, but, I've never really sort of had this sort of technology around me. You think, oh, whatever, and oh, God, how good is it? Yeah, like you can sit here, you can look at the car in the flesh going past you, you can see it go up the road there, and you can hear it and feel it, knowing that people around the world are sitting and watching it, enjoying it as well.
Haven't you been to a Glenn Brinkman event before?
Oh, I've been to them, but not with all the bells and whistles and trims.
You know what he's like. He doesn't do anything by halves, and that's what we love about Glenn. He really is passionate about rally. He puts everything that he has into these events. It's great to see this being so successful, and we hope that he continues to do this in the future because I think it's the best thing for rallying ever.
I think so, and I think like any of us, when you start something, you can see the vision, you have the vision, but the objective is to lead by example and lead the way and show what can be done and what's possible with a little bit of effort and a bit of passion, and that's what this is built on. And other people take the lead. We see the Yay the Girls Carnicross that he puts on or the club puts on, and then other clubs and sort of go, that's amazing, and put it on elsewhere in Australia, and that's what can be done here. I mean, this is a unique piece of road here at Benalbo, but it's not the one and only. There's other magnificent pieces of road in ACT and Victoria, and so this can sort of be done anywhere, maybe even in Alice Springs. I might go home and see if I can find myself a neat bit of road. You only need one camera out there.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll be in that. As we see Peter Light go past in the little Excel, he seems to be having a bit of fun in that. Now he's a guy who's got a few different cars, and it's good to see him in the Excel. Yeah, look at that shot, isn't it fantastic?
Okay, I'm not flying the drone. It'd be straight into that gum tree.
Yes, let's make. That's right. I'm not flying the drone either. I don't have a drone license for very good reason. No, that's just a fantastic shot, and it just goes to show you that this bit of road that they're on at the moment is the really fast section before they go into the technical stuff. Now, the technical stuff is in amongst the trees, so the drone's a little bit difficult to get in there amongst it all and see it, but it does get a lot tighter towards the end. And
it does. It gets very technical, very fast. Probably just up here where they head back into the trees, and it's a massive drop off. It starts to go uphill. It just all starts happening. There's grids and there's drop offs and there's downhills and there's off cambers and it's either very rewarding or very risky. So it's but very exciting. Coming up into there, you start to go uphill and the big drop off down to the river on the right hand side, and then you get up into what you'd probably call a bit of a forest. So it's a bit darker and cooler and narrow grids, and then they get up to the end, and yeah.
And what a great thing it is that the local council have allowed the club to use this bit of road. It's a shire road. It actually is a dead end. It goes nowhere, but there's a couple of residents up the end which have been very gracious in letting us use the road, and it's exceptionally good of Kyogle Council to get behind this event and to bring it here, and also for the Gold Coast Club to put it on. They've done a fantastic job. There's a big group of volunteers that are behind this event. They're all working tirelessly to make it what it is, and that really needs to be said, that they really do get behind this event.
Yeah, it is. No, it's very refreshing in a naysayer world, and they call it that cancel culture and all that sort of garbage, and it does happen, and here is just a perfect example. I mean, there's undeniable how a community working together can just be so beneficial. You talk about sort of environmental issues and climate issues and all that sort of stuff. Here's proof that it can all happen in harmony and work together. Even through these microphones, I can hear birds chirping and just wildlife there. I've got a rally car in front of me, which I love, kids on horses and motorbikes out in paddocks. So it's all just working together. You know, you've got a farming community, you've got a working community. Everything's just working in harmony, and everybody's a winner. And now live streaming around the world to show the beauty of New South Wales and Benalbo as a town, Koodagal Shire, and a fabulous sport. So we're promoting the sport of rallying, promoting Benalbo as a destination. You can come with your caravans and holiday around and trip around. So no, it's great, and you know, sort of community and collaboration and communication, and you can do some wonderful things. And it's you know, when you don't do it on such a high end professional level, it's no inconvenience to anybody.
Now, a little bit earlier, Jamie, you were talking about the fact that this is part of the AMSAG rally group rather than what it has been when it was last year, the Working Dog Rally. It was a Motorsport Australia event. This one's an AMSAG event. And you mentioned that it might be the last one, but there's actually one more AMSAG event this year in the Rosewood Rally. I know that that's been postponed and it's running again. They've already got 60 entries for that event. So there is another AMSAG event coming this year, and it's going to be a great event. 60 cars, that's just fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. I was talking to my dad yesterday about it, and I haven't done an AMSAG rally for many years. I used to go down with the Datsun Stanza. I lived in Queensland. I used to travel all the way down to Orange and Bathurst and Oberon and Cowra and do the whole AMSAG series. And you know, it sounds a bit strange. Why would you live in Queensland and travel 1,000 kilometres down south to do a rally? But why wouldn't you? There was 40, 50 cars back then, and they were just amazing events and just so easy and simple to enter and enjoy, and still the highest level of safety. And here we are. This is, I don't care what anyone says, this is a world-class event.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just so simple.
Yep.
It just feels so simple and easy.
That's right. Now, look at that shot. The countryside here is so beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know what you'd liken it to, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to liken it to anyone. It could just be unique to Benalbo. I love this sort of northern New South Wales, and it's great for me to come and watch it because this style of event isn't necessarily my cup of tea to compete in, so it's nice to be able to sit outside the car, enjoy other people who do love this sort of style, you know, the short, sharp, pace-noted kind of event, and everybody can sort of bring their experience to the table and just see, you know, like rallying like a lot of sports, but you know, husbands and wives and dads and fathers and daughters and whole mixture in between. So very family. That's one good thing about these real close-knit events like this one. Rallying can be spread out over a very vast area. This one sort of brings the whole network together, or the community together. Claire mentioned it when you were talking to her, like up the other end. Sometimes you can lose a bit of that camaraderie because you're in the car all day and you don't see anybody else. But you get up the other end here and hop out of the car and sit in the shade and have an ice cream and a cold drink and get ready for the run back and work out where you're going to find those hundredths of a second.
Yes, very much so. And it is a great setup up there. There's it's a real community event up the other end where they can't escape. That's the good thing. They can't go anywhere. The road goes nowhere. So they're stuck there as we see this little Corolla Plug-in come past.
11, yeah, I reckon that's Michael Levy and Drew Fernley, the Toyota Sprinter. And they've been looking and sounding really good all weekend. Well, I say all weekend, they've only done 3 stages or 2.5 stages. But, you know, you can pick them just by looking at them and sounding them, and who's doing a really nice, neat, tidy job.
Back to that drone shot. That corner, I've noticed that corner is very tricky. It doesn't look that hard, but where they just go through that little culvert, it's actually quite difficult to get through there fast. And the last few cars have had a few issues there.
Yeah, it's a tricky little fella, and particularly coming back the other way. But even more so now as the road heats up, dries up, becomes a bit dustier, and I reckon probably skatier. It's probably one of the fastest part of the stage coming back the other way. So straight, and then into that, over a bit of a brow down through a crest, so have to be very careful there, and they want to be on their notes and be very aware of the danger hidden in that little corner. And we follow the 11, Michael Levy and Fernley Sprinter all the way, nearly all the way to the finish line. Got a great shot of it there all the way. And this next WRX which will come, which is David McGinn, they were putting in some interesting times. They done a 2:32, so very impressive indeed. That's next to come into view, that's David McGinn, Hope McJan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I do apologise if it's wrong, but McJan. And they've done a 2:32. If he's going to trim him up, that'll put him in the 2:20s, which is very impressive indeed. So, quick car coming our way. It's a white WRX Subaru driven by Michael McJan. And if you want to see a quick car, keep an eye on this one. Doing some really quick times and getting more confident, getting to learn the road. And same thing again. They just hit that crest and they just not quite game enough to commit all the way through. And I can't say anything. I'm sitting up on the hill in the shade and making all the commentary. I'm not sitting in the car. I'd probably be doing the same thing going in backwards. But,
Yeah, that's right. In your Commodore, you'd be definitely going in there backwards.
Yeah, so no, it's great. It's easy to commentate from sitting out the side, but I love giving credit where credit's due, and I really appreciate watching good driving.
Now he went through that. He went through that little culvert much better than the previous car, which is the culvert that I was talking about. So this one here, where we are at the spectator point, and the next one are both very tricky.
Yeah, this one must be tricky. Like it's a bit of a roller coaster feeling coming out of the trees, and that crest, it looks like nothing from where we're standing, but it must be something because they hit the crest full. I think with the intention of maintaining that speed, but it's just a bit intimidating, and then just sort of all the anchors are out, and makes for a bit of entertaining watching for us anyway. They're not at danger, they're doing the right thing, especially this early in the piece, because only third stage into 10, so they've got a long way to go.
That's right, yes, and when we look down at that surface after 3 runs through, it's still looking incredibly good. There's no ruts, there's no, big holes or anything. The course is still in exceptional condition, so I suspect we're going to see some amazing times by the end of the day.
I think so, and it'll continue. Like, this road won't fall apart or deteriorate. We probably will get another storm sometime today or tonight, which will just dump another 50 mil into it, which is perfect. I know, we're banging on about Glennon thinks of everything. There is a water truck down there, so in between stages, if we need to, we can run a water truck up and down the stage just to make sure that that surface stays together. So no, very fortunate. So what we're seeing here now, it's not going to fall apart or deteriorate. It's going to remain an excellent stage all the way through until tomorrow afternoon.
As we see our next car come through.
Yep, Ian Griffin and Emmett McNulty.
Another Toyota. Backing off a little bit, coming into that tricky section. I think the key is actually to back off a little bit there, and then you come out a little bit faster.
Just try to maintain, say, maybe sort of not quite as fast onto the crest, and just maintain that through and keep it nice and consistent. But they'll sort of learn it. Hopefully they're maybe even adjusting their notes a little as they go. The more experienced ones may be able to do that on the fly, or when they get up to the other end, and they'll just be sort of tweaking them notes because, well, as we've seen already from a 2:25 down to a 2:18, so it's 5, 6, 7 seconds we've seen pulled out of the stage in 3. And the interesting part is we're trying to guess what we think might still be in the stage, as in, what can they pull out of it again? Can they still pull another 5 or 10 or seconds out of it? You just wouldn't think so, but
who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Now, talking about rallies and rally series, you're from Alice Springs. We're a little spoiled over here in New South Wales. We have 2 different rally series that you can choose from. There's the AMSAG series, and there's also the Motorsport Australia series. If I look at next year's calendar, it's looking fantastic. In the AMSAG series, which is the Southern Cross series, we have the Bago Rally in Warhope, which is round 1. Then they go down to Bega for the Bega Valley Rally, so that'll be part of the AMSAG series this year, which is fantastic to hear. Next after that is the Rosewood Rally, and that'll be round 3 of the Southern Cross Rally Series. That's in September, and then in October, back here for the Working Dog Rally. So a full version of this rally, not just a rally sprint. And I've seen some of the roads that are proposed, and it looks like it's going to be a fantastic rally. In fact, there might be some new sections that haven't been used before, so we'll see how that comes together. And then the last round of the series is the Oberon Rally in Black Springs. Oberon obviously is a very famous place for rallying, and it's been used for many, many years, and it'll be good to see that event as well.
Yeah, I've done a few events down Oberon.
Yeah, it's a great place to do it. Now there is another rally on this in the AMSAG world as well next year, and that'll be the Mini Dulla Rally. The Mini Dulla Rally is down Ulladulla Way, uses shallow crossing. It's another great event that's on their calendar for next year. It's not part of the Southern Cross Rally Series, but it will be another good event. So great choice. Over on the Motorsport Australia side of things, there's Lots of rallies proposed there as well. It looks like Bathurst Rally might be back again. It's not confirmed yet, but I'm pretty sure that event will happen. Bateman's Bay will be back again, obviously. And then the new rally, which is not a new rally, but a new rally for the Australian Rally Championship, which will be in Narooma. So Narooma's on the New South Wales calendar as well, as far as I'm aware. And also Canberra, there's a proposed rally for Canberra, which will be, I'm assuming, running by the same people who are running the Narooma rally. So it's looking like a great set of series for both Motorsport Australia and AMSAG next season, which is great to see. So many events to choose from and so many options in New South Wales to go rallying.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. By golly, that's a busy thing. All right, and I'm as you mentioned, I live in Alice Springs, so we miss out a little bit, but we have got a very active rally club out there. We're running some rally sprints next year, so we're working our way back towards running some full special stage rallies out there in the hopefully foreseeable future. So Alice Springs actually lends itself to some great rallies, and we will get back there. It's been a very active area for rallying, since the 80s, and been a bit quiet the last few years, but we'll get back there. And obviously our nearest neighbour is South Australia, and we're very lucky, which is where I come in. I like the longer rallies, and that's where they're all at. The Rally of the Heartland down around Burra is on in April, and then also there's a new event on the calendar, the Flinders to Fleurieu, which is a 6-day marathon rally, which is of great interest to me. So South Australia is the home of the long distance marathon events, plus all the other events that they run around the South Australian Rally Championship. And so right across Australia there is events everywhere, and then of course Western Australia always extremely active over there as well. So Tasmania, Western Australia, ACT, Northern Territory, doesn't matter where we are, there's rallies everywhere. So what a wonderful sport, and certainly one thing that we all talk about and need, our population is ageing in terms of volunteers and organisers and that sort of stuff, but it is wonderful to see there is a lot of young blood in amongst the sport, and as passionate as anybody ever has been. So we just got to hope that we can sort of keep that manpower snowball rolling and make sure we can keep running rallies. And this is a good concept here where you can sort of do it in a condensed area. If you don't have the manpower to run a sprawling event over multiple stages, this is the next best thing, and then you can do things that you can't do in a normal rally. You can live stream the entire event.
And most people think of rally sprints and think of a short event, but if we get every stage in for these 2 days, 80 kilometres of rallying over 2 days. It's not bad for a rally sprint, is it? 80 kilometres. Some full championship events are only 80 kilometres, and yet we're doing that here in a rally sprint.
Yeah, that's right, and that shows the commitment of the organisers. The vision and having a well-oiled machine and brave enough to put it on, and having faith in your manpower, your officials, your team of people around you to go, no, we can do this, and just bang, 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 and straight from. It just hasn't stopped. It's just been a well-oiled machine. Everything's just working from, communication is king or key. And, as soon as there's a stage swap over, the ambulance is up, the fire brigade goes up, the courtesy bus comes in, the lunches are run out to officials. It's just, it's fantastic. It's really impressive to see. And the byproduct is, 80 Ks of competitive racing here on a 4-kilometre road. So, pretty cool.
One of the things I like about this club is they're such a friendly group of people. I know most of them now. I've met them over the last few years on various events around the place. Everybody from, the zero car through to the people on the controls, everybody's so friendly and easy to get on with. They run a great event, and I think it's a great credit to the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club. I just love being involved in their events. They're just a great group of people. They've got great vision. I know that their club has grown significantly over the last few years, and I think that's got a lot to do with the people and also the types of events that they run. Now, speaking of events, Jamie, we talk about this one. It's 80 kilometres long, and yet 80 kilometres to you, that's like a short stage, right? Because I know you love doing the longer events like Sunraysia Safari, and I know your son did that this year, and he had a great time there, and I'm sure both of you will be back at that event. But what do you say to people who are watching this, who have got a rally car sitting in their shed, and it doesn't need to be a cross-country rally car, really, does it, to do an event like Sunraysia? It's an event that's built for anybody, right?
It is. That's a great event, and it is an opportune time to give it a bit of a plug. It's not our job here to sort of promote everybody and anybody, but it is such an important event in Australia. because it does things that nobody else does. It's a cross-country rallying used to be quite big in Australia. You know, the Australian Safari, the Wind Safari, and it was in Western Australia, and that sort of died away. And Troy Bennett, who runs the Sunraysia Safari, does an amazing job, and it is one of the best organised events anywhere. You know, it's comparable to this in terms of its efficiency and its safety, and but if you love putting your helmet on and getting plenty of bang for your buck, you're in your car, there's 220 kilometre long stages. I did it in a two-wheel drive Commodore Ute and come 8th outright. But just to participate, you can do it in anything. Like you can get an old Triton, an old Pajero, you can literally get a $2,500 car, probably spend, I don't know, $5 or $7 grand on a cage and some seats and a harness, and you're away. Like you can literally enter and you can do every mile of every stage and go and compete and have a wonderful time. Like it is a good event. We're sort of pretty committed to that. We'll continue on being involved in that Sunraysia Safari. As you mentioned, Jordan, my son Jordan, his partner Taylor, competed this year, and that's the first safari long distance event they've done, and they just absolutely fell in love with it. So their car is now for sale. They're sort of doing a deal on a new one, as you do. And so they're in, and that car then is going to become very versatile, where predominantly they've bought it for the Sunraysia Safari, and also by default the Kondo 750, which is a similar style event. But then, you know, if the event allows, you can compete in this. You don't have to have a little pocket rocket rally car to go and enjoy gravel rallying. You know,
no, and I think that's the beauty of that event. People think, oh, cross-country rallying, that's not for me. But you look at these cars that are here, most of these cars that are here could go and do that event and do well and enjoy themselves. And as you say, some of the stages are 250 kilometres long.
Yeah.
Righto, it looks like we're looking at the end of the stage. We can see all of the cars lined up there getting ready. Those tents on the left is kind of the social hub. There's a tele screen in there where they can watch the live stream. I think there's some results in there, drinks. Yeah. There's everything going on down there.
We can say a little romper room. We can say good day to all the drivers, and if they're down there watching us at the live stream, well done, guys. We're if you can hear us, we're thoroughly enjoying your driving and your navigating in your cars. Congratulations, and putting on a good show for us. And love watching good competition, and it's pretty stiff. It's obviously getting closer and closer. So great show. Keep the cars on the road, but don't stop having a go. And we'll keep calling the shots. I think we're heading towards the last car. This is the last car on stage now, which will be the 180B of Reed and Sandersky. And this will be the last stage, and then what will happen in there, if you're watching us, we'll file in into the sweep car. The fire brigade and the ambulance will transit up to the other end. So this is the Reed Sandersky Datsun 180B, nice and clean and tidy there, and heading up, and pretty exciting times coming, because this is a third run up. They're coming back and they're getting faster and faster all afternoon. I just love watching good competition. It doesn't worry me whether you're the last car or the first car. I just love people trying to do well and doing a good job of it. And even in the biggest heap of crap in the field can sometimes bring the most exciting competition in the field. So if you watch the car and you watch the driver, and I love watching them develop over the course of the weekend, you know, and then their speed goes up, their times come down, and I always respect anybody who puts a straight car on a trailer. So as we see the sweep car come through now, and so as we see, as expected, we've got Agio out in the lead, but by a mere 2 seconds. So incredible. So first and second, 2 seconds in it. That's nothing. That can change in this next stage. A little bit of a jump back to 7:25, so 17 seconds back to Kilbrides. And then it really starts to tighten up. Kilbride, Sprenger, Badenoch, Jensen, Taylor, O'Brien, all in the 30s. Hoy's just on a 40. McJan. So yeah, whether if you're just enjoying watching the rally cars, that's cool. If you're actually following the competition, that's even cooler. And then we'll keep it coming over the course of the weekend. We're on a bit of a break here now as we just transition from one end of the stage to the other. So we might use the opportunity to go quiet and just give the voice a bit of a spell, have a cold drink, and we'll come back to you. I'll let John finish off. I'll knock off for a minute, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, before we go, and for those who are following at home, if you want to look at the timing, the live timing, you can go to the Working Dog Rally Sprint on Chris Sport. If you go to chrissport.kiwi on your web browser, and find the event, you'll be able to have a look at all of the stage times as they come in. Pretty much live, and at the moment we can see that there's 3 stages complete. You can follow along with that timing and follow all of the action. And we'll be back real soon.
Coming back after the front. Oh, she's just going to go park up over there, and then once the run's gone through, she's going to park up here and get out. We're just waiting for like 20 metres. Stop! Fast ain't going. See ya. Nick. See better? Stop! Hurry up! We can't go! Hurry up! I'm not in the filming. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. I'm not going. Hurry up, hold up.
Well, welcome back to our live coverage of the Working Dog Rally Sprint here in Benalbo in northern New South Wales. The wind's picked up a little bit, which will make a little bit of difference for the dust. And while we're waiting for the stage to get turned around, I thought I'd have a quick look at the comments that are going on and answer any questions that are being put forward. One of the questions is how does the timing work? And just before we went on our little break, I talked about being able to watch live results on Chris Sport. The way the timing works here is the results you're seeing there won't be the results that are used for the outright. The results work this way. The fastest run in the forward direction plus the fastest run in the reverse direction for today will count as today's time. And then it'll be the same tomorrow. The fastest time forward and then the fastest time reverse will be used as the time, and that'll be the cumulative time for the event. So if you have a bit of a shocker of a run on one run, never mind, you've got your fastest run to count. So that's how the timing works. If you are looking on Chris Sport and you want to see those results, you can actually see them in the PC version. If you're using your mobile phone to watch the results, you can't see it. But if you look at the PC version, you'll be able to find those results somewhere. Let's have a bit of a look at some other comments here on the live stream. Let's have a bit of a look. I can see what's going on from the service park. How good? Yes, it is good. You can watch it anywhere. There are people here at the spectator point watching it on their phones, which is great. There was somebody here saying that they're in the UK. Here we go. Watching from Reed in Lancashire, UK. I've been following Adam O'Brien for a few years now. I live in Brisbane, but here on holidays. So being able to watch it on the live stream is a real benefit. It's currently 1:45. You see, we have fans everywhere in the world. Who would be up at 1:45 a.m. watching rallying? Well, clearly Michael is over there watching it live, which is really great. I'm currently doing a little bit of a run to take all the officials' lunch, so this turnaround will take a little bit longer, but join us if you're still with us. Just coming into the finish control there, or the start control, depending on which way we're going. We'll be back shortly once we get this stage underway.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Or welcome us back. Sorry for the little bit of a quiet delay. We're just having a little bit of a lunch break and enjoying the peace and quiet out here at Benalbo in northern New South Wales. But the action is on again. We've got the Zero car on stage heading our way right now. And if you're looking at the vision on screen, you can see car number 1, Clay Badenoch, on the start line now, waiting for the stage to be cleared. And he'll be heading into what will be his stage number 4. So he's done a clear run up and back, done a third one up. Now he's on his number 4 back. As John mentioned before, that the scoring on this event is quite interesting, and I didn't know until now. He's just explaining it to me, and then I was listening. I just assumed it was like a normal rally where it's just accumulated time, and over the course of the weekend, all stage times added together, and you win the rally. That's how it normally runs. This is quite interesting. I'll get John to go through it again, but when I first heard it, I thought, oh, that's interesting, but it's actually pretty cool because it is wide open.
That's right, yes. So if you have a bad run in this event, it doesn't mean that it's all over Red Rover. It means that you are still in the event well and truly. So the fastest run from the start down near the bowling club to the end, plus the fastest time from the other end back to the bowling club, that's the ones that count. So
yeah, so in a sense, really, out of the 10 stages, you've got your best 2 times going up, your best 2 times coming back. And then that may also explain, there was a couple of guys there this morning that I just thought they're slower than what I would have expected. And now it makes a lot more sense. They're the ones that have read the supregs. They're the ones that understand the game.
That's right.
And they know that really they've got this afternoon to go, right, this is the one. I'm going to put the whole package together. And that means it's going to be exciting. Like that Wayne Hoy, I know what he's capable of putting together. When him and Alan decide this is it, it'll be a pretty exciting run through this stage, and it'll be great to see the time because that car's as quick as anything in that entire field.
And hopefully we'll get back down to the start at one end and have a bit of a talk to a few more of the drivers.
Yeah, no, it's great. So that just opens up a whole new world to us, listening to the actual competition side of it and the results. And as we see Clay and Larissa go into the stage through a little bit of a water splash there and up past our camera there, kept picking up, and we'll have drones probably in different locations on this stage. So our drone man shot up there to the start controller, so we might get a brand new shot out of this one and pick up different parts of the stage to what you've already seen. So as we see a screen full of dust there, which is pretty cool. Can't have a rally without dust. It makes you feel right at home.
Now, I don't think the dust is going to be an issue. Originally, the start times are supposed to be a minute apart. I didn't actually realise, even though I'm standing here, that it's 2 minutes apart at the moment. And with this wind that's picked up, we could go back to 1 minute intervals.
Yeah, it's good. No, initially I thought they were going to be 1 minute apart, and there's just so much going on because generally 2 minutes apart is an eternity when you're sitting out here waiting for a rally car. But when you've got live stream and there's cars on drones and cameras and talking and then of course results, you can look on your phone and there's stuff going on everywhere. That's interesting. The comments you're reading out there before, the Facebook, where you've got watchers from all around the world. That's one thing. Technology, love it or hate it, it does some incredible things when it's used for all the right reasons. And this is one of them. Holy smokes! Here we are in a tiny little town in northern New South Wales, running a rally and being beamed around the world. So, hello wherever you might be watching in from around Australia, around the world. And I certainly hope you're enjoying it. I mean, we're here and we're enjoying the vision. And certainly just try to bring you a bit of an insight. Here comes that wonderful drone shot tucking in behind Clay in the Celica, and give you a real bit of a feel for quite a tricky corner, that one. That's where they're sort of coming up to us now, and really fast part of the track, and the road's starting to dry out, which means they'll be losing some of that grip. However, a lot of the gravel's now swept off, so they're getting confident. Look at the speed coming down there. That's exciting. Now he's sort of on the brakes. He's going to line up for this corner. A bit of a culvert there, and clips that guidepost again as he did this morning. That's neat. That's really, really tidy. Full commitment down into the culvert, and yeah, that's what I want to see. Rear-wheel drive action.
I love that rear-wheel drive, and it sounds so good. That engine in that Toyota just sounds so sweet as it goes past us here.
Yeah, no, two of my favourite cars out on stage. We've got Wayne Hoy just out there now in the green 260Z, and then right behind then will be the guys who are sort of currently right. So the way the event works, we sort of thought Craig Aggio was leading. Well, he was for all intents and purposes, but we're still yet to recalculate some stage times, which puts the Mara boys right back in potentially in front. But it looks like Craig still holds the lead, even based on adding up the up times and the down times, and probably adds a bit of confusion, but will turn it into excitement or make it confusing. And but anyway, one way or another, this afternoon we're going to have a clear leader, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll have a clear winner of the inaugural Tyres and More Hemmant Working Dog Rally Sprint. And it's always exciting and a bit of an honour to be part of something brand new, like to be the first year. So when in 10 years' time when you look back and it's bigger than Ben-Hur, you can say you were there on the first one. So I think we're seeing something special, about to evolve out of this weekend, I'm certain.
I think so too. According to the comments on Facebook, though, you won't be here next year commentating because your son is saying bring the Commodore over next year. He said that in the comments.
That's all right, I'll just get Artie. He's got everything wired for sound. I'll be able to do it from the car.
And Taylor saying, hello, Jamie. Enjoying the commentary. So that's great.
G'day to the Alice Springs team back home. And she's a bit warm out there this weekend, I think. So that's what we love.
So we've got people in Alice Springs watching. Well, I notice there's a comment here from somebody on the Mekong in Cambodia.
Wow.
The UK. I'm sure there's people all over the world watching this live stream.
Extremely fast coming down that straight. Really neat and tidy. And brilliant. Can't wait to see those couple of times just to see where they're at as that road gets swept. And we know the sort of disadvantage of just rear-wheel drive, but when you get such experienced pedallers in behind them, and certainly hope they can sort of start to sneak up in and underneath them turbo four-wheel drive cars, that's for sure. And there's some technical stuff here. There is some wide open things, so it'd be interesting to see what them times are. Wayne was so fast coming down there.
Yeah, do you think he was faster at that time than the first time?
Absolutely, without question. And just so neat, they're carrying so much speed down here and you're trying to wash it off, and the car looks sort of tidy as he's trying to pull it up. You see the Kilbrides now on stage, which means Aggio will be between us and them.
There's a question here on the comments. What roads they use here? Well, the road that we use here is Woodworth Road. It starts right in the centre of town and it heads out into the bush, and that's what we're using. It's about 5 kilometres long, and we're using 4 kilometres of it.
Yeah, that's right. So if you are on a computer and you're Googling, if you look at Woodworth, not Woolworths, Woodworth Road, and it starts literally in town at the bowling club, 200 metres up is the start control, and then 4 kilometres of that road. And a little bit undulating, not huge steep up and down, but certainly undulating enough. There's no one flat piece of road, and just nice, and just it's quite a technical piece of road. And lots of dangers, like that little culvert there. You cannot leave the road. There's no coming back. As we see the little GR Yaris here of Craig Aggio, Megan Byrne.
Moves around on the road a bit, doesn't it?
It certainly does. We'll have a look into his braking into this culvert. Yeah, he probably just lost a little bit of torque horsepower there before it got back up. And that car at the moment, on calculation, is either leading or is still leading the event, so only by about 1 second or something. So the competition here is extremely tight between first and second, and then the next 10 cars in the Kilbrides and right down to the Hoys and Baddenocks and all them in between. O'Brien, we had a fan there before, made a comment for him as we see him come up to the start line. There's people everywhere.
Now, we talk about people all over the world watching this. There's also people in Benalbo watching it. And they're saying, make sure if you're in Benalbo, come and visit the Working Dog and give him a pat. The Working Dog is actually a statue. It's not a real dog. And it's right in the middle of town. And you might wonder what Benalbo means. Well, it's actually the birthplace of Working Dog Trials. I think you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about it before because it's such a strange name, Working Dog Rally. You think, where would that come from? And we all work like dogs and we're here putting the event on. But the Working Dog Rally is literally an agricultural working dog, dogs that work stock. And they're amazing to watch. And this is sort of the birthplace of the Working Dog Trials. And here we go. So Craig's gone up at a 2:17, so he's headed back. So as we still see times come down, Hoy's done a 2:29, the fastest, and Badenoch a 2:28, so 1 second between the two top two-wheel drive rally cars. So, I love to watch that. There's nothing better just when it's just neck and neck like that, nothing in it. And we got a good shot here of the Kilbrides, husband and wife team, and I think this is their first outing in this car. It's a new car in their stable, not a brand new car as in rally car. It's been around, it's done a few miles, but currently sitting about third, putting in a really, really good show as they come into sight for us, out of your, or back on view now on your camera on the drone. What an amazing drone shot. The drone can't keep up. As we see the O'Brien Evo enter the stage now. And so yeah, between the 4 kilometre stage, we've got generally 2 cars on stage. We've got one staging up, ready to start. So we've got them fully loaded. The base is fully loaded all the way from the start to the finish and punches them through pretty quick. Running like a well-oiled machine, just all volunteers for the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club. So nothing sort of over the top or fancy here, just all humble people, normal volunteer people. And so if you're watching on and you haven't, not in the world of rallying, and you're watching us by accident, come and be involved. It's not an exclusive club by any means. You can be an official, you can compete, you can drive, you can do anything you like. You can come and commentate, come and jump on a microphone. I'd gladly give this up. But yeah, so by all means come and be involved. This club here in particular is a Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, but like that Adam Brand song, that Speedway song, he made it for Speedway, but it's Dirt Track Cowboys, but it's a little bit, there's clubs all over our land, you know, and rallying is strong in Western Australia and as I mentioned, the Northern Territory and South Australia, Victoria is just, there's a rally on every second day down there. I sit there and look, oh my God. And
there is a rally on there today.
Is there?
Yes, what's the rally that's on today? The Academus rally is on today,
Academus.
and the Bogaduck rally. So they're 2 rallies that run at the same time, obviously over the same course down in Victoria.
Wow.
I think it's a round of the state series down there, and that's happening as we speak.
You might be a bit more worldly than I am. Was I correct in saying that the WRC Central Europe rally is on this weekend?
Yes, it is, and I think you mentioned that Taylor was competing, and yes, he is competing.
So we'll get someone to dig out some stuff on that.
Yeah, I'll have a look at where he's at the moment. Yesterday, I know he had a flat tyre and he lost a bit of time. So, but it's a long event, and as he's shown many times over, he could easily come back and do amazing things. It's all on the line this weekend for Taylor. He's the scoring for that event. And a little disappointing for him, but there's double points on offer this weekend for that one rally. So there's about 3 or 4 different teams in the junior WRC, I believe, who could actually take it out because of the double points, depending on what happens at the front. So
I was listening to a podcast flying over here the other day. He was talking to Rusty's Garage. And he was explaining how, you know, whilst he's leading, he's by no means got it in the bag, so he's going there with some confidence. But there was 4 or 5 potential winners. And I was just looking at the O'Brien Evo just come through here, coming down. I reckon he's done the nicest job through there that we've seen on this stage. You know, just full commitment down the straight, and then most of them are really washing off all the speed they can get down into that culvert. But he's just done a nice, neat job, just washed off enough, which meant he had plenty of sort of torque, horsepower and momentum to take him up over that crest. And so he's done a sweet job of that, and I think that's going to be reflective in the time if he's been like that all the way through that stage. So that's the O'Brien Mitsubishi Evo, car number 6, Bear Motorsport, which will bring us into Simon Jansen. And then the next one that we want to keep an eye on, who's probably on the start line, will be the Maurer Kerr Mitsubishi Evo 6, you know, for all intents and purposes, one of, if not the leader. So there was only 1 second between Agio and the Maurer Mafia car, they call them. So what we should see coming now is the Jansen Evo 6, and then the one in this particular round that we want to keep an eye on is the Andrew Maurer and Brett Kerr Evo 6.
And whilst it makes it difficult for us to work out who's winning, it does make it a lot more exciting when it's just those 2 fastest times, that's for sure.
It sure does, yeah. No, it's anyone's game, and it is literally like, you know, someone is leading, but it doesn't mean they've got it in the bag, far from it.
Now, we see this car pretty regularly in the Queensland Rally Championship and in, you know, top contender. So it's not out of the question that they could do really well here as well.
No, that was neat there through there as well. So some of these back markers are actually sort of probably doing a better job than the front fellas. They're just probably not a little bit more consistent, you know, just a little bit 5 kilometres an hour less, but actually gives them better ground speed through that technical part. And this next one's the one we want to keep an eye on. Got the fastest stage going up last time, so that's the Maurer As you see the VR4 on the start line, but the next one to come into view will be the car 8, Andrew Maurer and Brett Kerr, right pretty much on the podium at the pointy end, and pretty fast and exciting.
Now, just going back to Taylor Gill, I just had a quick look to see where he's sitting after the first day. So at the end of their Friday, obviously Central European Rally, it's over the other side of the world, so they're a bit behind us. At the end of Friday, he's sitting in position 3. So despite that flat tyre that he had, that cost him a bit of time, he's sitting in position 3. So good place for him to be. It's certainly normal for him to have a massive comeback. So anything could happen, and it could be our very first junior WRC a winner.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I mean, Australia just on the world stage, always underestimated. But I was listening to that Central Europe Rally. I think it's an event that may have been revived, but it actually runs in 3 different countries. It's in the corners, almost like Cameron's Corner, like the corner of Europe. But there's 3 different countries that the event is actually running. But here we go, Andrew Maurer coming down, not on the drone view, but we're coming into here he comes now. This one of the fastest, or the fastest car, quickest going up before at 2:18, I think it was. Took a second out of Agio, and let's see what he can do now as he comes into our view down along the AMSAG Baden Civil Straight. All the flags everywhere. Certainly very, very quick.
Yeah, he is quick. When you look at that compared to some of those other cars, he really is pushing it.
Yeah.
Sounds great too, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was all sharp and very, very clean indeed. Nothing erratic. And then we'll just see the VR4, really neat looking VR4 of James Taylor and Stephen Jordan.
And you see that little water splash there, right down in the bottom of the dip. It's not very deep, but there is a little bit of a bump going into it, and it's good to see that everybody's hitting it pretty hard. Probably by the end of the day there won't be much of a bump there, but it looks very spectacular as they go through it.
No, we'll get another storm this afternoon and top it back up again.
Top it back up.
Yeah. Now this talking about Benalbo and Working Dog and all that sort of stuff, and if you're listening to us from Benalbo, hello, and thank you very much for sharing your beautiful town and an area with us this weekend. We hope we bring you lots of excitement and lots of joy, and it's just a wonderful town. So if you're sort of watching in, it's great community spirit, great community feel, and with just good collaboration through the whole area, Kyogle Shire, and like I said, blocking down a road and working with local landholders. And but everyone's a winner, from local business to the event. We've got young drivers here that are learning skills that you're just not going to learn anywhere else. You can go and do 1,000 driver training schools all you like, but get involved in this. It's just life-saving stuff and things that they can teach other people. So the repercussions of benefits is just endless.
And the town really has got behind it. Originally, the service park was supposed to be at the showground, and the showground has been fairly damaged from all the weather, and they've lost trees up there. So last minute decision was to move it down to the bowling club. The bowling club have come on board, and the golf club is being used a little bit too. The golf course is being used for some of the service parks, so they're really getting behind it. I've actually met the guy who owns this land that we're looking at, and he was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's run a rally here. He was really right behind it. And he's got cattle and everything, and I'm sure he's moved all the cattle away, and that's how committed he is to making sure something happens here in Benalbo. They've had a lot of shows cancelled just with, I think they've got some tick issues with the cattle out here, and so a lot of shows have been cancelled. So there hasn't been much going on in Benalbo in terms of their normal activities that they have in social activities. So good to see that we could bring something for them for the town as another car comes up.
Yeah, I like this car. I've been watching it all day. It's been very exciting. It's sort of one of the older four-wheel drive, the VR4. But it's just sort of been so neat and tidy, and I haven't really had a look at his times, but I'll have a little bit later. But that's James Taylor and Stephen Jordan in car number 9, racing car number 9, the Glant VR4. So if you like, they're considered classics now, these four-wheel drives. They come on the scene in the mid-90s and took the rally world by storm. And certainly evolved rallying from one dimension into another, and people certainly have a real cult following with these early. They're not an Evo. They're so he's done he has been doing some pretty quick times. So he's SS3 up, done a 2:28. So he's in the 2:20s. That's very impressive. So very consistent, 33 or 34, and then punched to 28. So that's quick,
very quick.
And then we see the front ones now just into the teens, and that's. Where are we going to be tomorrow? You just think how much is in a road, and you think, my God, at what point are they on the edge? And So obviously there's still some left in it, but let's just see where it is and how much it is. I don't think the road's going to get any grippier now this afternoon. It'll just come down to confidence and probably a bit of bravery as to how much. And so the next run, though, this is stage number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they'll do 6 today. And the next 2 stages are their last chance for today. So they have to put in, if they haven't already put their best result in, they have to do it next. This one I like too. Is this the Christian Springer car 10? Been enjoying watching these guys get quicker all day. He's only new into this car, so he started his life driving in a little front wheel drive and started in sort of off-road bike racing where a lot of rally drivers do come from. And so this is only his 5th rally altogether and only his 2nd rally car. So he's only stepped into this car very recently up out of an XL. So great grounding in starting life in an XL. And then moving up into this thing, which he's doing a mighty job of. Very impressive, nice and clean, very quick.
So he's from an off-road bike racing background, so MX Enduro desert racing, which is, stepping into a rally car after doing that, you're normally pretty quick straight out. I mean, we saw that last week at Coffs Harbour. The guy who basically was winning the rally at one stage, it was his 2nd rally. He's winning the rally, but he's got a background in bike racing. So
they always transition really well. I know. Remember Ryan Smart when he sort of just takes to it like a duck to water, don't they? They're just something about stepping off a motorbike and hopping into a rally car, and a lot of high-end rally drivers will often, if they don't ride motorbikes, they'll ride mountain bikes. And obviously hand-eye coordination and just being able to read things in microscopic seconds is so valuable, and that would be where it comes from, stepping off a motorbike. And you got to be pretty good at reading things or you end up with a broken arm pretty quick or collarbone. And
and he's he's done Fink and he's done the Don River Dash and a few other desert races, so he's certainly got experience when it comes to riding. So converting that into driving, you know what they say too, like, and with age comes a cage, and a lot of these motorbike riders do move into cars as they go along in their career, which is great to see. And he was certainly looking good.
The old saying, stick to know what you know, son. I never got into motorbikes because I know what had happened. I'll be sitting here in a wheelchair for sure.
So we got Matthew Davidson and Amy Davidson next in the WRX.
Yeah, we were talking about Amy earlier. She won the Yay the Girls Carnacross, I think, this year. So,
and I know that you've come across for that event. What a great event that is to get women involved in outright competition, and it's always been so well supported, that event.
Yeah, it is. It's just a great atmosphere. It's Yay the Girls. It's all about celebrating women in motorsport and just creating an environment where they just feel, all together as one, and it's just wonderful to watch. And I'll just come over and do the commentating. I'm not really involved in the running of it, but in true Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, it's just an excellent event. It sets a benchmark. And just leads the way for other clubs to follow suit. So that's great. So Amy won it this year, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, and it'll be on again next year. So same thing, if you're watching in and wondering how best to sort of dip your toe in the water with rallying, there's events called Carnacrosses is sort of your first rung in the ladder, first stepping stone. You don't need any special car whatsoever, just literally anything you have in the driveway. So look up the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club or your local club. Pretty fair chance they're running a Carnacross.
And how good is their Carnacross ground at the Gold Coast one? It's just fantastic.
It sure is. Actually, the mayor was there last time. We're giving him a pretty hard time about finding a permanent ground.
Well, it's certainly a good ground to use. It's and the good thing about that ground is the track's fantastic, but there's about 3 trees in the whole thing, so extremely safe. If you have an off on that track, you're pretty much just in a paddock. So it makes it a very safe and easy event to do, and you're not likely to damage your car. I see people there in their road cars doing Carnacross. I know for the Girls 2 years ago when I was there were certainly lots of road cars running. A great environment to learn how to drive your car. I think the last 2 years it's been a double header, hasn't it? It's been a normal Carnacross and then the Girls Carnacross as well over 2 days. So great event to get involved in if you want to get involved, if you're based on the Gold Coast or if you're based around that area, in the Tweed area or even in Brisbane, a great club to join. And the grounds is only really an hour from Brisbane.
Yeah, it sure is. No, there's a lot going on in southeast Queensland, certainly spoilt for choice on all levels. Even if you don't want to compete, that club that we're speaking of is so all-inclusive, where they welcome people to come and help and be involved, in the club itself, as from an officialdom point of view, and it's just all inclusive, and it's just a great feeling. Doesn't matter who you are or what you are, you're welcome, and right from this high end. Next year this will be a state championship event. This year it's a standalone rally sprint, which is going to turn into what I believe will be a national, if not international, standard. Already we've got eyes from around the world looking at this event, and why wouldn't you? It's incredible. So
now that looks like, to me, sitting on the start line there, that looks like an early Evo.
It does, yeah, like an Evo 3 or something like that. And which will put us down.
What, a car 15?
I reckon it would be, yep. And just having a bit of a look at the times that has come in. Like I said, overall, in the overall event, doesn't mean the winners will lose, but through this stage, Craig Aggio's peeled it down to a 2:17, so that's still, once again, the quickest time we've seen heading that way. Pulled 4 seconds out of Maurer, so they're just chopping and changes both ways. So Maurer was faster on the way up. Aggio, he's having a bar of that. And he's gone down to a 2:17 on the way down. 2:22 Springer jumps up in there. Kilbride's at a 23. Jansen 24. O'Brien 25. Badenoch, the quickest two-wheel drive, at 28. Wayne Hoyt at 29. And on it goes. So really impressive. Very close together. Once again, 29 cars still going. Only 30-second spreads the whole field. So you see this really nice little Toyota Celica. Not one of the fastest cars, but certainly really enjoyable to watch and listen to, and looks pretty quick and tidy as he comes in past us.
Yes, it's an RA23 Celica. James Wilson and Angus Fraser. Angus was actually out last week at Coffs Harbour, sitting in a different car, so he gets around. He was doing quite well in a Datsun, sitting in the co-driver's seat last week at Coffs Harbour, and now back in a Toyota for this event.
Yeah, no, he's got a bit of power behind that car. I've seen him sort of using all the road and trying to get a bit of traction down.
I do like that early model Celica. They're very nice cars. They look like a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, they do. They're just a good-looking car. They're obviously they can be quite competitive if you put the whole package together, but they're just a good-looking car. They're just a good car to look at.
Looks like Keith lining up on the road next. In that beautiful looking Ford Escort with Claire Bacchini sitting in the co-driver's seat. Well, she didn't have a great event last weekend. She was sitting in with Cameron Henry in a WRX, and they had a few dramas with the car with gear selection. There's a little switch somewhere in the gearbox that senses something. I don't actually know what it senses. It's all very technical to me, but what it meant was it was flicking out of four-wheel drive and into two-wheel drive, and then back into four-wheel drive, which made the car very difficult to drive. And unfortunately, at the second service break, they had to withdraw from the event. So it's great to see her back in the car and having a bit of a go today as we have a look at that lovely little Evo 3. Car number 15, Richard Clooney and Blair Reid.
Yeah, look how close that drone can get you right there. Don't read the number plate. It's a great shot. Almost looks like one of them Xbox games.
You can see that the car starts to run away from the drone at some point there. That's how quick that little section of road is.
Yeah, we'll get some indications on sort of what sort of speeds and things that they're getting up to from here, and we'll be able to calculate what sort of average speeds they might be up to in 4 and whatever kilometres they're doing it in, and getting it down to a 2:17 now. So I would imagine, we're sort of probably going to see it get it close down to the 2:10s. I don't think we'll see much more than that. If that's where they are now after 4 runs, we've got 2 more this afternoon, and then by the time they get going again tomorrow, so maybe in the early teens, I think is where we might land on this particular weekend.
It's amazingly quick over this road. I know that you this morning, when I was listening to the commentary, you were talking about the fact that I wonder what times they're going to sit, 2:30. I actually thought it was going to be around 2:40 because the bit at the end is quite tight, and I was expecting it was going to be around that 2:40 mark and maybe up to 2:30 by the end of the weekend. But these times are just incredible. I'm just blown away by how quick they're doing this 4-kilometre course.
Yeah, it is. No, and it's just it's a tricky. Not that I've done it at speed. I've only been able to drive it slowly, so you get a bit of a feel for a road. And but I'll talk to the guys later when I go to town and the people that I know that I've rallied with, and I can sort of understand where they might be sitting, and so it's impressive. There's some pretty hairy and highly technical parts of the course where it could go wrong pretty quickly, and great to see the commitment levels, and they're looking for where they can trim. There's times it's still coming down, so they're finding time and seconds in this section of road. And so the next one will be interesting. Up and back they go, and that'll be us for the day. So that'll give us 6 stages all up, I believe. I think that's what the schedule is.
Well, I think actually there's 10 stages each day planned. It just depends on,
okay.
Yeah, it just depends on, I think, how many we get through in the time period. But I think it's 5 runs both ways on Saturday and then again tomorrow. So we'll see how we go. Geez, that kind of sounds good, doesn't it, as it goes through?
Yeah, it does. It's fast too, coming down that straight there. Extremely fast. And as you mentioned, they're gearing up to go to, what's arguably one of the biggest rallies in Australia in a couple of weeks, the Alpine Rally of East Gippsland, which I'm going to, but I would normally compete in, and but I'm not this year, sadly, so just missed out on that. And but yeah, there's 100 cars, two-wheel drive, naturally aspirated. It's just a wonderful concept of an event, and you look at the competition at that event where there's 20-25 cars at the front of the pack that potentially could win it, and it's a long endurance event, so you've got to be consistent, reliable. But when you have that many people at that end of the field, you've just got to throw it all out right from the very, very beginning and not hope for the best, but you can't sit back and think, I'll just wait for them to all break down and I'll march through, because
there's too many of them to break down.
Someone will have a bit of luck and
That's right.
keep going. So they've got to be 10 tenths from the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 go. So it's going to be a great event to watch.
And that's what I love about that event. There's so many people that could potentially win the event. You can't sit back and just go, oh yeah, this person's going to win the event or this person's going to be in the top 5. It really could be anybody's event. And there's not only is there, all of the cars that are entered, I believe there's also going to be a couple of special invites. So there'll be all sorts of interesting things happening at that event. That's another event where the director is Troy Bennett, who runs the Sunraysia Safari. So
yeah, that's right. Like we see, I was surprised and impressed to see Nathan Quinn coming back. He's won it twice, and it'd be pretty easy to think, right, I've got them in the bag, I'll leave it be. But he's going back, hopefully, he doesn't go in anything unless he wants to win it, because he has the ability and the talent and to win it. And there's a lot at stake, so he might take a hat trick and win it 3 times in a row. How impressive would that be? But by jingoes, he's going to have to work so hard for it. But he's such a smart operator. He's so good at what he does. He's certainly a class act in that field.
As we see Peter Light go past in the Hyundai Excel.
Yeah, so really looking forward to watching the Alpine Rally unfold from, once again, a competition point of view. Just extraordinary. So, we've got Nathan Quinn up there, and then a barrage of Queenslanders going down there to try to show the Mexicans how it's done. Always with a bit of a myriad of success, but...
This will be the first year that I'm missing out on going. I'm a bit disappointed that I won't be able to be there this year, but it will be a great event. And if you're in Victoria or you want a good weekend away to watch some rallying, that's certainly an event to get along to.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I waited 3 years, because it normally runs every 2 years. This one, they decided they had to go 3 years. So I waited patiently for 3 years, and the entries opened up, and then anyway, long story, I got a bit tangled up and tripped over and missed out on the start, which is a bit of a shame. But that's okay. I'm still going to go down and watch the event, do an official job, do your thing, give back to the sport a little bit, and then without spending a cent, go and watch other people spend a lot and sit on the sidelines and just watch a great event unfold. And once again, just watch good people doing, just driving their heart and soul out. And there is nothing better than that. And I'm fortunate. I do know who a lot of them are, so when you can really enjoy the competition side of it. And, a big long event like that, a bit of strategy comes into it. And, so it's certainly very exciting.
Now, we say that it's very difficult to predict a winner for that event, and it is, but if you're going to pick a favourite, you'd have to say Nathan Quinn's right up there, right?
Oh, I think just obviously his out and out speed. His ground speed is phenomenal, and he has a lot of but just he's a good, wise strategist. When you go to an event and the heat and the speed is on, people get sucked up into that vortex so quick, and Nathan seems to be able to shut that out. The speed is so high right from the very, very start, and then that's when they start breaking gear and slipping off the road and doing funny and silly things.
Haven't you seen his service crew? Like changing a diff is like changing oil for those guys. They just change it. Yes. I asked him on last weekend, he was under the car, and said, what's going on at the back? Just a routine diff change. I said, okay, that's just a standard Nathan Quinn answer, just doing a standard engine change, standard diff change, standard brakes change. They certainly pull out all stops to keep that car going, and I think it's a testament to them. I think they would have done a lot better. They had a flat tyre on one of the stages last weekend. I think they would have been well and truly, maybe even in the top 3. So
yeah, I don't know if you were over there or you would have watched it, no doubt, but when he went over for the Silver Fern, and because I guess a lot of the Kiwis probably don't really know where he fits, and he's this young ratbag and an old RX2, and didn't really get to shine because he sort of had a bit of struggles there in the dust, and then had a bit of an off and backed it into a post, and but certainly he had their measure.
Yeah,
he had their measure, that's for sure. And so the results didn't show in the end, but that's okay. But it was great to watch. You'd watch him there, and he was playing his game, he was doing his thing, and just about ready to pounce. And you certainly know where he would have been at the end of the event had he made it that far. But anyway, that's rallying. You win some, you lose some, and to finish first you must finish. And in that case, very, very rare, he didn't.
So just looking at the time, and just had some word through from the officials that it's likely we'll do 4 runs each way today, Jamie. So a total of 8 stages at this stage is the plan.
Yeah, that's exciting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I lost counting. Who cares? We'll just keep talking to the cars as they keep going. We'll keep talking until the sun goes down, and then we're in town. The big street party uptown Benalbo this afternoon. Go and see the Working Dog Rally and give the statue a pat, as the locals say.
Yeah, well, the Eat Street is a regular thing here in Benalbo. Last year at the Benalbo Rally, the Eat Street happened, and at the beginning of the event, and it was a great social gathering. Blown away by how many people were there. I mean, this town isn't right in the middle of suburbia. It is a long way from anywhere, and yet people come from everywhere to take part in the Eat Street. So if you are in the area, come in and join the fun. Go and have a look at all of the rally cars lined up in the main street. It'll be a great opportunity to get up close, talk to the drivers, talk to the co-drivers, have something to eat and drink, and take in the atmosphere.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea, and absolutely. And then put this event on your radar next year. It'll be back to a full multi-stage rally, if I'm listening correctly, mixing up each year. So they'll be using different roads and multiple stages, and therefore I'd imagine it's probably going to become part of one or both state championships rounds potentially. And
yeah, it's part of the AMTAC series.
Part of the AMTAC series. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Yep, perfect. So it'll be a massive event next year. So whether you come and compete, come and officiate, just come and spectate and be involved, or if you're sitting out there in a lounge chair with a big fat wallet, some of these young kids could probably do with a bit of coin. So you see there's some young competitors in here, and like most of them on the bones of their arse, and they're just spending every single cent that they have, and they don't have multi-millionaire parents. They just doing the best they can with what they got. So even if you think I'm doing okay in life and wouldn't mind helping a good young kid who's trying hard, it's not hard to find. Just get involved in these clubs, and even $50 can go so far. $50 would pay a young kid's petrol for this weekend. So many hands make light work, as they say. We've just got a bit of a delay on the track, just tidying up a couple of things, and we'll be up and away again as the day warms up. It's just a gorgeous day here. It's not too hot, probably just around about 30 degrees, and a little bit of humidity around. So yesterday it was similar, big storm through the night, which was perfect. Probably something similar tonight maybe. And then another full day of rallying again tomorrow. Virtual security guard you see on screen there now. That's where your shot's coming from, literally right now at the start control. It's virtual security guard. Look them up. So it's a security camera. So it's not a almost broadcast quality. and that's at the start and the finish of the stage. And then in amongst there, we've got sort of drones and other stationary cameras, Baden Civil. And of course, Kick-Ass, you see there in the background, great supporters of everything rallying around southeast Queensland, everywhere else in Australia too, for that matter. Many hands make light work.
Yeah, it's great to see Kick-Ass sponsoring this event. They are a 12-volt company, so they make lots of different accessories for cars and four-wheel drives, all your 12-volt accessories. They've got outlets all around Australia, and you can obviously buy their gear online. I got quite a bit of their gear myself, and it's great stuff. So if you want to support these events, support the sponsors that support us, and get in and get some gear. If you need some 12-volt gear, they're the people to see.
Yeah, sure are. We deal with a little bit of it out there in Central Australia, and yeah, it's great. You know, their product quality is good. Their passion for their product is good, because even if something goes wrong with it, they're on it. You know, they want to know why, they want to repair it, they want to make sure that it's everything they're putting out there works. And they even cooked us up breakfast here this morning. What have we got here? A bit of data.
Best 2 times at 3 seconds gap.
So just doing a bit of a rough, based on the way the results work. If the event was to finish now, this is sort of how it looked, but obviously there's still 1,000 miles to go, maybe not that far, but quite a long way to go. But so the best times up times 2 and the best times back by 2 would still put Craig out in front by 3 seconds. So there's only 3 seconds in it behind the Maurer Mafia boys. So Craig's best time up was 2:19, best time back's at 2:17, and yeah, so it's interesting. The Kilbrides would still be sitting in third out of fourth, so 8 seconds behind. And then it's once again, it's only a tiny little jump to the Springers of 4:49, then Taylor's, then Clay Badnock, the 2 two-wheel drive. So pretty impressive times, you know, considering the... so I got 4 stages all done, still got a couple to go this afternoon.
Yeah, so it is tight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's great. It's and that's what you want to see when you go to a rally. You know, you love to see fast cars, but more importantly, I love to see tight competition. Actually, in anything, whether it's rugby league or V8 supercars or a motor car, all you want to see is good quality competition at that level. You don't ever want to just see someone just mow everyone down and just be miles out in front because they've either got $1 million or they're just a standout. Here, this entire field is all at a similar level, so which creates great competition. So you don't always necessarily come to watch a rally just to see the fastest car. You come to see the people do their best, and that's what we're getting to see here.
Now the interesting thing is, in the two-wheel drive category, it's really all down between Wayne Hoy and Clay Badnock, and at the moment they're both sitting on the same time. 4:57 is their combined fastest times back and forward. So neck and neck. That's pretty exciting, isn't it?
It is very exciting. I'm going to love to watch that. It's talking about two-wheel drives. Here comes the Sprinter and come wide out as he entered into the straight. Looked really good. This is one of my favourite cars here this weekend. Yeah, sounds good. That'll be Michael Levy and Drew Fearnley. Doing a really neat job of it there. And probably McJan and O'Connor off the start line, I'm thinking. Yes, it would be. And that's a good car to watch as well. They've been putting in some pretty handy times. Full credit to everybody. Great. This is a pretty high-speed event, and so far nobody's put a foot wrong, which is what we want to see. We don't like to see crumpled cars. We love to see plenty of action and everybody trying really hard, but we don't want to see people flying off into the scrub and wrecking their pride and joy, and it also slows the event down and holds up proceedings. So all we want to see is just cars come car after car after car, just keep going all weekend, which is the way it's been going, and you wouldn't want anything more. So full credit to everybody, and the entire team of volunteer officials, and I think you might be connected to a few of them back there at Rally HQ.
Yeah, so it's been a very uneventful morning in terms of incidents, which is great because that means we're running on time and everybody's keeping their car straight. And look, both ways on this course, there are two dangerous corners in terms of there's big drop-offs, and in the road book you'll see, and I've got the road book here in my hand, and you can see that going this way there's a caution, going the other way, there's a caution, road goes hard right over grid, do not overshoot, and there's a little parachute, that's in the forward direction. But coming back this way, on a different corner, there's the potential to do the same. There's a do not overshoot as well. So everybody's paying very close attention to the do not overshoots because there's some big drop-offs over the side.
This one's been one of my favourites today, the McJan Subaru. Buried right down in the field, but just that style through there was perfect. You know, a lot of the cars are carrying so much speed down there because they can go so fast, but then they've got to wash it all off and throw it all out, and there's rocks and shit and stuff flying everywhere, and they're coming in sideways, which is plenty of action. But that one there was just so neat and tidy. You know, the speed was relevant to the corner, didn't have to wash much off, and it was just so neat through the corner and just had everything you need. The whole package was just perfect. So we'll have a look at that time when it comes through, and that's the car 23, David McJan.
And it is a bit misleading here where we are at the spectator point, which is where the camera is, where you're seeing all of this great vision from. That corner that you can see doesn't look like it's much of a corner, but when you're at speed, and I know I've driven this road a couple of times, not at speed, but even at, you know, the normal pace that you drive along this road, it could catch you out if you weren't aware of the fact that it goes around to the left quite tight, even though it doesn't look as tight as what it seems.
Yeah, I know. Even when they come back our way again shortly, this hump here in front of us is going to be interesting. They hit the top of it flat out, and next thing they're on the rankers and they're trying to chuck all the speed out and provide some entertaining watching. So, but maybe next time I reckon they'll hold it flat and stay fully committed. Wow, we're just talking about, that's one of my favourite cars, just watching and pulling a really good package together. That is, I'll just go back to the car now, 23. David McJan just done a 2:23, so only like 5 seconds off the quickest car. So, no, just being rewarded for a fast and committed run, but keeping it extremely clean. So, yeah, good run through.
Cloud coming over. There we see the little Daihatsu Charade Di Tommaso taking off. Great little car. Getting down towards the end of the field now. Won't be long before we'll be turning around again. And Ella, who's driving that Daihatsu Charade, she was competing last weekend at the Coffs Harbour Rally and was doing quite well until, unfortunately, they put a hole in the fuel tank. So they've obviously spent the week getting that little Charade Di Tommaso fixed up so that they could get here to do this event.
Yeah, they're busy, aren't they? They're into everything. Paul and Ella, and has he got a young fella as well they do a bit with? I was just trying to think. I get sort of like try to keep a bit of an eye on it from over home there. Then I get confused. All these people getting around with their mums and dads and kids and all the up and comings. But certainly you see Ella get around a bit, and then she's not shy on jumping on the camera as well, doing sort of a job like you do, get around and talking to people and on that grassroots level motorsport, which is great for interaction. You know, sort of getting in and getting a new audience and engaging with everybody.
Yeah, it was quite disappointing to see that car on the trailer last weekend, and I walked up to them and said, "Oh, what's going on?" They said, "Oh, we got a small problem. There's no fuel in the tank because it had drained itself." So somehow they got a bit of a leak. And the Coffs Harbour Rally is quite unique in that it's got a lot of these drainage ditches that they dig. So the rally ends up with humps after hump after hump. There was hundreds of humps in the roads, and it's very easy on a little car that's, you look at how close that is to the ground on this shot as they come into this corner. It's very easy to put a hole in
Such a committed run. I've been watching that car as soon as it come into sight way back over there, and just carrying some really sweet speed all the way through, and just obviously got a really good guide and mentor there in the passenger seat with Paul, and she's developing very, very quickly.
I've driven one of those cars in the past, and they are a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, so not getting too far down off the bottom end of this run. We've got 29 cars all up. We're sort of getting down well into the 20s now. That was Ella Piavera. and 26 will be next, the Greenish Toyota Corolla, which is another one that I like. It always looks really cool and quite committed.
Now, Jamie, as we stand here, we look towards the west, and what do we see?
Yeah, pretty cool. Looks like Bathurst, I think, last weekend, so we might see a repeat of Bathurst. In she comes, but the good part of it, we'll be the only ones scurrying and running for cover. The rally drivers won't care, because a shower right now will do this road a favour.
Yes.
So that's the good part. We'll just have to put this $50,000 worth of camera gear that I don't own away, and I wouldn't know there's cords and buttons and stuff everywhere, and I know there's one button that I'm allowed to touch, and that's that one there, and outside of that I'm allowed to do anything.
Well, there's some big black clouds rolling in, if you haven't worked out what we're talking about, and whilst there doesn't look like there's any rain in them just at the moment, I'm sure whatever's behind them could bring some rain to the event later as we move on. I know the forecast was for a little bit of rain, and yes, there was a big storm last night, so maybe we're in for the same. But right now, let's follow this car in. I do love that drone shot, it's so good.
Yeah, it's a great shot, and this is a quick car and plenty of commitment. And going good all day. It's a Greenish Toyota Corolla. Yeah, last year we were all downtown and had the big street party, and all the cars were parked up, and we all had to go up the up into the hall for a driver's briefing. And while we were in there, an absolute huge monumental storm and deluge came, and all the rally cars, windows were open and down, and so it was a great start to the weekend. But all adds to the spirit and the adventure. And
yeah, it was kind of funny, wasn't it? We're all down on the street. The driver's briefing gets called, so we all disappear. Whilst we're gone, the whole mayhem unleashes on the place. We've got rain and thunderstorms, but it passed very quickly, and I think that's probably what will happen this afternoon too. If we do get a storm, it'll roll in, it'll pass very quickly, and then it'll be gone.
Yeah, no, will we? We won't bother this too much at all.
Thank you very much.
We've got quite a crowd here at the spectator point, and as the afternoon rolls on, the buses coming back and forwards between runs and dropping people off and picking them up, so it's a great place to come if you're in the area. Just pop in and do a bit of spectating, or if you live in Benalbo and you've always wanted to see a rally, then come on out, because it really is a great place to watch here at the spectator point. You can see for almost a kilometre down the road, and I can see this car coming in now. It's quite a long way away, but it'll be with us very quickly.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I've been probably fortunate to do a bit of commentating at various events around the place. Sort of don't go looking for it, but happy to help out some friends. And, from the Leeburn sprints and that sort of thing. And, as far as location and simplicity and quality, this is incredible. Just sort of sitting here on a hill, rally cars are right there, spectators from in town, and we've got this TV in front of us beaming all around the world, and just amazing in them drone shots. Oh my God. So it's wonderful to be a part of it. As we see the last two cars lining up there now, this will be the Meyer and Mitchell Stanza, which will leave one more, the Gary Reid and Sandusky 180B, and that'll be run number 4. And once again, we'll go into a bit of that transition. We'll go quiet for a while, but still plenty of action for this afternoon to go, where it's not over by any means. And still plenty of action this afternoon, and then plenty more tomorrow as well. So that's it. Is that rain already? You're just talking about it. You've jinxed it.
Have I jinxed it? It started raining?
Here it comes. I don't even know where it's coming from. The clouds are right over there. We might have to bring a bit of this technology in under the kick-ass canopy.
Hang on a second, Jamie. We need to be careful here. There's all of this technology here, so we better just be careful.
6,000 wires. It all has to come together.
So let's just move this back up. Sorry, folks, while we do a little bit of maintenance here. As we move some of this gear out from under us. Looks like we've managed to move it without disconnecting anything, hopefully.
Once we do that, there'll be no more rain, so that'll be perfect. There we go. We just had to bring the a bit of technology in under cover before it got wet, because it's it looked pretty expensive to me. And that's what's bringing you all these amazing shots from around the stage where you got just coming from just beaming around the world. This is world class. It looks fantastic. So thanks AASA, which stands for Australian. Oh, what's it stand for? AASA, Australian Autosport Action Group, and then AMSAG, Australian Motorsport Action Group, and then of course the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, and all the officials and all that sort of stuff. On the Brink Motorsport, all them sponsors. I think we're looking pretty good here. A bit of rain starting to come down, but like I said, it doesn't matter how much it rains, it won't bother the event. That's the good news for everybody watching on. Rain will not bother this track, so they'll just keep soldiering on. If anything, will actually make it help that track a little bit. It'll actually bring some grip back into it again, settle that dust.
I actually don't think this rain's going to last for very long, Jamie. I think it's going to come and go. I think the spectators are all here and they've all moved out from under their covers and they're standing out in the rain. I think the rain's cooling things down a little bit.
Cooling off a little, that's right. So, no, it'll work in our favour. And all these puddlers have got these accent bench tops, big broad bin hap anyway. So that'll, as we can see, here we go. So that's stage finished. So last car is on stage now coming through. And that's the sweep car, the fire brigade, the ambulance, and they'll reset and transition all the way back to the town end, back to the western end.
Those clouds there, Jamie, so
there we go.
They're pretty scattered. I mean, it's still very sunny here. The sun's out and it's raining.
The sun's back out. So we'll go into a bit of a quiet mode. We might try and find you some up-to-date results and have a little bit of a spell as well before we go into the next two stages on Saturday afternoon here at the 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint, Tyres and More Hammond.
Really
Oh, I'll just stand you. What was that first car that just went through?
What's happened?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Up and away again, and here we are live. We'll get some vision for you shortly, but we've got a little bit of sound to start with on our 2 runs to go this afternoon. Only day 1 into day 2 days of competition, and certainly going to be very, very exciting. The first car on the road, Clay Badenoch, just come past us there now. That was certainly cleaner and a little bit more committed than his last run through, and realistically for Saturday this is their last chance to punch in their best run on the way up, which is our west to east going away from town run. So.
Okay, well, he looked far tidier that time than he did the last time, that's for sure.
He did, that's for sure and certain. He looks fantastic coming back. He those poor posts on the inside of the corner there cop a bit of a flogging when he comes back, but anyway, yeah, so pretty exciting times. And the next car will be Wayne. No, is Wayne Hoy next, or is he a bit further on? I think Wayne's Where's that start list? It is, so pretty cool. These two two-wheel drive cars, they're not leading the event, but they're only just a little way down. But there's only 1 second split the difference between the two. So their own competition, which is the front-running two-wheel drive cars, this is where it's all at. We've just seen Clay Badenoch and Larissa Bigger go through, and next will be Wayne Hoy and Alan Steen, who are certainly getting faster and faster all day. So that'll be pretty keen to watch coming up very shortly.
And our drones will be up in the air any moment. In fact, there we go. As I speak, the drone is up. So we'll have nice footage from the drone shortly. I hope you're all enjoying the drone footage, especially that chase drone. It looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, certainly world-class footage brought to you. So Rally Sprint itself isn't a new concept or nothing new, but certainly what they're doing with this vision and live streaming and linking it all together here is certainly fantastic and cutting edge, and utilising all the technology available to us. And we'll introduce you to the boys a bit later, as we've seen Wayne Hoy come into view there, and the green 240Z comes up onto that crest and just didn't quite carry the consistent speed as Badenoch did through there. Just couldn't quite judge as he come up onto that crest.
Now, all today's action is coming to you thanks to the guys at offroadracing.com.au, doing a brilliant job of this live stream with in what's not easy conditions to do a live stream. We're out in the middle of nowhere. We're on a 4 kilometre stage, and they're doing a great job. If you want to see some of their stuff, head over to offroadracing.com.au. That's Shane and Phil running that.
Yeah,
doing a great job here. They're running around with drones and cameras and cameramen and all sorts of stuff. It's great to see such a huge effort to do this live stream. I'm really enjoying the footage, and those drones are looking great as well.
Yeah, it is. No, it's amazing. Haven't seen anything like it, so it's good to be part of, and certainly it's nice to be able to look at a screen knowing what people back home and around the world are watching on the live stream. So it gives us a bit of a feel for what you're seeing. We can see a little bit more, in the live part when they come past us here, so it gives us a taste of the dust, and we can feel and hear the roar of the engines. But everything else you're seeing there, you can really get a feel for this great, and see a lot of the track. It's 4.5 kilometres long, or just under bit over 4 Ks. So give you a really good feel for what this competition's all about, and you can certainly appreciate why it's so close. There's nothing in it, like literally 1 second between first and second outright, 1 second there between the fastest two-wheel drive cars, and then so the competition throughout the entire field is just so close. Yeah, so Clay's just put in a blinder on that one up. He's just beat his personal best by about 5 seconds on the run up, so he's just done a 2:24. So he's really coming on song there. This is Craig Aggio. For all intents and purposes, is sort of the current event leader, but only by the slenderest of margins, only got about a second up his sleeve. So, his win is not safe by any means. He's a great driver, and he's just been probably the most consistently clean, I think, and we're seeing it. So he's only been beaten in one stage at the moment. He's going to have to work pretty hard to sort of retain that, because the boys behind him are going to probably want to pip him at the post and take that lead back away from him. But it's providing a pretty exciting competition for us here this afternoon to watch.
And we do want to welcome all our viewers, whether you're watching this on Facebook, on the live stream on Facebook, or if you're over on the Kickass YouTube channel, which is where it's streaming as well. In fact, if you're on Facebook and you're trying to work out how to put it on your big screen TV at home, and you want to go to YouTube, go to the Kickass YouTube site, and you'll be able to watch it big screen in the lounge room, on the lounge chairs, not on your little phone.
Yeah, imagine what that shot would look like up on a massive big screen on your wall, or that one where you get right in behind, nearly up the tailpipe of a rally car. It just looks absolutely extraordinary.
And it is very green out here in the countryside. And as you drive here, you can see how much rain they've had over the past few months, because it's really green. It's beautiful looking countryside. Where we are here, we are literally half a kilometre from the township of Benalbo, close to all the cafes and the shops. Go in and grab a cup of coffee from the little cafe in the town hall.
God, look at these amazing times between Clay Badenoch and Wayne Hoy. just where they're swapping seconds all day, and they've both just done the same time in the entire stage. So 2:24, both of it's their fastest times. They've been 2:29s, 28s, 2:30s, and all of a sudden, bang, they've taken 6 seconds out of themselves at a 2:24. So absolutely incredible as we see the Kilbrides. Yeah, they got it right, and so many of them are struggling with that little crest, but I think he just took a deep breath and I thought, no, he's got this, and that was nice. That was probably the first and only car. Maybe Craig Aggio done a clean job there. Clay Badnock looked good, and Kilbride's just done a nice job of just coming onto that, off the roller coaster, onto that bit of a crest where you just can't see that next culvert, and look at that drone straight up in behind the car and looking fantastic.
Now, we talked a little bit about the way that the timing works for this. If you want to see the full results, head over to the desktop version. You can look at the desktop version on your phone, it's just a little difficult, but the desktop version has their fastest forward run and their fastest reverse run, and so you can see both of the times, their fastest times for that. If you scroll down to the bottom where it says classifications for this leg, click on that and it'll show you all of the timing for this particular day. So at the moment, if you go there now, you'll see that Craig Aggio is leading the event. He's on 4:33 with Andrew Murrah on 4:39. So 4 minutes 39 to 4 minutes 33. So 6 seconds in it at the moment. And as you were saying with the two-wheel drives, if we scroll down here to the two-wheel drives, let's have a little look here. Clay Badnock and Wayne Hoy, they're right there. Clay on 4:52 and Wayne Hoy on 4 minutes 53. So it's all happening.
There he goes, there's O'Brien. He's been having a really cool run, and he done the stereotypical just hard and fast up on top of the crest and thought, oh, bail out, and tries to wash off all the speed, and it keeps it on the road, which is nice. There's a drone tucks up in underneath.
I thought he did a good job of holding that there. That could have ended badly as he came into there all locked up.
Yeah, well, his next option was come through the gate and come up and say good day to us. He tried everything else.
Now you'll see these times as they come in, and we must thank all of the timing crew. They're doing a great job. The times it's not all done electronically via computer. There's some people out there looking at times and relaying them through to HQ who are updating them pretty much as they come in. So they're next to live, which is great. Thanks to that crew for doing such a great job at both ends of the stage.
Yeah, no, doing a mighty job of keeping it updated, and it's one of the incredible things with modern technology. Love it or hate it, sometimes it can be fantastic, and in this case it is, I suppose, because you can be anywhere around the world and just watch this event, live in every way, shape or form, from the vision to the results, to the audio. You can really sort of feel part of it, and look at that shadow coming off the shadow of the cloud, and
so
storm clouds in behind us just rumbling in over the ranges.
For our viewers at home, you might be wondering what that darkness is on the screen. That darkness is the shadow from the cloud right above us, and I just looked up and it's got very black very quickly.
Sure has. So we might be moving this table inside the Unimog, right just under the awning shortly. But the good news is the event goes on, rain, hail or shine. It doesn't stop the rally cars. It just means we've got to sort of shuffle under cover a little bit. And the good part is there's just so much exciting competition all the way through this whole field. There we see the Jensen Mitsubishi Evo 6 done a pretty nice job of that, and scampering off out of sight. And that gives us a bit of shade and a little bit of reprieve, actually, because it's been quite a warm day here. When the sun's belting down, and as the sun moves into the western sky, it'll start to turn straight into our face. So it might be a nice afternoon, just have a bit of cloud cover and give us a spell from the sun.
Back down there at the finish of the stage, and there we have a nice drone shot. We can see that cloud that's coming in, and how dark it's got here all of a sudden. Let's just hope that rain stays in the clouds and not down here with us, because I don't want to get wet, Jamie.
No, I'd rather not. Seems to be a bit of par for the course, though, when you come to Benalbo.
I don't think I've ever been here where there hasn't been a massive storm. Yes, you can see that it's got quite dark here. The drone shot coming in on our car, and it's quite dark. Got a feel for our drone pilot, who's probably got a set of sunglasses on his drone to cope with the sunshine, and now it's got dark. Back down to the finish of the stage, you can.
Clouds haven't caught up down there yet.
No, but the cars are starting to line up to come back again, and I can hear another car at the start. We'll go back to our start shot in a moment. We'll see the next car come into shot.
This is the car kind of probably sitting on about second at the moment, the Mara Mafia. I think you said Craig's got about a 3-second jump on him, perhaps, potentially, depending on this run.
Yeah, let's see how this run goes, because it'll make a difference if he jumps up. So at the moment, on the forward run, Craig Aggio sitting on 2 minutes and 16, and
well, that's his best run on the way up. So just as a bit of a example for those who are watching it or may have just tuned in, so we're on the run up, which is west to east, going from town up to the back end of the stage. And this morning, Craig's first run up was a 2:25, and he's just done a 2:16. So he's basically pulled 10 seconds out of this 4 kilometre run from his first look at it this morning through to this afternoon, where now he's familiar with the road, he knows his notes, he's got confidence in his notes. He's pulled it down to a 2:16, so that'll be his last run west to east today, I think, and he's got one more run back to town this half, and then tomorrow it's on again, and we'll see whether he can actually sort of get a little bit more out of that. But at the moment, running from west to east, from town outwards, is 2 minutes 16 seconds at the moment, quickest by Craig Aggio. And then we've got the Mara boys out there now. Seen a 2:21, a 24, a 28 and a 24 by the two-wheel drive. So about 10 seconds of deficit. 4 and 4 was 8 seconds, about 8 seconds between the leading four-wheel drive back to the leading two-wheel drive. So 8 seconds in 4 kilometres. That's a fair bit, actually.
So let's see if Andrew Mora and Brett Kerr can improve this time. They've got 2 seconds to catch to equal Aggio's time. So we'll see the times changing if they manage to do it this run. As I said before, 6 seconds the difference overall, so a little bit to make up. As we see the VR4 go through.
Yeah, it doesn't sound much, when you're thinking, 2 seconds, you could find that somewhere, but then when you're at that end of the field and everybody is so good and so experienced and so competitive, try and find 2 seconds is, it might as well be 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Over 4 kilometres, it's very hard to make up 2 seconds. And it just goes to show how fast those two front runners are. If we then go back to who's sitting in third place at the moment, it's the Kilbrides. Their total cumulative time over the two fastest runs is 4 minutes 47. So they're back another 14 seconds from Aggio. And as you say, over this course, 14 seconds, that's a lot to make up. And so trying to catch those leaders is going to be quite difficult on this course. Now, you're saying there's one more run to go. There may be 2 more runs to go, just depending on how timing goes.
All right.
But at the moment, we've just had a time come in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it is very exciting. We're talking about 2 seconds. It might as well be 20 minutes. Well, he's just brought up these 2:14 by the look of it for the Mara.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So,
okay, so that...
Keep an eye on your times there, because we might see some bit of either a reshuffle or coming very, very close together. So, so 2 seconds he's done. So
okay, so
wow.
It's just come up on my timing screen here. So yes, it's official. 2 minutes 14. So he's taken 2 seconds out of the run of Craig Aggio. So he's now the quickest in the first run. He's still got quite a bit to make up in the reverse run, but he's now 2 seconds overall behind Aggio. So it's 4:33 for Aggio going as the cumulative total, and 4:35 for Andrew Moore and Brett Kerr. So this is getting pretty exciting, Jamie.
Yeah, it is. No, this is going to go down to the wire, not just today, but all day tomorrow. You can see it because I know Craig very well. I'm not that familiar with the Maurer cars, but getting familiar, but you can just see they're both so, committed and consistent and clean. So not expecting anything silly from either of them. They're just going to keep going and going all weekend and not do anything radical, but just hopefully try to just chew that little bit that they want out of each other to either retain the lead or reel it in and have a crack at it. So,
I think that sheep station over there, Jamie, is the one they're playing for.
Yeah, that's the one. But you can see the smiles on their faces, and it's actually great. I mean, it's an amazing event. We were talking about it earlier. There's AASA on the screen there now, and AMSAG, and just the beautiful, relaxed, calm. This is a higher end event you'll see anywhere on level of competition and professionalism. But just the feeling of everybody's just equal and cruising around and having a good time, and it's a lovely atmosphere. So if this is the sort of what you want from sport, this is a great club and event and to get tied up with and come and have a look at.
And safety's a big issue. You just saw in the foreground of that shot there was a bunch of cars on the ground. That's one of the SOS points. So there's radio points and SOS points along the road. There's 4 of them in total. Normally on a rally you have one every 5 kilometres, but on this event we've got one every kilometre. So very safe, very much so. People there ready for any incidents. Not that we've had any incidents, thank goodness, but it's a very safe event from that perspective.
Yeah, it is. No, it's professional on every single level, from timing to officialdom to just running the event like a well-oiled machine, and safety, the highest standard. So it's wonderful, and that just makes it just so easy to come and watch. Like there's so many locals out and about at the spectator points and coming to watch it, and then obviously people all around Australia and the world just beaming in watching the live stream.
And back in Rally HQ, they're sitting there with this live stream up so they can watch all the action as well, but they've also got their big Rally Safe screen up so they can track all the competitors through the stage. And this event is using the Rally Safe light system, which is a great innovation and extends the use of Rally Safe into more than just the top events, which is a great initiative. Can't get much closer than that, can you, Jamie?
I'm just sitting here watching Huddy fly that drone, and I can imagine what I'll be smashing into the grid and everything else. I'm better off driving rally cars than him flying drones. Don't distract him.
It's a great shot, isn't it? Yeah, we've got some brilliant drone pilots here this weekend, bringing you all the action.
Yeah, it is. No, it certainly gives you a good look around the countryside, up and down the valley here at Benalbo. And then, something plenty to watch and look at and enjoy from every level.
And as you know, Jamie, I've been doing this media stuff for many years, and it's great to see this crew working with the drones and with the cameras on the stages. They've done a great job. It's a really professional outfit. For anybody who was maybe watching some of the off-road stuff, they recently were covering the Don River Dash. I was watching that thinking, wow, this coverage of an off-road event is so good, and they've just brought that same technology here to show us how good rallying can be from the air and the ground.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a watch your space. I mean, I love it when you see people push the boundaries and are creative and try new things and not always game just to try new things, not just do it the way everybody else has done it, and this is the result of it. So, true professionals always make things look easy, don't they? And that's the case here. It just looks easy, but doing such an amazing job of it. And we'll just pick up a car number here just to get a bit of an update where we're at there. That's car number 12, which will be Andrew and Jesse Mill. And the Evo 7 just steps a little bit wide there through the culvert.
Yeah, it could be very easy to get it wrong there on that culvert. As you come out of that corner, there's a little bit of a dip in the bottom of the culvert, which sort of throws the car around a little bit, get the back of the car a little bit loose.
Yeah, there's not too many humps and bumps on this whole stretch of road, but that's one of them, and it certainly upsets the car, and it's hard to read because it's over a blind crest, and and then once they're in there, so yeah, it's certainly it's good to watch though, and certainly people are picking up, losing and gaining valuable time just through that one little section there, and the whole road is indicative of that, where, like I said, the road actually looks quite smooth and simple enough, but it's extremely technical, and I'm taking my hat off to all these guys. I don't think I'd be it's not my cup of tea out there. I'm probably pretty comfortable and up here looking at drone footage and just talking about it, because it's easier said than done. So I've got the easy job. I'm just up here yakking away and talking, and these guys are doing an incredible job in the car, and at this stage, full credit to them. There's not a scratch on one of them cars.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's very good to see that no incident so far, and that's a bit of a testament to all the drivers here this weekend, that they're keeping it on the track.
Yeah, that's right, especially when you see the varying levels of experience in there. You've got some old guys who have been around a very long time, and some brand new competitors. That's either their first event, or they've only been in the car or the cars for a couple of events, and then you look at the whole 30 cars, and there's only 30 seconds between the lot of them. It's a pretty impressive bit of competition.
I didn't mean to do it, but at the beginning when we were talking to a couple of the drivers, I ended up speaking to Wayne Hoy and then to Keith Fracknell. Both of those guys haven't been in cars for a while, and yet they're doing pretty impressive times. Now we're going to try and get up to the start of the next stage, so down the deep end of the track, and have a chat to a few of the drivers.
Yeah, that's good. Now, it'll be a good time to catch up with them, because we've been sitting here today watching the cars go through. We're getting a really good handle on their ground speed and the times they're putting in. The next thing that would be really good insight is actually get some feedback out of the cars themselves. It must be just exhilarating and starting to be a little bit rewarding for them, because they're getting familiar with the road, they're getting familiar with where they can bite a bit more off and where they're trying things, and this worked, that didn't. So it'd be great to sort of stick a camera in some of their faces and get them chatting and just get their opinion on how they're enjoying the day. I mean, we know they're enjoying it, but and then whether they think they've got any more in it, what their strategy might be for tomorrow.
Yes, you would assume that tomorrow the road conditions aren't going to change much, so everybody's going to have a good feel for what their top speed is through here. And as we've been talking a little bit about this rain, if this rain does come, I don't think it's going to make any difference to the speed of the road. I'm pretty sure that we'll see similar times tomorrow.
I think so. I don't think there's a lot more time left in the road itself. We were talking about it before. I mentioned it, grip is grip, and once you run out of it, well, you unless you've got some miracle tyres or something, you're not going to find any more grip in the road. So it comes down now to sort of commitment and trust in your notes, or can you get a little bit more, don't wash your speed off here to carry more, later braking, things like that. So that's where it's going to come from, and I didn't think someone would just out of the blue pull 2 seconds out of Craig, so that's pretty impressive. So
you can see there from the drone, just about to go over that cattle grid, which is where the big drop off is as the next car comes through, which is the Evo 3. So this is Richard Clooney and Blair Reid in the Evo 3, pushing pretty hard as well. Now we've seen quite a few of the older Evos coming out of sheds. There's quite a number last weekend at the Coffs Harbour Rally, which was good to see.
Yeah, we're even starting to see them make their way up to Alice Springs, or not so much the Evos. We're starting to see some WRXs get packaged up. Well, we have got an Evo out there, an Evo, I just can't think what it is now, not that, probably a 6 out there in our rally club. So surprisingly, obviously a long way from home, so I can give Alice Springs a bit of a plug. We've got some quite tidy rally cars out there, and just sort of getting the sort of bit of a groundswell together, and next year we'll get into sort of some longer rally sprints. We might not be live streaming it, beaming it around the world, but we'll certainly be having a lot of fun doing it. And then, obviously that's always a stepping stone to move towards bigger events. You've got to start with small ones. So a lovely little club out there with a enthusiastic group of volunteers, and like all clubs, we harness young juniors. They get into the cars so young, and they get in the car with mum and dad, and they learn how to drive, and they learn the car discipline. And next thing, they want to kick mum and dad out of the car because they tell them to slow down, and they don't want to slow down. But no, it's wonderful. We've got a nice little club out there, and certainly sort of moving on to some bigger events. And then over the years, and hopefully, who knows, we'll be running some special stage rallies and be able to invite people from southeast Queensland to, hey, come out here, we've got this amazing event on, and draw in some interstate competitors into our out to the Northern Territory, and certainly got some amazing country out there to rally around.
Yes, I do love the outback and some of those roads that you have out there. They're very nice.
Yeah, it's cool. And then obviously, Alice Springs in Central Australia is probably best known for the Fink Desert Race when it comes to motorsport. See Keith Fackrell and Claire Bacchini. Very nice. Yeah, he's got his notes right this time on that one. Right from the start, you could see he just sort of held a little bit brave over the blind crest, and he did what you're supposed to do. He didn't sort of go hard on the brakes. He kept that momentum. Done a real nice job of that. So, yeah, Central Australia is well known for the Fink Desert Race, and like so many different things over the last bunch of years have sort of had ups and downs with COVID, which tripped everybody arse over head, and on the big sort of recovery, and we're sort of next year's the 50th anniversary of that Fink, and everything is looking massive. Fink always attracted 140, 160 cars and 800 motorbikes, and the last 4 or 5 years it's been way down on that for various reasons, but next year being the 50th anniversary, everything looks like she's back on top again. So already they're talking about having all told about 1,200 pre-nominations ready, so that's going to be pretty exciting. And then the machinery we're seeing come into this, in the car side of it. I'm not really into the bikes, as in I love watching them and I know who's who, but I don't know the technology of the bikes. Familiar with the cars, and we've sort of got a Fink winner sitting here. We're talking about these drones and Phil and Huddy and that before bringing it to us. So one of those is actually a Fink winner who sits in beside Bo Robertson, who won it not year just gone, the year before, and done I think 1,000 times, but they eventually won it there a year or two ago. And then so yeah, if you love the off-roading and all that big wow factor, huge noisy 1,000 horsepower machines, it's an incredible spectacle to watch. And so that's 2026 Fink, the Fink Desert Race, and everything in between. What else goes on out there? Got the Red Centre Nats, and with that sort of drag racing, so there's lots of motorsport goes on out at Central Australia, from go-karts to drag racing to speedway. Darwin itself has massive has the V8 supercars as well as a huge speedway. They have the Chariots of Thunder, the big sprint car major event up there in the middle of the year.
Yes, well, I was up there at Hidden Valley just recently for the drag racing. It's a great venue. Lots of motorsport happens at that particular venue, and yes, it's they love their motorsport up in the top end.
Yeah, they sure do, and every single discipline, from motorbikes to quads to you name it. Even the little place called Nullumboy Go in the Gove Peninsula, and very busy sort of, but it's not a very big place in the scheme of things. But Speedway is huge. Unfortunately, the population's on the sort of decrease as the mines wind up and shut down and that sort of stuff. And interesting.
Door's going to hang in there.
We'll be back with Jamie in a second. He's just choking on his lunch. Yes, interesting you say that. Have you been to that actual speedway? So Jamie has been to that speedway. I have been to the town, but never the speedway. It's not exactly a town you go to, is it?
No, it's a long way out there. I organise motoring events, and I took a rally out there about 10 years ago, right out the East Arnhem Land and down through some really remote Aboriginal country, and it was amazing. And we went to Nullumboy, and I got to know a few people, and most recently had some friends living out there, so we went out to visit them and drove out there in an old Toyota, and the speedway was on, and so I went down there, and it was wonderful, like right in the inner circle you had these little dirt go-karts, and the next circle was some sidecars, and the next circle out was they call them sliders, the solos.
Mm-hmm.
And so speedway is very strong. Actually, it is right across northern Australia, really, when you take in sort of Katherine and Tennant Creek and Kununurra right across to Broome, and all that west coast speedway is absolutely huge. The numbers they get in the classes are incredible. And it's wonderful to see motorsport in general, whatever tickles your fancy, is so strong around the country. There's horses for courses, and everybody likes different things for different reasons. My passion and our passion is rallying, and here we are watching the cars kick up some dust. And it's nice when you sort of know a few people and you know what's going on, you understand what's sort of going on beneath the surface, and you can appreciate the fine side of the sport. And then, but you only got to cast your eye around the crowd, and we have, you know, an Australian champion in the off-road side of things from the Australian Championship, Fink Desert Race. You know, sort of similar but different discipline, still on dirt, but different kind of machines. And then like you with your media, you've been to Dakar, you go around the world, you get to see a hell of a lot as well. So it's nice to see, and then bring that knowledge together when we can, you know, go to an event and really appreciate what it is.
Do you know what's funny about this event, Jamie? You see, from a media point of view, you see a lot more of this event being involved in it than what you do at Dakar. So
yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more action here than I saw when we were at Dakar all those years ago. So it's a great opportunity to see this live like this.
Yeah, it is, and I talk about our little club out there in Alice Springs, and because, you know, it is just a little club, little grassroots things, and we do some motor carnas and carna crosses, and have some real old grassroots cars, and for me, I just like watching people try hard and do well, and I don't really care what they're driving, you know, whether it's an old, you know, just a standard old shitbox Magna, or whether it's a well-developed high-end Mitsubishi Evo. If you can drive a car, you can drive a car, and you appreciate watching talent, and you like watching people use it. So you don't necessarily look at a person and go, oh, you know, he's got a ton of money and away he goes and he won the rally just because, you know, the machine done most of the work. It's just nice to watch people through the whole field right down to the last car, and just see them, you know, develop themselves and better themselves. And this has been a nice car to watch through the weekend. That's a really nice job, that all the way through off the start control. Very nice car control, good ground speed. Yeah, it's a good job there. That's a nice little Toyota 11. Toyota Sprinter, I reckon. Is that Michael Levy? I reckon it would be. Interesting to see. We said one thing we don't know if there's been any dropouts, so we're just sort of picking up. Yeah.
I seem to think Kilbride Spring overall 11 and 444.
Yeah, wow.
Overall, because he picked up 5 seconds. Springs picked up 5 seconds on his upright, and he picked up 3, but it's brought them together. They're equal 4 overall.
Yeah, so if you're watching the results, it's certainly some great, very exciting at the front and all the way through on all the different podium positions. And if you're a bit of statistician and can keep an eye on it, so it looks as if at this stage what the facts and figures are telling us is Agio should be out in front with the Maura Mafia second, 2 seconds, or we think they're level now. Or is that current? That's current, so there's still 2 seconds more, and then back to Kilbride's at a 4:44, but equal with Sprenger. So yeah.
So the Kilbrides have made up 3 seconds in that run as well.
Wow.
So that's good to see. So they're jumping up. They're at 4 minutes 47 before. They're now at 4 minutes 44 for their overall time. Sitting next is the Jansons on 4:44. And then, Sprenger in the Subaru WRX is also on 4:44, so they're equal. So the times are very, very close. The first two-wheel drive, down to the two-wheel drives, Clay Badenoch, as we said before, 4 minutes 52. 1 second behind is Wayne Hoy and Alan Steen, 4:53. And then we move back down into the four-wheel drive class. In Class C, the Toyota Corolla, car 26. Keith Fracknell in the Ford Escort is leading Class B. And in the rear-wheel drive class, there you go, your Toyota Sprinter is leading that class. Michael Levy and Drew Fernley. So you don't have to win outright. You can very easily win your class here at this event. And it's good to see that there's different classes. Make sure if you're watching along on the live stream and you want to ask a question, or if you've got a comment to make, just chuck the comment up there and we'll see if we can get to some of them later and address any of your questions that you might have about the event. Or if you just want to tell us where you're watching from.
Yeah, that's cool. That technology's amazing. Nothing new, of course, but when you can see it sort of working, where you're standing here in a paddock in northern New South Wales just yakking away, and then you can see it on the screen, and the next thing you're looking at your phone and you've got some comments there. It's quite extraordinary, and we've got people scattered all up and down this paddock listening to the live stream and watching, and then as we know, we've got from your messages, we've got people all around the world and all around the country tuning in and beaming in. We're not sure just how many more runs we're going to have this afternoon, whether we're going to run up and then back and then that's it, or whether we'll sneak another one in. Well, the guys running the show are doing an extraordinary job of just punching them through and keeping it busy, and obviously we've got a bit of daylight saving here, so we've got time up our sleeve, so we'll utilise all the daylight, no doubt, so we'll see how we go. But
I love looking at the comments here, Jamie, when you see Clay Badenoch is watching, so even our competitors are tuning in to watch what's going on. Ryan McKinnon, viewing from Jacinth Ambrosia Mine Site, so Jacinth Ambrosia Mine Site, West Coast, South Australia.
You better tell Clay, if Clay's watching there, you better tell him chop chop. Oh, Wayne's only 1 second behind him, so get off your phone.
Yeah, well, that's right. So, yes, Clay, if you're watching, make sure you get on to the next stage and try and better your time, because you're going to have to if you're going to keep him behind you.
Yeah, no, it's great. So, yeah, I know. I think you mentioned before that up where the drivers and co-drivers are all gathered up at the end of the stage and sitting down under the shade, and they've actually got the live stream beaming in there. So, g'day to you all. We can't see you in person, but if you can hear us, g'day, and congratulations. You're doing a mighty job. We love watching you, and terrific display of driving. Like, this is well, I'll talk to you later on and find out a little bit more. It looks like a tricky road, so we'll find out how exciting it is for you. There's probably a few hairy moments for the guys sitting on the silly side of the car.
We've got a comment here, Jamie. Somebody's watching from 30,000 feet from a Air New Zealand flight. So
wow, there you go.
On the free Wi-Fi in the plane.
Does that make us part of the Mile High Club, what do they call it? That's pretty exciting. There you go. Up there in the 30,000 feet on an aeroplane, eh? Well, hello to you. Father and daughter crew here of Ella Piovera, and that's a new line. Been watching this with great interest. I don't think you can sort of see it on the TV, but it sort of caught my interest, just the way the guys are approaching this. It's obviously a blind crest. It's quite fast, and they get to the top of the crest and then they just bail out. They just anchors are out and brakes are on and car goes this way and that way. Or some people sort of button off before the crest and just nice and tidy all the way through. Ella just done something new where she held it pinned over the crest and just a little bit of late braking for the culvert, and it actually paid off because it was very, very neat all the way through there. So only a little car this one, but obviously just keep that momentum going. Good steerer and just doing a really nice job. Had a bit of a hairy moment earlier on in the culvert, but just gathered it up and done a good job. So Paul in the passenger seat doing a good job of guiding her through.
1.6 litre front wheel drive car, this one. These cars were very popular back in the late 90s in the Formula 2 class. In fact, I think one of them with Rick Bates behind the wheel won the Formula 2 category back in the day in one of those cars. You see them disappear up to the end of the stage through the quite wooded area. It's where the real tight technical sections are. Now, did it surprise you when you went for a drive up there earlier, Jamie, just how tight it gets up at the end?
Yeah, it did. When I first went up, I thought, holy smokes, this is a tricky bit of road. You know, how you're sort of going to have some fun out of this because you've got to be so careful. But that's where the challenge comes in. I actually kind of like those sort of roads where there is danger all around, because it's also where you can pick up some good time, because where people might be being a little bit extra careful, if you can be smart about it, where people are tiptoeing through, you can have a bit of a crack and pick up a bit of time. So I kind of like those technical areas, particularly the tighter, the twistier, the steeper, the sharper, the bigger the drop-offs, the better for me. That's what I like. But this one's interesting because the road's quite fast, The road surface is quite fast, like it's not rough or anything like that. So you see a bit of wind starting to whirl through here, so we'll have to batten down the hatches here in a minute. There's hats flying everywhere, and hopefully we'll have to hang on to the kick-ass canopy before it blows away. So we might have another storm blowing in or around in behind us, I think. I don't think it's going to come over the top of us, but we'll see what happens. Either way, it's going to be an exciting afternoon. Plenty of action on the track and plenty of action behind us in the sky.
Now, I wonder, Jamie, how many people are actually running the event on the road book and not on pace notes. Do you reckon everyone would have taken the opportunity to write pace notes?
Look, I would think so. It would be a hard event to do, or I don't think you get much reward. I've been to events where I just think I'm not going to do pace notes. I'll just use notes because I just find it more enjoyable, and you're sacrificing seconds, but that's cool. I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of pace notes, so but this particular one here, I think you'd be mad if you didn't, because it's just so short, and the rewards are there, So, and it's only short. I find pace notes boring to write, and that's where I struggle when you get a big long rally and you're out there for hours on end, and I fall asleep and forget to write things down. Whereas this one's only short; it's 4 kilometres, so you could write some really nice notes. You can tune them after each stage, so I think the rewards are there. No, that's a pretty scary looking sky, isn't it? Holy dilly! So I'd imagine probably everybody would be on notes unless there's some particular reason they don't want to be. I actually meant to go, and I might do it later, or you might even do it if you remember. I was going to go and take a photo of someone's notes. So have them up here with us, and we can sort of talk. A lot of people, our audience, are probably preaching to the converted, so you know what pace notes are, but there might be a lot of people out there that don't know a lot about it at all. So we could actually, nearly with all this amazing drone footage, we could actually be reading notes here in the commentary box, and literally relevant to where they are right there now on the course, sort of whatever that is, whatever they're particularly calling, left 4 tightens into right 2 through culvert. Like, that could be anything. Everybody would call that a little bit differently, but it's a danger, it's hazardous, but it's also a very fast part. So I want to go and get somebody's pace notes. I was going to take a photo of them and have them here, and we'll read them as we're sort of following that drone. We could be reading their pace notes, and that would be pretty interesting. We might try that.
Yeah, that'd be good, actually, wouldn't it, to actually see what they're seeing as they go past us. We'll have a look at the road book. Let's open up the road book and see what the road book says.
Yeah.
For this little part of the course, because the road book just happened to have one here. Let's open up the road book to the first section of this stage. So it starts off from the timing marker, which is, it's actually 500 metres from here to the start. So it's straight on, then road goes slight left from start, and then road goes right, then crest, then downhill, and then straight on, spectators on the left. That'd be us here on the left.
Yeah, it would be.
And then there's this little bit that we see. So at 600 metres, we've got road goes right over crest, then narrow culvert, caution, and what's on the exit? A gutter.
A gutter, there is.
And we've seen that gutter almost take a few hits today.
Yeah, that's for sure and certain.
Getting a little bit of rain here at our commentary position at the spectator point, and the wind's picked up, so I suspect we got a little bit of rain coming. You might even be able to hear the rain hitting the awning above us.
Yeah, it's all batting down the hatches. Everybody's hanging onto their marquees and tents and umbrellas, and this will be our last car. Geez, that round's gone fast, isn't it? But, then we see car 29 coming through, and then right behind them we'll see an entourage of sweet cars and ambulances and fire trucks, and they'll do the big switcheroo and reset and go up to the other end, and then we'll be able to really have a look at how this event is unfolding. Obviously we're getting towards the tail end of day one. We've definitely got to run back into town, so that's one stage, and then we'll let you know whether we're going to go around again. Rally headquarters will let us know whether we're going to chuck in another quick up and back, or whether we'll call it quits for the day and pull up stumps and go downtown Benalbo and have our big street party and food fest, or whatever they call it.
And you can see there, Jamie, in the sky, see how those black clouds have really rolled in all around us. And
yeah, that's one deadly looking sky. She's imminent, but it is around behind us at the moment, so I don't know whether it's going to come across the top of us, but we're picking up the edge of it. Lots of wind. Oh, look at that there. We might cop that one.
I think there's a good chance of it when you look at where it is and where we are.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. It's a great shot from above, isn't it? Look at that.
Oh, I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing.
You see some of these corners, even though they're quite, decent corners, they're very fast corners as that car goes through there.
Right, we've just got to do a little bit of deconstruction here. We've got some pretty tornado-like weather blowing in on top of us, so we've got a pretty dark, scary-looking sky out behind us. And then we've got to bring our awnings here. We're at the big kick-ass Unimog and sitting under a bit of...
Well, we've got another car coming. Is it our sweep car? No, it's car 27. So car 27, the little Gemini, is out of running order. Good chance that this will be our last car on the stage, and then we'll see the sweep car and our emergency services come through.
Yeah, we're just doing a bit of a batten down the hatches, just putting the awning away because there's some pretty mad looking weather going to blow in across the top of us here in a minute. So it hopefully won't make a lot of difference to the competition on the track, but certainly just a bit of infrastructure around, because obviously we've got a lot of cords and cables and flags and wires and all sorts of things all over the joint. And so safety's always paramount. We've got officials scattered from one end of the stage to the other, and a lot of infrastructure, so we're just got to make sure everybody's safe. But the show's still going on, that's for sure. So we're rallying up, so that's all. I don't know if we've still got 29 cars, I haven't been counting them, but 29 cars gone up. As you can see, the last car there now, the kick-ass quick pass balloons just giving a bit of a blow over there. So and we'll just sort of send all those logistical, all the fire trucks and ambos and all that sort of stuff will now go from one end up to the other. They might be putting in some pretty quick stage times too by this afternoon, those cars. They're getting to know their way around. Thankfully they haven't been needed today. And they'll go up there, reset, just do a bit of reshuffle. Everybody will rally back into town. That'll be 6 stages in total, I think, or 8 maybe. And then in the meantime, Rally HQ and the big bosses in charge in town at the Bolo will make a decision whether they'll go, yep, let's go around again, or whether they'll pull up stumps, where they'll certainly make a very wise decision and be in the best interest of everybody. Very, very exciting. Hopefully this storm will just buzz away and just keep heading for the coast and leave us alone here in Benalbo. So I'll just have a bit of a spell here again. We'll just do this bit of a transition. We've just got about 5 or 8 minutes between while all the cars go from one end to the other, and just do the reset. So I'll give our voices a bit of a spell, and we'll come back to you with the which may be the last stage of this afternoon, but they've got a full day tomorrow, and we'll keep you abreast of what's going on.
Yeah, it's already gone past. Waiting for the bus. hurry the fuck up.
There we are, back on deck. We're about to jump into I'm not sure if it's the final stage of the afternoon, but it's certainly the run back to town, as you see Clay Badenoch lining up at the start line there, car number 1 on the road. And what we're going to do, we'll call this car through, and then the boys have gone into town, John McCready and some camera crews, and we're going to catch some crews as they come across the finish line and just catch a bit of atmosphere and their thoughts and how they're travelling. So it's going to be very exciting. So we've been watching the action out on the track all day, and we've been calling the shots from our point of view where we are. But in a minute we're going to cross to town and get some in-car points of view from the drivers and co-drivers as they finish off this afternoon. Not sure if this is the last stage of this afternoon or there's 2 more to come, but we'll let you know how we go there as the afternoon unfolds, and we don't mind either way. So sit back, relax and enjoy. This is Clay Badenoch, currently the quickest 2-wheel drive by 1 second over Wayne Hoy. So as we see him off the start line there now, down through the little water splash there as it starts to build up, and heading our way now. So won't be long once he comes through the stage. We won't be doing drones, phones and automobiles and all that sort of stuff. We're actually going to cross to the boys in town and do some live interviews. So I'll just knock off here now. You can enjoy the watching a bit of footage, and we'll wait for Clay to make it into Benalbo, and then we'll get some live interviews and hear straight from the horse's mouth what it's like out there on the stage.
It's some long grass.
It's pretty hot in the 2-wheel drive section. There's a second between you and Wayne. You've got 3 more runs to go. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. Just got to. I knew it'd be really tight with Wayne. I'm really happy to be keeping up with him because I think last time we come here he beat me, so I knew he was the man to beat. But at the moment we're neck and neck, and every time I go a bit faster, he goes a bit faster. So I don't know. We just see what happens.
So 2 more runs to go. This was the 3rd last one. So what do you think? Have you got anything else in it?
Yeah, I do. I just got to trust myself, trust my new co-driver here. Larissa's doing a great job, and we're a new team, so yeah. But it's coming together as the day went on, and that's how we plan to do it. So.
Well, there you have it, straight from the horse's mouth. He's still got a little bit more in it. Let's see whether he can do it. Okay, our next car in, which is Wayne Hoy and Alan Steen. This is a beautiful looking car. Wayne's no stranger to driving these cars. We'll just wait for him to come forward out of the staging area here at the end of the stage. So let's have a quick chat to Wayne, see how his day's been going. Wayne, it's neck and neck. You and Clay are like 1 second apart.
Yeah, I think we just took a second out of him, and it's 1 second, all we're equal stage time. So, yeah, he put new tyres on again, second set of new tyres for the day. So I think he's feeling the pressure, which is good. That's what we want to do to him, put the pressure on.
Now we're looking at a couple of sheep stations out there. Actually, I think they're cattle stations. Which one are you trying to win?
Oh, I don't know. Any station would be good, but no stations. Just the old guys can still have a bit of a go.
He said he's still got more in it. Have you still got more in it?
No, I'll tell you the truth, no. But I haven't taken his spare wheel out yet like Clay did, so we're thinking about it.
Okay, well there you go. He's got his spare wheel in, and Clay doesn't. So there's certainly a lot of hot competition in the two-wheel drive class, which is great to see. Really great to see. Righto, and our next car coming in, which is Craig Aggio in the GR Yaris. A great looking car. Let's come in and have a quick chat. Craig, how's it going?
So far so good. We're still going. Yeah.
There's nothing in this event. It's
I've heard.
It's like very, very tight at the front. There's, I think, a second in it or 2 seconds in it. Is there any more in your car? Can you push it any harder?
No. It's more about choosing a line through the roads and probably not trying as hard as you should. The stage going in, the first one just now, we were like 4 seconds faster. We think, oh yeah, we got this, and then he beat us by 2 seconds. So I don't know what to do, but we'll see. Yeah, it's about choosing the line on the road, not power of the car anymore.
Okay, well there you go. There's still more to come in this class of racing at the front. I think Craig may have thought that he had it in the bag, and then he saw the time come in and decided that he probably wasn't going as quick as he thought. So Andrew Mora, who's car 8, so we'll need to wait a little bit to see what time he comes in with. Let's go over to the timing section here and just find out what time he did that time. Can't work it out. We'll have to wait and see the results come up on the board. 2:18, there we go. I'm being told 2:18. So similar time to what he did last time. I think 2:16 was the time to beat the other way. As we wait for the Kilbrides to come in, who were sitting in third place. So they're in a position too where they could easily jump up. They took 3 seconds out of their last time. Have a quick chat to Jeff and see what he's got to say. Jeff, there's not much in this at the moment. It's all on the line.
Yeah, we're having a go. We're starting to learn the car. Obviously a new car to us, so we're slowly getting there, trying some different things. So just got to get the hang of it and put one together. Still a few little mistakes in there, so there's a little bit more left. So we'll see what happens next run.
So the two guys in front of you, there's only a few seconds between them. I think you're another 4 seconds back.
Yeah, we'll see where we went that one, but we'll keep pushing, see how we go. One more shot this way, see what happens.
Okay, just saw the time, 2:19, so that's a big improvement.
Yeah, we've been improving all day. Obviously a new car, so we're still learning. Still, we're still trying different setups with the car as well, so yeah, trying to get the right balance.
Perfect. All right, there you go. So he's taken some time out again, so that'll change the balance as well. And because it's their fastest run forward and their fastest run backwards, every time they improve, it means that the results change very quickly. So we could have a real battle for the podium in this event between those three cars. So at the moment, I think there's only seconds now separating Aggio, Kilbride, and then down to Andrew Mora, who will be in shortly. So we'll see what sort of time he does. Our next car in will be the Bear Motorsport team, Adam O'Brien and Eli O'Brien. We'll see how their day's been going. They are in a 1998 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. So one of the earlier Evos. Let's have a quick chat to them, see how their day's been. Good afternoon, how is your day been going?
We've had a great day. It's so well run and the roads are so fast, they're cool. Really good. Yeah, they've done well to organise it, and yeah, Eli's in for the first time as well, so he's got a bit of a touch for it as well.
Yeah, now I heard he's 14, it's his first run?
Yes, first run in a rally car. He's driven a couple of my cars elsewhere, but yeah, to sit in the seat, he's done really well.
Is he enjoying himself?
Sure he is, and that's the thing, he'll be back, let's say.
All right, there you go. Big smiles as we come out of the car. So that's the O'Briens. Eli, 14 years old, having a great run. I think back to when I was 14. If I had had the opportunity to jump in a rally car, I think I would have taken it as well. Certainly a lot of fun when you're 14 years old to be able to jump into a rally car and have a go. Our next car in should be Andrew Mora. No, it'll be Simon Jansen and Alicia Jansen. They're also in an Evo. These guys have been doing the state championship in Queensland for a long time, coming down here to do this rally sprint. I'm sure there'll be smiles on their face as well. They're always very competitive and they love their rallying. I've seen them at many Queensland rounds. They generally, in the top 5, top 10 of the state series. They're in a 1999 Mitsubishi, so that'll be an Evo 6 that they're in. I can hear them coming through the forest, and I would imagine you can see them on your screens now as they disappeared up the road, and they're here with us now. The Evo 6 is a great looking car. Let's have a chat to Simon and see how his day's been. There's a lot of forcing there. What's going on, Simon?
A lot of what, sorry?
A lot of forcing.
Yeah, a little bit. It felt faster than the other runs, but I don't know. I just don't know.
Any gearbox issues there? I noticed you're just pushing that gear stick pretty hard.
Trying to get it back into neutral. But it's gone back in. Don't know what it was.
It's gone back. Now. So have you enjoyed the rally today?
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. Glenn and the boys put on an awesome event. The event was fantastic last year. Hence we drove 3 days from Townsville to be here, and we'll drive 3 days back. But no, the boys definitely turn it on for us, and that's what we enjoy doing.
All right, so a lot of enjoyment there from the Jansen team. They've done a great job. As they said, come down from Townsville. It's a long way to come to do a rally sprint, but they do love their rallying, and they've been doing it for quite some time. Having a little bit of trouble getting it into neutral in the gearbox. Let's hope that's not a sign of a bigger problem. Okay, so the next car in will be the one that we're interested in. That's Andrew Mora. We'll see if we can ask our control officials for the time when it comes in. We're waiting patiently for the time to come in. They're all staring at me as we say, why are you over here with that microphone? Don't talk to us, please. But we're just waiting for a time to come in. And as soon as that time comes in, we'll get an indication as to whether Andrew has improved on his time or whether the fight's going to be about the times that have already been set. Let's have a quick look. So that'll be 2 minutes 14. So same time as he said on the way up. So that is an improvement on the time I think that he set last time on this run. Let's have a quick talk to him Andrew, another 2:14, very consistent in this stage.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad actually on the way back that time. It was good. Felt a lot better than last run back this way, so happy.
You and Craig are neck and neck. Are you having fun with this competition?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great format and it's a great facility. Guys have done a great job on it. Really good.
And are you constantly watching his times and chasing those times?
We're watching them, yeah, closely.
There's definitely plenty of competition going on here. That smile says it all, I think. There's definitely some sheep stations at stake between these two guys at the top. It's great to see on this event that there's such competition as well between all of the top competitors. And it's great that we can be here at the end of the stage and have a quick talk to all of these drivers and get their initial reaction on how it's been going. Certainly there's smiles on everybody's faces. It's a great stage and I think everybody's really enjoying it. It's not often that you get to come to a rally and just be constantly doing the stage over and over again, getting used to it, getting familiar with it, starting to find all the little places that you can improve. But it looks like these guys have pretty much got it down pat now. The times aren't improving anymore and we're probably at the limit of the times that we're going to see for the weekend. But we'll see what happens as they do 2 more runs this afternoon and then we've got another 10 runs again tomorrow. Okay, our next car in should be car number 9, which is the Taylor and Jordan car. And it's the VR4, the black VR4, which we've been very impressed with how he's been driving over the day. The VR4 might be an old model car now, but it's still doing considerably good times here. And we'll have a quick chat and see how they've been going. So here we are, live. No pressure, but how's your day been?
Yeah, it's been on and off, but we had a couple of good finishes at the end there, so thank you. That's a good way to finish.
Are you enjoying the run in this car? This is the older Mitsubishi, but you're certainly putting on a show out there.
Yeah, no, it's going good. Yeah, we've had a good run, so I'm pretty happy.
2 more runs to go. What's the plan?
Well, finish.
Just keep Rolls wheels.
Okay, so the guys have got smiles on their face as usual. This really is one of those stages where everybody comes away thinking, wow, that was just great fun. The next car through should be our first WRX. Oh no, it's our second WRX, that's right. The Kilbrides were in the first WRX. The next car is the ex-Maxima Motorsport car, I think, from memory. Car number 10, Christian Sprenger and Nicola Hoey. Here the car coming now down past the spectator point, heading towards where we are. And when I look up in the sky, there's still plenty of black clouds, but it seems to have passed over us. So we might actually get through the whole session here today without having any rain, which would be a great situation. We've still got spectators out in the field and all of our officials, of course, so a bit of rain, whilst it might be good for the road, is not good for our officials, so let's hope it holds off. As car number 10, Christian Sprenger, comes in to view. Let's have a quick chat, see what he thinks about the rally. So what do you think? Good rally sprint?
Oh, that was so much fun. I think we're getting a good flow on now, and it's the track's really starting to come together. It's bloody awesome.
So car going well?
Yeah, car's on point. It's turning in nicely and getting plenty of nudges along to go faster from a navvy, so it's good.
Now you're normally used to 2 wheels. What's this 4-wheel thing like?
Oh, I just thought I'd try something different, and so far it's it's bloody fun. I'm loving doing this on the 4 wheels, that's for sure. It's I've done 2 wheels my whole life, so it's just a bit of a change and something new and a bit of an adventure. I like it.
Good stuff. Well, there you go. He's liking the 4 wheels. Hopefully we'll see him in a few other rallies around the country. This is a new car for Christian in the ex-Maxima Motorsport. Still got the Maxima Motorsport signage on it. Good to see another motorbike rider taking on the rally world. We saw it last weekend in Coffs Harbour with Brad Hardaker taking on some rallying when he's come from the two-wheel motocross side of things. Next we'll have the Davidson Motorsport car in. Matthew Davidson and Amy Davidson, another WRX, 2001 model. Looking up in the sky at those black clouds, and they haven't really moved much. They were moving fairly quickly before, but it's like it's slowed down and they're just sitting above us. Somebody's just pointing to some other clouds that are over the other side. They're really surrounding us here. You can see some of those black clouds. We should see the WRX, the Davidson Rally Sport WRX. Matthew and Amy got something hanging off the car underneath. Not sure what that is, but I'm sure they've been having a good day. Let's get a quick interview in here. How's your day been?
Oh, wonderful, mate. It's a great event. Glenn and the boys have put on a very different event, and very social, very fun. Great roads.
So what have you been doing up the other end while you've been waiting?
Oh, look, just socialising, chatting, telling. I think everybody's talking about how big the Scandos they're doing. It's really fun. Yeah.
So everybody's telling you how good they drove through the stage?
Absolutely. Everybody's comparing times, and it's great.
Well, more smiles from yet another car. It's one thing for sure that everybody is really enjoying the social side of thing up the other end, where everybody gets a chance to get out of their car, have a bit of a rest, have a chat to each other, compare times, grab a drink. I think they've even got ice creams up there. So it's a great opportunity to catch up with people that you see on rallies all the time, but not necessarily get a chance to actually sit down and have a conversation. So it's a great way to go rallying. Our next car in should be Andrew and Jesse Mill in a Mitsubishi Evo 7. You can hear them coming past the spectator point now. Here they come now. Andrew Mill and Jesse Mill in the Evo 7. Have a quick chat, see how their day's been. Okay, what's your thoughts on this rally sprint?
Yeah, it's exciting rally sprint. Good format. Get to the other end and sit down and have a relax and a drink. It's good. Stages are very fast. We're just sort of slowly getting into our groove and seeing how we go.
This event has two real distinct parts to it. The first part, which is very fast and flowing, and then we get into the back end where it's tight and it's through the bush. Which bit do you like the best?
I like the tighter technical stuff. Yeah, when you're in fifth gear flat for a while, it's getting a bit hairy.
Okay, so there you go. Likes the technical stuff, doesn't like the fast stuff at the beginning. We don't like the fast stuff either. It's too hard for the drone to keep up with the cars. But I can't see their times at the moment. But this car is certainly capable of doing very quick times. We're getting through this second last pass of the two stages very quickly. Our next car through should be car 14, James Wilson and Angus Fraser. And they're in that nice little Celica, Toyota Celica, 1976 model, an RA23 Celica. Beautiful looking car. For those who like the Toyota Celica, I think this shape of Celica was one of the nicest looking of all of the Celicas that they built. And they're certainly something that the collectors like to get hold of. and they're certainly very popular as classic cars to be rebuilt, and then some people take them and rallying them. So let's have a chat to James when he comes in. Angus Fraser sitting in the co-driver seat. Angus was at Coffs Harbour last week co-driving as well, so he's had a couple of big weeks in terms of rallying. Have a chat to James. James!
Right.
How's your day been?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Started off a bit going, but got there at the end.
What's it like driving this, 1970s classic car through this stage?
Well, yeah, it's got a bit of power, so it's very sideways and very twitchy, but it's good fun.
Yeah, being rear-wheel drive, it's a little bit different to all these front-wheel drive cars. Do you like throwing it around?
Yeah, my confidence is building and I'm enjoying it, yeah.
Okay, there you go. So, confidence is building. He's enjoying the roads, throwing it around. We have seen the car very sideways a couple of times, so it's good to see somebody taking one of these old classic cars and using them for rallying in this way. We've got some great looking classic cars here. We've got that, we've got an Escort, got a Toyota Sprinter, there's a Gemini and a Stanza, so we've got quite a few older cars, a 180B. I can hear a whole lot of thunder off in the distance, so we'll keep an eye on that weather for you. Hope you're enjoying this live stream, and we'll be crossing back to Jamie over at the commentary position quite soon. Just waiting for the next car, which is car 15, and it's a 1976. Oh no, this is the next one's actually the Evo, the little yellow Evo, and he's coming pretty hot here. We'll have a quick chat to him. Richard, you've been throwing this little Evo 3 around all day. How has it been?
Yeah, it's been fun. I'm just sort of learning again. It's 23 years since I've done anything like this, so it's good fun. It's been awesome.
So 23 years since you've driven in a rally?
Yeah. Last one was 2002 in New Zealand in an RX-7, so bit of a change.
An RX-7 to an Evo 3, that would be quite a different, and Australian roads to New Zealand road.
Totally different. Yeah, New Zealand a lot easier to read. But this has been brilliant. Very slippery, but it's been brilliant. Unreal. So we've found kind of 10 seconds every run, so I'm stoked with that. We looked at the time Craig Agio did on the first run this morning, and it was a 2:26, and we were 2:46, and I said, we're never going to do a 20 going that way, and that was a 2:26, so I'll put it on the trailer and go home happy now.
Okay, so there you go. Richard has managed to take 20 seconds out of his time, and that's what this is all about. It's about improving on your time. You're doing the same stage over and over again, so you get the opportunity to learn a little bit here, learn a little bit there, and the next thing you know, you've improved your time by 20 seconds. 20 seconds is a big time to make up in a stage like this. Okay.
Righto, certainly bringing plenty of information to you this afternoon to do a couple of interviews. It's great to catch up with a few of the drivers and co-drivers as they come in across the finish line, as we see Keith Fackrell in view there. Keith Fackrell and Claire Baccini. Everybody sort of starting to do their personal best this afternoon, and really seeing some interesting times come tumbling down in some cases, and to the point that we're actually seeing a change up there in the leaderboard and the podium positions. It's fantastic to see. So at the moment, as it stands, if sort of nothing changes, it looks as if Maurer has actually taken the lead and just got in front of, poking their nose in front of Craig Agio, and then the big mover in there is Sprenger. It looks like has moved in front of Kilbride. So all unofficial, of course. They're just according to our calculations and from what I can see, but certainly very exciting. And then Clay and Hoy in the front two-wheel drives are still only is either a second in it or they're actually equal. So yeah, just amazing stuff and really exciting. Such a short piece of road, and just bringing so much close competition over the course of 2 days. Really some interesting or exciting or scary weather blowing in on top of us here. You probably hear the wind in the microphone. Some big dark ominous looking clouds rolling around. They come around to the east of us there before and made their way down, then they spun around again, so I don't know if they're coming to come down on top of us or they're going to just move on and leave us alone. I think they're going to leave us alone, but let's hope so. Still got a full-on afternoon. We're sort of led to believe that they might be going to sneak another couple of runs in, up and back again. So let's just wait and see. Don't take that as a gospel off me. I've only heard that on hearsay, but may very well be the case. So if you're watching in from the live stream and wondering when it's going to stop or keep going, it looks as if we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars to go on the run back to town. So that's the running east to west. And once they've done, we'll it sounds as if we're going to spin them around and run them again. So still plenty of action here. Plenty of live action here on the afternoon of the Tyres and Moore Hammett Working Dog Rally 2025, the rally sprint actually. And yeah, if you're keeping an eye on the event and wondering who's winning, who's coming second, it's changing all the time, so we can't even keep up with it, but it's very, very close, and that's the good news for us as we see the 19 Bernie Keast and Rihanna Begg Hyundai come through our spectator area heading for the finish line. Everyone having a great day, and as we heard the say there before on the run up early this morning, and just knowing how much people could pull out of their personal best, and we didn't know if it was 5 seconds, 10 seconds, but we've seen 20 seconds. Absolutely incredible and impressive to watch and see. Everybody enjoying this bit of road so much, and close competition, either competing against themselves, just against the clock, their own personal best, or whether they're racing someone else. Bit of friendly family or sibling friendly rivalry, or but the good thing is just a great atmosphere and amongst all these competitors. No big egos or attitudes, they're all just having fun, doing their best, and putting on a great display of driving. And the good news is for you back at home, we've still got a whole day again tomorrow. So still got a bit this afternoon left by the sound of it. And coming down now, this will be Michael Tuppen. And they're coming down, Russell Hewitt, Tuppen and Hewitt. They've been driving for 2 years, only done about 6 fence, and this is the ex-Josh Weedman Subaru WRX. Josh, pretty handy peddler, putting in some great results. At one stage he was winning both the Queensland and New South Wales Rally Championships all at the same time. So see the wipers flick on there. That's been a great corner to watch here through that little culvert and over that crest. Everyone's just been a little bit ginger all day, but right from car one they're really starting to pick it up and just nail it, just find their perfect line. And it's been sweet to watch because they're washing off very little speed now. Early this morning they're hard on the brakes and washing everything off, and then they're just labouring up over the crest, whereas now they can just got that either bit of bravery, that bit of confidence, they can just get their line right, and we're seeing it in the times. They're just coming crashing down, particularly some of them, as they come in and just get that line nice, and that's only just one portion, like 3% of the whole stage. So if they're doing that all the way through, you can certainly see why the times are coming on down. We see the 21 car there pull up at the finish line, Michael Trupp. And good to see them all heading back into town, and probably won't be long. We'll just get a bit of a handle or official let you know whether we're actually going to be going around again on 2 more stages. Be interesting to see. Michael Tuppen, which means Michael Levy Toyota Sprinter will be on its way. We've enjoyed watching this car during the course of the day. A real sweet looking sounding car, Toyota Sprinter. Been doing a really good job as well. So his times have been in the sort of 250s, pulled into the 240s, and it'll be sort of coming down for sure. He's probably down in the 230s now, so nice and consistent all day. But certainly been entertaining the crowds and really been enjoying watching the driving, this rear-wheel drive Toyota Sprinter. We had John McCready in town there, who's been helping on the commentating microphones all day. He was in town just there a little bit earlier, just catching some of the drivers and sort of catching the spirit and the essence and the feeling of how things are going. So this is interesting. Coming to this Mike Levy, and so co-driver's Drew Fernley. He's 21 years old and it's his first event. So certainly a jumping in the deep end, that's for sure and certain. This is it's only a short rally, but certainly very busy, 4 kilometres and very tense. Jumping straight into pace notes. If you've never done a rally before, next thing you're in there writing hieroglyphics and you've got to read them back to the driver at breakneck speed, it can be very daunting. So full credit to them. This is an interesting one now, just taken off of the start line. Keep an eye on the times. It's been really fast. David McJan and done a 2:38, a 32, a 32 and a 23. So have a look at this one. This might even possibly be a teen. It's a Subaru WRX. We've been talking about it ever since, right from this morning, even though when the times weren't really fast, you could just tell there was plenty in the tank in the McGene WRX. And here he comes now. That's the Toyota 11 there of Levy and Fernley, just finishing the stage. But out on stage, the one we're keeping a bit of an eye on is a WRX Impreza of McJan, and who's in there with him? We'll have a look there. Kevin O'Connor. So, pretty handy pair there, putting in some interesting times. And his best time so far, which was the run-up at a 2:23. Let's see what he can pull on the way back and see whether he can get into the teens. Everybody, you can just see the commitment on the cars, the drivers, the attitude of everything has just been completely different on this last run back to town. It's been wonderful to watch. Been wonderful to watch all the way through. So we can see they come down this straight and really committing to this this little culvert in front of us and over that crest, not washing off a lot of speed at all. Finds his little slot up over the crest, and we'll see if that's what sort of time he's going to do on the run to town, heading back to town before the pub shuts. Next will be Griffin and McNulty in the Celica. Turning these around pretty quickly now as we sort of we see the car right on the final stage. Just come past us. We're only about 200 or 300 metres off the finish line as we see Griffin, McNulty, Celica start stage now, and 4 kilometres they'll be coming up past us, so down through the water splash, and then we pick them up on the drones and the other cameras and different things, and there we go. As Mick Jean, he's pretty excited, so that'll be a time we're going to keep an eye on and see what he does. And been driving great all day long. He looks pretty happy anyway. He looks pretty happy, pretty excited. It's a pretty thrilling piece of road, and if you get it all together, there's can be nothing more sensational. It's one thing that's exhilarating about rally driving is flying down a road and just pulling it all together. It can get pretty hairy if it goes wrong, but if when it goes right, there's nothing better than feeling just getting that stretch of road that's highly complicated, it's complex, it's technical, it's fast, and then you're working together with the co-driver of the car, and it's all coming together, and then when it all works together in harmony, there is no better feeling than getting to that end of the stage and just going, yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're the fastest car of the whole field, but you've just done your best and everything's worked. It's a sensational feeling. And the Griffin McNulty Celica will be the next to come into view, which you'll see, and then Elapai Vera lining up there under the kick-ass quick pass arch. Getting very windy here, but I don't think the storm's going to bother us here during this afternoon. It might come through town tonight, but that won't matter. We'll be off the stages and everybody will be in town safe. So hopefully that storm will just leave us alone and we'll get today's run and done. It's been a really nice Celica. It looks beautiful out on the stage, and just really nice, neat, consistent, smooth. Not the fastest car out there, but you don't need to be. It's all about plenty of bang for your buck and enjoying your car, enjoying the environment, enjoying the moment, and just doing what you love to do. It's one nice thing about rallying. You don't have to be the fastest to get everything you want out of it. Circuit race, you can go there, can be a bit intimidating because you've still got very fast cars all around you, and can take a while to feel comfortable if you're not necessarily a fast out and out fast driver. Rallying's nice. You can just find your little slot, and you don't have to give it all you got or drive 10 tenths. You can just drive where you're comfortable and at your level, and that might be down the back, and that's fine too, because there's plenty of fun to be had there. That's the car 24. You'll probably hear a lot of wind coming through our microphone now. It's certainly blowing up a storm, that's for sure. And, there's some dark clouds on the eastern horizon, but I'm sure they're not going to come in here and blow us off the map. So coming our way will be Elapai Vera, Paul and Elapai Vera in the Daihatsu Charade, the Greenlash Corolla, the Gemini, and then we're probably missing a couple there into the 180B. So Still running with nearly a full field, and which is a full credit to the guys, the drivers and the co-drivers and the mechanic, keeping them all going. And then a wonderful job from all the officials and Rally HQ, everybody keeping this event going, just working like a clock all day, just running smoothly, punching in to the point that I think it looks like we're still going to sneak a couple of runs in, hopefully, depending on the weather. So here we go with a green Ulsh Corolla on start line, and coming into view will be the little Daihatsu Charade, Dita Mismo, Ella and Paul Piavera. And getting quicker and quicker, and just really smooth and consistent, very committed, very nice. Oh, gets a little bit taily out there, but that's where she's gaining a lot of experience. You know, when you put the tail out there, it can be a bit intimidating, and it's hard to sort of, your natural instinct is to kind of try and bail out, but a good rally driver will actually sort of commit even further, and we've seen that with Ella there. Just comes through that dip, car just got a little unsettled, coming into the culvert. The rear of the car just sort of went off the road, but rather than try to bail out, just stayed committed, front wheel drive, pulled it all nice and straight, and that's certainly under great instruction by Father Paul there. And we're talking about the WRX there earlier of the McJan, done a 2:23, so best one today for them. So not quite in the teens, but certainly knocking on the door of it. Won't be long now. We've certainly got a couple of cars to go. We've got the Equorn Gemini, and then the Stanza and a 180B. So 3 to go, and that'll finish off this run as we head back to town. And then we'll do another reset, and we'll let you know what we're up to for the afternoon session. But what an exciting day here downtown Benalbo in northern New South Wales at the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint. We know we had John McCready here before. We're talking to him, and he had his phone out and looking at all the sorts of comments coming in from around the world, and they come from everywhere. They're coming in from the Mekong up there in Vietnam. They come out 30,000 feet out of the sky before on a off a Air New Zealand jet, and from the UK, from all around Australia and all over the place. So it's been certainly been very exciting to hear where you're all from. I'm just going to see if I can block a bit of wind out of that microphone now with my start list. Getting very windy up here on the hill. I've been enjoying this Gemini very much. It's just a real good, sweet sounding car. The Green Ash. Oh no, the Corolla, sorry. That's the Gemini's yet to come. That's the Corolla of the Green Ulsh. Kerry, driver and navigator. And been pedalling pretty well all day long, and nice and consistently and committed right from the very start. So that's the Gemini now, just taken off down through the water splash. And as we can see, then that only leaves 2 cars out the back there, ready to come on down the line. And then all these cars will go in, and once they've finished the competition today, they'll do all their servicing, get everything ready, and then uptown this afternoon. So a very engaging event. Sort of engage with the full community uptown Benalbo tonight, where we sort of block the main street off, and not that there's too many streets in Benalbo, but all the community from all around will come into town, and a bit of a food fest and some music and entertainment, and check out all the rally cars and the rally stars, and after being watching them all day, so it's been very exciting. We've had some great spectators out here on the hill visit us, and just a nice environment, thankfully not too hot, and the storm's been blowing around, been leaving us alone, not too hot. And certainly if you're listening in or watching us on the live stream, hello, welcome, and thanks for tuning in. And be sure to share that link around and let your friends and family and everyone know where you can find us and where you can keep an eye on this amazing event, because this is the first year we've run the rally sprint. There's been events up here at Benalbo prior, and will be again every year. What a great shot that is as we come in under the drone into the back of that Gemini, which is the Equorn Gemini. We're really seeing a next level of commitment from these crews now on this run as we go deep into the afternoon. They're really starting to get comfortable with their car and the road, and learning those real tricky bits of the of the stage, and there's plenty of those, but there's a few bits there they just couldn't quite get right and been very shy, but they're finally starting to get it right, and that's great from a spectator point of view. And here comes the wind again, so it's going to blow the microphone off my head here shortly for sure. It's blowing a gale, so to speak, and thankfully it's not raining though, but that storm's starting to wheel around and may come in back on top of us, so it's going to be a pretty exciting afternoon, either on the rally track or out here battening down the hatches. Just and it won't be too long before we have the final car on stage, and that'll give us a chance to have a little bit of a reset. And after one very, very busy day, and we had all this technology scattered over the stage right from the start to the finish. Cameras, wires, Starlink, Wi-Fi. It's just been amazing how we've been able to beam this up and get it to everybody, and it just makes life so much easier here from a commentary point of view, where rather than just sort of see one corner and one tiny little bit of the event, we've been able to bring the whole lot to you, from pretty much next best thing to live timing, to live vision out of drones right beside the cars, being able to do interviews. And here we see the last car lining up on stage, getting ready to get the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they'll be into stage, and that'll be the last car to transit back into town, and then we'll find out what the afternoon may hold, whether we're still rallying or whether we're parking up, but we'll see very shortly. We'll get to find out. We believe we're going to go and put a couple of more stages in, but not sure just yet. Probably depends on that wild and woolly looking storm coming over the hill. It's getting wild and woolly. This is the white stanza now that you can see on which is Meyer and Mitchell. And here they come. So last car on stage, it's also right behind there. That means the sweep car, and you would have seen the fire truck and all that other infrastructure just about ready to mobilise themselves. Here they come. They're all heading back into town now, because that means we've got to move that infrastructure from one end of the stage back to the start again so we can reset, which means that run's just about done. And then we'll find out if we've still got a couple of stages to go. I wouldn't like to be out in the middle of the ocean in this storm. Got drums blowing over and flags flying, and it is windy. Might have to batten down the hatches and go indoors and commentate from inside the big Kick-Ass Unimog. Kick-Ass has been a wonderful sponsor of rallying all around Australia, really, not just southeast Queensland. They got behind rallying in Queensland. Great way to promote their products, and also just get behind grassroots rallying at every level all over Australia. So as we see the 28 stanza there safely back in town, that's Wayne Meyer and Stephen Mitchell, which means one more car, Gary Reid and Sandersky in the 180B, then the fire truck, then the Ambo, then the sweep car, and they'll make it to town, and then we'll be able to catch up and see what's going on. Good day for flying a kite, that's for sure. So we'll put the spinnaker out in the rally cars, pull a few more horsepower out of you. So here we go, the last car out on stage right now before we do our big reset. That's the Gary Reid and Sandersky 180B, being nice and consistent, slow and steady wins the race, as they say. And one thing that's been great today is, from what we've seen and understand, there's been no damage whatsoever, which is great. Red hot competition, nothing, just seconds in it, and still swapping positions all the way from the front to the back of the field, and absolutely nothing in it. So the last competition car is coming up onto the flying finish there now, into the end control. So we'll park it up for a little bit and have a bit of a spell, and then we'll let you know what the afternoon may hold. And don't forget that we've got a full day again tomorrow So we're only day one into a 2-day event, into the Working Dog Rally Sprint here in Benalbo.
left-hand 90-degree sort of come up the hill off a long straight, and then it's like almost straight, slight kink up, and then it led it to western, which is the house where we were sitting. So we're just standing at the top there. You see, you move over here, 20 metres that way, you can see across the farmland. You move here, you start to see the end of the straight as it comes up the hill. S-bend, probably I think maybe 30 metres. Went up to a right-hand kick up the hill, and then here and up through the hill. And yeah, same thing through that section there.
Righto, we a bit of improvise, adapt and overcome as we get to the last little bit of the rally this afternoon. We just had to put everything away quickly because there was a Cyclone Tracy was coming in on top of us, so we quickly scurried around and packed up all the leads and all the very expensive gear and put it away, but we didn't want to just sort of run away. And so we're just going to finish off the afternoon with you on these last couple of cars and just show you the quality. Obviously, we've had a fantastic day out here, but please tune in again tomorrow. There is, go looking for the link. There's a different link for tomorrow. So just starts nice and early. I think about 7:30 we might be out on the stage, depending on your word. Don't forget, New South Wales is daylight saving time wherever you might be around the world. But nice and early. Cars will be out on track. Another full days of rallying tomorrow, sort of 8, 9, 10 stages, and as we've seen, been bringing the results to you. There's absolutely nothing in it from first, second, third. Have been swapping and changing all day, as well as in the two-wheel drive category in the different classes all the way down through the field. So don't go anywhere. The race is only we're really only chuck one lap, and got the last lap on tomorrow. So just got a couple of cars to go now, and we'll be down to the final ones, and then we all head into town for the big street party and get all the cars downtown Bonalbo and really sort of have a good time with the local community. So if you've been watching us from around Australia and around the world, thanks for dialing in and tuning in. We certainly hope you've had a great day. We have, and it's been wonderful to have that vision and just look around the cars, and been great competition, great country, great company, and still got another wonderful day tomorrow as well. So yeah, like I said, we just sort of went a little bit off the air there before we went to Woolly because we had to quickly pack a lot of the stuff up, but that's why we're sort of back on air now just to wind the day down. 3 or 4 cars to go, and then we will pack it up, and we'll be back again tomorrow, bright and early tomorrow morning, being daylight saving time. I think we're out on stage about 7:30 in the morning at a guess, and that puts us as we see the Piavera Daihatsu. Been very committed all day and just sort of getting quicker and quicker, and some interesting lines. So there's about 2 or 3 cars to go, and that'll wind up the afternoon. And what an amazing, well-oiled machine it has been, the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club. Certainly very proud. They put on some magnificent events. They run some grassroots carnacrosses throughout the year. Nice series down and tucked in behind the Gold Coast, down around Mount Tamborine. And then right up to the highest level, they run a state round down here. Next year it's a round of the AMSAG series. And this one here is a bit of a new concept, the Working Dog Rally Sprint. And the way the outlook is every sort of second year, I'm not sure if you call that biennial, but every second year. So they run the rally sprint one year, and then the main rally the year after that. As you know, we've been flying under the proudly under the AMSAG AASA banner, and obviously paying off. What a magnificent event. Just smooth, simple, easy, professional, and it's been great team effort from the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsports Club all the way through the officials, from the clerk of the course, the event director, all the officials, stage commanders, road closures, medical staff. There's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of personnel to pull this off, and everybody just working together in sweet harmony. And obviously today's result is a result of that, where everything's just gone off without a hitch. Been run smoothly from go to woe, and absolutely, well, there's been no stoppages at all. The only time we stopped was when we reset the stage, and so full credit to all the rally drivers, the competitors, everybody keeping the cars on the road, putting on a great show. And as we get down towards the finals now, we've only got a handful of cars to finish off. This will be the Greenhouse Corolla. Been looking at sound and sweet. all day. And yeah, if you've been watching the competition, it's been certainly fierce up the front there, and it's one event worth watching. So a little bit interesting how we derive at the winner of this event. It's not normal, or as you'd expect, where you just sort of accumulate all the stage times together and the lowest one is the winner. It's actually quite clever and unique how we're using I'm probably wrong if I try to explain it, but it's using one or two, I think, of the stages on the way up and one or two of the stages on the way back, and combine them, and probably too hard, I'll just confuse you even more. But it's very interesting, keeps the day interesting, which means if you've had a slow start or you've had one bad stage, you're still in the running very much, as we've seen. A few of the guys come out of the block this morning just a little bit slow and steady, but certainly on fire and on song this afternoon, and absolute full commitment, which we've just seen the difference in the attitude and the aggression and the commitment levels of these cars and drivers throughout this last couple of runs this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to watch. Just really using, just more of the road, late in them braking areas, tidy up in the apex, and then also starting to get close to the ragged edge as well, so you see a few heart-stopping moments. But yeah, like I said, full credit to everybody, all them drivers and co-drivers and mechanics and cars and crews. Been a great show, great spectacle. Late in the afternoon, and thank you also to Mother Nature for them storms leaving us alone. It got pretty wild and woolly and windy. We had to put a bit of gear away, but thankfully it didn't have a deluge right down on top of us. Probably get a storm tonight, I think, through town, which will be nice for the road tomorrow. Put a bit of moisture back in the road. And that'll be a nice start tomorrow morning, nice and cool, bit of moisture in the gravel. And then she'll be on. Action aplenty. We get down about 3 cars to go. The Gemini now. Gemini Coupe. Really sweet sounding looking car. All those sponsors and supporters that you see fly across the screen there today. The Bull and Dog pub there in Benalbo, Kick-Ass, and just going off memory here, I'm not reading anything. Baden Civil, AMSAG, of course, Australian AASA, Australian Auto Alliance. And as we see, we come into a sweep car now. So that will probably be the final car and the final competitive run today. So thank you, everybody. The stage looks like it's going to be clear in a minute. So if you've tuned into us today, hello, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the day. Please tune again tomorrow. Share that link. There'll be a different link tomorrow, so make sure you come looking for the Sunday link. And there's Facebook link, there's YouTube link. You can look through the Kick-Ass YouTube site. But anyway, if you found us today, you can find us tomorrow. So thank you very much. The commentary team, Jamie Lawson and John McCready, and then the whole team running the whole rally from the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsports Club. Thank you. Have a good night, and we'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early.